Chapter 1776, Heavenly Demon 7 Killing Blades. It was very difficult to achieve unity with your Dao Avatar. Firstly, one's Dao Avatar needs to reach the highest level where it could move freely. Moreover, the Dao Avatar needs to be solid and compatible with the user. Each of these aspects were hard to accomplish. A lot of people condense a Dao Avatar without knowing if it was compatible with them. It was only when their Dao Avatar was condensed would they be able to know if they were compatible with it or not. But by that time, it was already too late. Naturally, average cultivators wouldn't find out if their Dao Avatar was compatible with them or not. Only a true expert would find out. A lot of people could grow their Dao Avatar to the metal stage and have it move freely. However, people could spend their entire lifetimes not knowing if their Dao Avatars suited them. This became impossible for them to unite with their Dao Avatars. However, Zhao Hai's Dao Avatar was actually able to open its eyes. This made everyone understand that he has reached unity with his Dao Avatar. The eyes of the Dao Avatar looked at the two Immortal experts. By this point, the Immortal expert of the Wandering Soul group has been tied down by the 12 metal beasts. Zhao Hai's attention was now on Elder Zhu. Looking at Zhao Hai's Dao Avatar, Elder Zhu's expression turned serious. Then he coldly snorted as he disappeared. Then what appeared in his place was a huge wild boar. This Elder Zhu was actually a demon cultivator whose original body was a wild boar. Speaking of demon cultivators, they had it very easy when it came to their Dao Avatars. When they condense their Dao Avatar, they can use their own bodies. Therefore, the wild boar that Zhao Hai saw right now could be regarded as Elder Zhu's body. This was a special ability of demon cultivators. This could also be regarded as unity with their Dao Avatar. Seeing Elder Zhu's true body, Zhao Hai said, "A pig? Ha ha ha. Good, then I'll be slaughtering a pig today." After he said that, Zhao Hai moved. Then the black blade behind him was taken out. With the blade in hand, Zhao Hai's aura immediately changed. Zhao Hai's normal aura has been very gentle even when he was being domineering. But with the blade in his hand, his temperament completely changed. Boundless killing intent emanated from his body. Those who were affected by his aura felt that the whole world had turned red. The air around them became heavier and the ground was filled with the smell of blood. The boundless killing intent made both enemy and allies have a hard time breathing. The usual temperate Zhao Hai was no longer there. He was replaced by a butcher that had killed thousands of people. The black blade seems to be dripping with blood. Everyone who looked at it felt that it was aiming at their throats. At this moment, Zhao Hai made his move. He took a step forward as he lifted the blade and said, "Heavenly Demon 7 Killing Blades, Beheading Slash." The blade released a black blade light that slashed towards Elder Zhu. Seeing Zhao Hai's move, Elder Zhu didn't dare ignore it. His plump body shook as he roared, "Divine Boar's Charge." Then he charged towards Zhao Hai's blade light. Boom! The two collided. Then successive sounds were heard as the two continued to clash with each other. The clashes of Zhao Hai and Elder Zhu's attacks sounded like rain with how fast they were doing. Even experts like Zhang Feng and the other transcending tribulation experts were unable to see what was going on since the entire area was filled with blade light. At this moment, Zhao Hai released one more blade light before he shouted, "Heavenly Demon 7 Killing Sword, Heaven Opening Slash." Rumbling booms were heard one after another. Then Zhao Hai reappeared not far from the Hell King's ship. Meanwhile, Elder Zhu was also driven back to the side of the Wandering Soul group. However, Zhao Hai's Dao Avatar wasn't doing very well. On its left arm was a huge hole that almost tripped the entire arm off. Fortunately, this was a Dao Avatar. The wound could be healed with spiritual chi and faith power, but it could also be understood that since Zhao Hai's Dao Avatar was so solid and compatible with him, then his main body would also be injured. Ha ha ha, this is good, this is good. Holding the black blade on his right hand, Zhao Hai looked at Elder Zhu as he laughed and said, "Worthy of being an immortal expert." Powerful. Very powerful. Elder Zhu's complexion wasn't good. Although he wasn't injured and even has the upper hand, he still didn't feel good. He sneered at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, you're worthy of being arrogant. This elder underestimated you. If you continue growing, then you'll definitely become a powerful expert in the great world of cultivation. Unfortunately for you, you met this elder today." As he said that, Elder Zhu charged towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Zhu and burst out laughing as he said, "I was just using some knife tricks. I didn't expect you to go all out. Ha ha ha." Fire God Strike. The name of the attack was no more than a careless naming of Zhao Hai. He was now aware of his gap with an Immortal expert. Although he was still short, the gap wasn't a lot. There were multiple reasons for this. First, Zhao Hai's cultivation method. The myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art was a heavenly method of cultivation. The method allowed Zhao Hai to have spiritual qi that was 10 times as dense as the others. This caused Zhao Hai to have strength that was almost equal to Immortal experts. Second, Zhao Hai's combination of his good and evil nature. This made Dao Avatar to be very solid and more powerful. This allowed him to fight on almost equal terms with Elder Zhu. Now, Zhao Hai was planning to go for the kill. Firegod City flew out of the vermilion bird stamp and smashed towards Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu's move was too sudden and fast. Even if he wanted to dodge, it was too late. Fire God City smashed right on top of him. A loud bang was heard as Elder Zhu's Dao Avatar was shattered and he was sent straight to the ground. When Elder Zhu was spotted again, he was seen bleeding from all 7 orifices and was seriously injured. The reason Fire God City was able to cause this much damage was because Elder Zhu wasn't guarded at all. Elder Zhu thought about Zhao Hai's strength and went straight for the kill. Then all of a sudden he was hit by Fire God City. Because of this, he was severely injured. If he were guarded, then he wouldn't have been as miserable. Elder Zhu was severely injured and Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The black blade in his hand flashed as he roared, "Heavenly Demon 7 killing blades, rippling light slash." Along with Zhao Hai's words, a huge rippling blade light went straight towards Elder Zhu. At this moment, Elder Zhu, who was supposedly severely injured, suddenly sped up and appeared behind Zhao Hai. After pushing himself further, Elder Zhu was in a pitiful state. His expression was vicious as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You actually wounded me? A little ant dared to injure me? Unforgivable. Die." Then he called out, "Divine Bar Fang." A huge wild boar with 2 long sharp fangs appeared. The fangs looked like swords stabbing towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Fire God Strike." Hearing this sound, Elder Zhu became smart as he roared, "Divine Bar Roll." Then his body rolled to the side, but he didn't see the sly expression on Zhao Hai's eyes. When Elder Zhu rolled to the side, he suddenly saw a huge city crashing down on him. Boom! A loud sound was heard as Elder Zhu's Dao Avatar was broken once more. He vomited blood as his head turned dizzy. At this moment, Elder Zhu felt a cool sensation on his neck. Then he felt his entire world spin before he lost all of his strength and his world turned dark. In the eyes of other people, Zhao Hai released a city-like artifact and smashed it towards Elder Zhu's body. Elder Zhu's Dao Avatar was then broken as he vomited blood and fell to the ground. The next moment, Zhao Hai appeared with his real body. Then he chopped off Elder Zhu's head with his black blade. With Elder Zhu's head chopped off, he was naturally dead. Then his body began to increase in size and became a golden-furred wild boar. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate and received Elder Zhu's body. Then he moved and threw himself towards the Wandering Soul Group's Immortal expert. It must be said that the Wandering Soul Group's Immortal expert wasn't having a great time. As soon as he came out, he wasn't even given a chance to speak as the 12 metal beasts charged towards him. These metal beasts were being controlled by Hushan. Although Hushan had inferior strength, the 12 metal beasts were created through liquid silver, so they didn't suffer any damages. Because of this, the Wandering Soul Group's Immortal expert wasn't able to help Elder Zhu. Now, after dealing with Elder Zhu, Zhao Hai was coming over for the kill. The Wandering Soul Group's Immortal expert couldn't help but complain about his bad luck. Chapter 1777, Eliminating the Wandering Soul Group. The Wandering Soul Group's Immortal expert didn't really expect that a cultivator casually sent by the Black Tiger Gang would have such formidable strength. He knew a little about Zhao Hai, but the information he got before said that although Zhao Hai was strong, He wasn't strong to the point that he could kill an immortal expert. He was just known to be good at manipulating large artifacts. It seems like this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai threw himself towards the immortal expert of the Wandering Soul Group. At the same time, he told Zhang Feng and the others to attack. It was also at this moment that the protective shields of the Wandering Soul Group suddenly burst. It seems like some people from the inside have destroyed the formation. After Zhang Feng and the others received Zhao Hai's orders, they immediately rushed over. Naturally, the first ones to move were the Transcending Tribulation experts. Then following behind were the large artifacts. Zhao Hai's current strength was still a bit behind immortal experts. However, his gap with them wasn't that big. Now that Zhao Hai has shown his strength, the immortal elder of the Wandering Soul Group naturally has to be careful. Therefore, even with the help of the 12 metal beasts, he was still unable to deal with the immortal elder in a short time. How this wasn't important. What's important was that the attack of Zhang Feng and the others were going very smoothly. Because Zhao Hai was fighting, he wasn't able to control the large artifacts. Therefore, the task fell into the lap of Laura and the others. And to be honest, Laura and the others were more skilled in controlling large artifacts compared to Zhao Hai. The morale of the Wandering Soul Group was very low by this point. They saw an immortal expert on their side getting killed by Zhao Hai. Moreover, the immortal expert of their sect was being pushed back. It would be strange if the Wandering Soul Group were still high-spirited. Zhao Hai didn't care about what they thought as he increased the speed of his attacks. However, he wasn't able to use Fire God City because the immortal expert of the Wandering Soul Group was being very cautious, giving Zhao Hai no chance to use Fire God City. The Dao Avatar of the Wandering Soul Group's immortal expert was very unusual. It was surprisingly a simple skeleton. Despite its form, the attack of the skeleton wasn't weak. Zhao Hai and his 12 metal beasts had fought for so long, yet they still weren't able to make progress. However, Zhao Hai already had an idea in mind. He slowly lured the Wandering Soul Group's immortal expert away from the battlefield. When Zhao Hai thought that they had reached a safe place, he attacked his enemy with more intensity. Then with a thought, he summoned Elder Zhu. An undead with the strength of the immortal appeared, which stunned the Wandering Soul Group's immortal expert. Elder Zhu used this opportunity to begin his attack. The Wandering Soul Group's immortal elder let out a strange cry as he turned around and defended against Elder Zhu. At this time, Zhao Hai used Fire God City to attack. Even if the Wandering Soul Group's immortal elder wanted to hide, he wasn't able to. Before long, the city pounded down on him, causing him to be stunned. Then Elder Zhu used this opportunity to attack. Elder Zhu became an undead and his strength has increased. Originally, the Wandering Soul Group's immortal expert was a bit weaker compared to Elder Zhu, and now that he was dazed, it was impossible for him to block Elder Zhu's attack. He was quickly struck, causing his 5 organs to burst and causing him to vomit blood. However, the immortal expert of the Wandering Soul Group was also a ruthless person. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to escape his predicament, he roared furiously as he utilized all of his strength to charge towards Zhao Hai. The Wandering Soul Group's immortal expert has now figured it out. Zhao Hai didn't bring Elder Zhu back from the brink of death. Instead, Zhao Hai resurrected Elder Zhu into an undead. He could feel the death chi coming from Elder Zhu. Therefore, as long as Zhao Hai was killed, the Wandering Soul Group would have a chance to survive. However, as soon as he charged, Zhao Hai immediately knew what he was going to do. Zhao Hai moved and returned to the space, causing the immortal expert of the Wandering Soul Group to hit the air. Then a sword tip appeared on his chest. The sword was twisted as the immortal elder felt his strength leaving his body. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the dead immortal elder to the space. Then he received Elder Zhu as well as the 12 metal beasts. When everything was done, he charged towards the battlefield. Although Zhang Feng and the others had the upper hand, the people of the Wandering Soul Group were still resisting. They refused to budge. However, the Black Tiger Gang's fleet was about to eradicate the Wandering Soul Group's large artifacts. Zhao Hai knew that the end was coming soon, so he rushed over and raised the Dao Avatar's Black Blade. With Zhao Hai joining the battle, The situation immediately changed. The Wandering Soul Group could no longer hold on. The people of the Wandering Soul Group saw Zhao Hai leading their Supreme Elder away, and now, Zhao Hai was back while their Supreme Elder was not in sight. What does this mean? These people knew their Supreme Elder had suffered an unfortunate fate. The morale of the Wandering Soul Group immediately plummeted. At the same time, the offense of the Black Tiger Gang became fiercer, and with Zhao Hai joining in, the Wandering Soul Group began to collapse. Zhao Hai was much stronger compared to ordinary Transcending Tribulation stage experts. With him using all of his strength, it was impossible for the people of the Wandering Soul Group to do anything to him. The Transcending Tribulation experts began falling to Zhao Hai's blade. Seeing this, Gu Jianku knew that the Wandering Soul Group was finished. The Black Tiger Gang didn't even use their entire strength, but they were able to eliminate the Wandering Soul Group. He didn't expect this to happen. At this time, Gui Jianku's gaze turned towards another person. This man had a tiger-shaped Dao Avatar and was currently fighting against an expert of the Black Tiger Gang. Among the numerous Dao Avatars present, his tiger avatar was quite special. This person was Mr. Ma. Gui Jianku looked at Ma Yun with rage in his eyes. In his opinion, it was the Myriad Demon Sect's fault that the Wandering Soul Group has reached this point. If the Myriad Demons realm hadn't enticed them to attack the Black Tiger Gang, then they might be able to survive for a much longer time. It was because of Ma Yun that they fell. It was Ma Yun's fault that the lineage of the Wandering Soul Group was about to be cut off. Back when Ma Yun arrived at the Wandering Soul Group, he was arrogant and even scolded Gui Jianku. This caused Gui Jianku to feel hatred towards him. After forcing his opponent back, Gui Jianku appeared beside Ma Yun and said, "Mr. Ma, let's rush out together. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to survive today." Ma Yun also knew what was going to happen. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong. He was worried about his fate. So upon hearing Gui Jianku, he immediately nodded and said, "All right, let's rush out together." After he said that, he sent a powerful attack towards his opponent. Then he immediately pulled away and escaped. At this moment, Gui Jianku sported a ruthless smile. He charged his strength and attacked Ma Yun's Dao Avatar. The Dao Avatar immediately shattered, causing Ma Yun to vomit out blood. Ma Yun was shocked as he looked at Gui Jianku in disbelief before he shouted, "Gui Jianku, you dared scheme against me." Gui Jianku smiled and said, If it weren't for you, the Wandering Soul Group might not have fallen. Our lineage might have survived. In the name of the previous sect leaders, I, Gui Jianku, will kill you. I will pull you to hell with me." With a crazy expression, he attacked Ma Yun. Ma Yun was extremely frightened. He could never imagine Gui Jianku turning into this. Now, he was seriously injured and could only release his Dao Avatar one more time. The actions of the two caused the people of the Black Tiger Gang to be confused. They don't know what these people were doing. Only Zhao Hai knew what was going on. He heard the conversation between the two. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head. A person's thoughts were indeed very hard to guess. However, he didn't mind the battle between the two. He just paid attention to them as he attacked the people of the Wandering Soul Group. By this point, the morale of the Wandering Soul Group has reached rock bottom. They no longer have any hope that their situation would improve. Their Supreme Elder was killed while their sect leader was attacking someone on their own side. The Black Tiger Gang wouldn't let this opportunity off. They pushed on with their attack. Before long, deserters began to appear among the people of the Wandering Soul Group. One deserter became two. As more and more people ran away, those who were left began to hesitate fighting. However, these deserters were very weak. This was because the more powerful cultivators were being specifically targeted by the Black Tiger Gang. They wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. From this point on, the Wandering Soul Group no longer exists. They would be completely erased from the great world of cultivation. Their territory and inheritance would be eaten by the Black Tiger Gang. At this time, a pitiful yell was heard. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Gui Jianku has killed Ma Yun. After killing Ma Yun, Gui Jianku turned his head to the Black Tiger Gang. Then he angrily shouted, "Black Tiger Gang, You have destroyed my wandering soul group's tens of thousands of years of lineage. Today, I will perish with you all." After he said that, he threw himself towards a transcending tribulation expert of the Black Tiger Gang. All of his moves were done with an intention of trading his life for another. Feeling Gui Jianku's seething killing intent, his opponent couldn't help but take a step back. Hearing Gui Jianku's roar, the other experts of the Wandering Soul group became more ferocious. They were all attacking their opponents in a wild manner. This increased the casualties of the Black Tiger Gang. At this moment, someone's voice was heard. "So what if we destroy your lineage? Take revenge if you have the strength." Heavenly Demon 7 Killing Blades, Divine Slash. Right after this, a black blade light streaked towards Gui Jianku. The blade light immediately killed Gui Jianku as well as the future of the Wandering Soul group. Chapter 1778, Forces Sent. On the deck of the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng, Tai Yi, Tai Ying, as well as the rest of the Transcending Tribulation experts were drinking wine. They were in a celebratory mood. Zhang Feng lifted his cup as he laughed and said, "Happy. Very happy. We finally dealt with the Wandering Soul group. I reckon now that there won't be a lot of sects who would dare to stretch their claws towards the Black Tiger Gang. If they did, then their hands would be chopped off." The others laughed as well. Tai Ying smiled and said, "Besides the scourge that is the Wandering Soul group, there are still the 4 sects to deal with. They shouldn't have a lot of immortal experts, right? Even if they have, we aren't necessarily afraid of them." After Tai Ying said that, everyone turned towards Zhao Hai. Knowing that he killed 2 immortal experts, they couldn't help but admire him. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Naturally, we need to deal with the 4 sects. However, we cannot destroy them at this time. Otherwise, the Myriad Demon Sect will be given an opportunity to intervene. We still need time. When the Myriad Demon Sect isn't able to take care of itself, then we will strike. When the time comes, the entire great world of cultivation would know that they cannot mess with the Black Tiger Gang." Zhao Hai and the others have now left the territory of the Wandering Soul group. The 2 immortal experts had been killed by Zhao Hai. Gui Jianku was also dead. The Transcending Tribulation experts of the Wandering Soul group were also wiped out. In this case, the Wandering Soul group has been completely erased from the great world of cultivation. Zhao Hai and the others also took away some key properties of the Wandering Soul group and destroyed their guardian formation. Although they left, Zhao Hai still erected a stone monument that read Black Tiger Gang territory on the Wandering Soul group's headquarters. This land would belong to the Black Tiger Gang in the future. All those who didn't agree would be treated as declaring a war against the sect. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew that with the existence of the Myriad Demon Sect, the stone monument had little effect. Other sects can occupy the territory of the Wandering Soul group if they were given consent by the Myriad Demon Sect. However, Zhao Hai still left the monument in order to leave a mark so that the Black Tiger Gang would have justification if it wants to take the territory back in the future. Zhao Hai was aware that before the heavenly demons invade the great world of cultivation, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to face the Myriad Demon Sect. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai expressed that it wasn't the time to destroy the 4 sects. They were able to eliminate the Wandering Soul group because they had prior grudges. The Myriad Demon Sect wouldn't be able to use this as an excuse to put more pressure onto the Black Tiger Gang. But if Zhao Hai and the others continue on and eliminate the 4 sects, then the Myriad Demon Sect would be given an opportunity to send troops. It would only take the destruction of one of the 4 sects to give the Myriad Demon Sect a reason to send troops. It must be clarified that the Black Tiger Gang wasn't afraid of the Myriad Demon Sect. After the underground base was constructed, even with their entire strength, the Myriad Demon Sect wouldn't be able to defeat the Black Tiger Gang. However, Zhao Hai has no plans to be in a war with the Myriad Demon Sect. This was because the Myriad Demon Sect still had its use. In a year, the heavenly demons would invade the great world of cultivation. If the Black Tiger Gang fights the Myriad Demon Sect before that happens, then it would just reduce the fighting strength of the great world of cultivation. Once the heavenly demons arrive, the Myriad Demon Sect would be too preoccupied to take action against the Black Tiger Gang, and if the Myriad Demon Sect suffers heavy losses against the Heavenly Demons, then their gap with the Black Tiger Gang would shrink. When that time comes, the Black Tiger Gang would become the top sect in the Northern Divergent Province. It must be said that the Black Tiger Gang's biggest weakness was their lack of powerful experts. Compared to the Myriad Demon Sect, the Black Tiger Gang has a severe lack of transcending tribulation experts. Because of this, they have no means to be in a war against the Myriad Demon Sect. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were on their way to the territories of the four sects to cause trouble. This way, the four sects would be forced to withdraw their troops. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what are we doing next? Should we divide our numbers?" There was a reason why Zhang Feng asked this. Just as they attacked the Wandering Soul group, the other four sects also invaded the Black Tiger Gang. They were currently exchanging attacks with Tai Zanshan and the others. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai and the others rushed towards the territory of the four sects. They wanted to attack the four sects to make them withdraw their troops, and by dividing themselves into four groups, they would be able to force the four sects to retreat at the same time. However, Zhao Hai didn't think so. He shook his head and said, "That won't go well. We shouldn't divide our forces. The four sects have the Myriad Demon Sect behind them. Our elimination of the Wandering Soul group has certainly reached their ears. If we divided ourselves, then the Myriad Demon Sect might hunt us down. Therefore, we need to group up. Although we're going to be slow, we will be able to preserve our strength." Compared to the Myriad Demon Sect, the Black Tiger Gang has very few people. The Myriad Demon Sect can brush off a loss of 100 transcending tribulation experts while we can't. Without people, the underground base would be useless. Zhang Feng thought about it and then nodded. "You're right. Those guys from the Myriad Demon Sect aren't stupid. When they see us attacking the four sects, they would immediately know what we're aiming for. It would be troublesome if they sent an immortal expert to wipe us out." But Little Hai, is the sect going to be fine? What if the Myriad Demon Sect sends an immortal expert to attack the headquarters? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, they will be fine. As long as they don't send more than 3 immortal experts, there won't be any problem. I'm still here. If the enemy sends an immortal expert, I would immediately give support." Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately thought that Hu Shan would help the sect. But in fact, Zhao Hai meant Elder Zhu and the immortal expert of the Wandering Soul group. Hu Shan cannot go out of the space, but he can use the 12 metal beasts to oppose the enemy. As for Elder Zhu and the immortal expert of the Wandering Soul group, Zhao Hai gave them full body armor that would hide their appearance. With this, the 2 immortal level undead could go to the Black Tiger Gang and help oppose the enemy. Because of this arrangement, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the Black Tiger Gang would suffer an accident. Even if an immortal expert did indeed appear, then Elder Zhu and the immortal expert of the Wandering Soul group would be able to deal with them. After being turned into undead, instead of decreasing, the strength of the 2 immortal experts rose instead. It must be known that the armor that they were currently using was the sacred armor of the space. The armor has undergone multiple upgrades since Zhao Hai acquired it. Although it wasn't indestructible like liquid silver, it wouldn't fall short to the armors of the great world of cultivation. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the 2 would be recognized. As long as they don't use their Dao Avatars, their identities wouldn't be known. And in the great world of cultivation, there were sects that had methods to refine immortal level undead. However, only genius evil cultivators could do that. The Black Tiger Gang was a sect founded by demon beasts, and its collection of cultivation methods wasn't bad at all. Moreover, with Hu Shan's background, it would not be strange for him to suddenly take out 2 immortal level undead. Zhang Feng said, "Heavy Sand Sect, Iron Blade Sect, Withered Vine Sect, Great Strength Sect." Little Hai, you've seen information about these 4 sects. Which one do you think we should attack? Zhao Hai replied, We'll deal with the Withered Vine sect first. They're a demon sect that's very close to the Myriad Demon sect. I heard that the sect master has received advice from an elder of the Myriad Demon sect. This allowed the sect to reach its current position. We can treat the Withered Vine sect as a branch of the Myriad Demon sect. We'll beat them up properly before moving on to the other sects. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "All right. But the Withered Vine sect wouldn't be an easy target. I heard that their headquarters is protected by sky-reaching vines. It's very hard to attack." Zhao Hai nodded. He also had some understanding regarding sky-reaching vines. Although it wasn't a heavenly treasure, the plant was still very rare. Sky-reaching vines were very tenacious. They're very difficult to damage with blades and swords, just like its name. It could reach the sky. It could crack stone by waving its vines. If an ordinary nascent soul expert encounters a sky-reaching vine, then they would be killed on the spot. Most importantly, sky-reaching vines were the nemesis of large artifacts. Although they really can't reach the sky, they could tower up to about 10,000 meters high. If it really swung its vines, it would be able to pluck a large artifact from the sky and entangle it. And although sky-reaching vines were plants, they were carnivorous. Whether they be cultivators or beasts, on land, sea, or air, they would be eaten by the vines. They're a headache to face. According to legend, the first sect leader of the Withered Vine sect was a sky-reaching vine. This was astonishing since sky-reaching vines didn't live for long. Most sky-reaching vines would only live up to 100 years. After budding they would take 1 year to reach 1,000 meters long and then another 10 years to reach 10,000 meters long. Then they would stop growing. After reaching 100 years old, most sky-reaching vines wouldn't gain any wisdom. And even if they did, they would be at the end of their lifespans and would soon die. However, the sect leader of the Withered Vine sect was a special type of sky-reaching vine. It was said that it lived up to 10,000 years before it died. However, after seeing Hushan as well as the Immortal stage experts, Zhao Hai didn't dare to believe this fact. In order to attack the Withered Vine sect, Zhao Hai and the others would need to deal with the sky-reaching vines. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to proceed. However, Zhao Hai already had a simple plan to deal with the vines, and that was poison. The sky-reaching vine was a plant. If Zhao Hai could get a sample of it and have it analyzed by the universal scanner, then the processing machine would be able to produce a special herbicide specifically to deal with the vines. When the time comes, the sky-reaching vines wouldn't be any different than piles of hay. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't reveal this method to Zhang Feng and the others. Therefore, he nodded and said, "We'll act according to the circumstances. If we can, we'll destroy all of the sky-reaching vines of the Withered Vine sect. It would be best if we could dig up some and send them back. Then our Black Tiger gang would have another means to defend." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "All right." However, sky-reaching vines aren't easy to grow. Besides the Withered Vine sect, no other sect was able to cultivate them. Tai Ying added, "That's not really accurate. I heard that the Myriad Demon sect has a lot of sky-reaching vines. This means that the vine can grow in other places. The issue is the method to cultivate them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's good as long as there's a way. This time, when we kill cultivators of the Withered Vine sect and turn them into undead, maybe we'll be able to get the method to plant the vine." Zhang Feng gave a nod and said, "It would be good if we can get the method. However, if we want to attack the Withered Vine sect, we would need to go a longer path. Otherwise, if we pass through the Iron Blade sect's territory, then we'll be alerting them to our presence." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "If we alert them, then we alert them. Let's see how the Iron Blade sect stops us. We'll cross their territory and kill everyone we see." The Iron Blade sect is famous for their artifacts. They were especially known for their preference for crafting bladed weapons. Blades made by the Iron Blade sect are famous in the entire great world of cultivation. Additionally, the territory of the Iron Blade sect was rich in mines. These mines are the foundation of the sect's resources. They would trade these ores out in exchange for other resources. Because of this, although the Iron Blade sect wasn't strong, they have a good relationship with a lot of sects. Even the Black Tiger gang has imported ores from the Iron Blade Gate in the past. Chapter 1779. alarmed Iron Blade Sect. Wang Yu, the current sect leader of the Iron Blade Sect, was currently sitting in his study with a frown on his face. His sect joined in attacking the Black Tiger Gang. Although the Iron Blade Sect would have a share of the profits, its allocation was paper thin. There's no other way around this. They were the weakest sect among the five. This made Wang Yu discontented. The Iron Blade Sect had previous business dealings with the Black Tiger Gang. Therefore, they have some understanding regarding their strength. They know that recently, the development of the Black Tiger Gang has been very rapid, and with the Black Tiger Gang's years of accumulation, their wealth should have reached an unimaginable number. Wang Yu knew that if the Iron Blade Sect could obtain the Black Tiger Gang's riches, then the sect would quickly become one of the strongest sects in the Northern Divergent Province. However, Wang Yu was also aware that this was just wishful thinking. It was the Myriad Demon Sect who decided the allocation of resources. Wang Yu doesn't have the courage to object to their arrangement. At this time, an outer sect disciple suddenly ran over. Out of breath, he reported, "Sect leader, it's an emergency. There's huge trouble." Wang Yu knit his brows and said, "Come in." "Don't shout, look at you." Wang Yu had a slender and tall body akin to a long blade. His face was gloomy. He gave people the feeling of a bandit. At this time, a 30-year-old cultivator came in. This cultivator looked very strange. He had a big head with an ordinary face. He was currently very pale and his eyes showed a frightened appearance. Wang Yu looked at this person and asked, "What happened? Tell me." The cultivator stopped to catch his breath. Then he looked at Wang Yu and said, "Reporting to the sect leader, several Wandering Soul Group disciples ran over to our territory and got captured." They said. The cultivator stuttered at this point. It seems like he couldn't find words to say. Wang Yu glared at him and said, What did they say?" The cultivator looked at Wang Yu and said, "Not long ago, the Black Tiger Gang sent a group headed by Zhao Hai to attack the Wandering Soul Group's army. Then after that, they attacked the Wandering Soul Group's headquarters. At that time, Zhao Hai showed strength not weaker than Immortal experts. He was able to defeat the Immortal experts of the Wandering Soul Group and the Myriad Demon Sect. And after killing the two Immortal experts, he proceeded to wipe out the entire sect." Boom! Wang Yu felt a thunderclap in his head. It shook both his body and soul. His gaze darkened. Luckily, he didn't faint. After some time, Wang Yu shook his head and then looked at the disciple. He stood up and said, "You idiot. Do you know what you're talking about? Are they that powerful? One team can destroy the Wandering Soul Group? If they were that powerful, they would have defeated the Wandering Soul Group a long time ago. They even needed Hu Shan's help to save their sect back then." The cultivator replied, "Sect leader, I thought the same when I received the information. But as more and more disciples of the Wandering Soul Group arrived, all of them had the same expression and story. I don't think it's false information. I already sent people to check the Wandering Soul Group. We will receive information soon." Wang Yu's brows couldn't help but jump. He looked at the cultivator and said, "Bring those disciples of the Wandering Soul Group over. Also, order the army sent to the Black Tiger Gang to temporarily stop the attack." The cultivator nodded and then left. Not long after the cultivators left, several weak cultivators arrived. Seeing these people, Wang Yu understood the cultivators' thoughts. All of these people had unusual energy. Wang Yu could feel that they were indeed disciples of the Wandering Soul Group. The cultivation method of the Wandering Soul had a weird effect on the mind, and it was a cultivation method that was unique to them. The expressions of these people were of despair. It seemed like they had lost all hope and had given up on living. Wang Yu looked at these people and couldn't help but frown. Then he waved his hand and sent balls of spiritual chi into their bodies. Wang Yu thought that they would defend, but to his surprise, these people didn't respond at all. There was also no change in their expression. Wang Yu frowned, then he used a calming technique and eased the nerves of these cultivators. The cultivators shook before their expression lifted a bit. Then they cupped their fist towards Wang Yu and said, "We have seen Senior." These cultivators just condensed their Dao Avatars while Wang Yu was a transcending tribulation expert. It was natural for them to give a salute. Wang Yu waved his hand and said, Tell me your identities." The group immediately said who they were. These were low-level figures in the Wandering Soul group. They only escaped the war due to luck. Wang Yu also asked them about the Wandering Soul group and they truthfully replied. As he listened to their words, Wang Yu's expression turned serious. The spirits of these people were obviously stimulated and sometimes their voice would peak. However, their general content could still be understood. And at this point, it has been confirmed that the Wandering Soul group was finished. The sect has been wiped out. These people saw with their own eyes that the sect leader had been killed by Zhao Hai. Wang Yu's expression turned gray in defeat. He knew that if the Wandering Soul group was finished, then the Iron Blade sect would follow soon. The Black Tiger gang wouldn't let them off. At this time, another set of footsteps were heard from outside. A young cultivator ran over carrying a jade sword message. After entering the room, he gave Wang Yu a salute before saying, "Sect leader, a message arrived from the border." Wang Yu stared, then his complexion changed as he received the jade sword message. Then when he read the contents, his face paled. Then he immediately ordered, "Sound the alarm. All disciples of the Iron Blade sect needs return to the headquarters." Although the young cultivator was confused, he immediately complied and executed the order. After a while, a melodious bell rang throughout the headquarters of the Iron Blade sect. The bell sounded far and wide, alarming all of the disciples of the Iron Blade sect. This alarm bell wasn't something that would casually sound out. When the alarm bell was heard, this meant that the sect was in a crisis. Upon hearing the bell, every disciple of the Iron Blade sect would need to come over in the shortest amount of time. Anyone who violates this summon would be deemed as traitors. As the bell rang, Wang Yu didn't relax at all. He looked out nervously. At this moment, another cultivator ran over while holding a jade sword message in his hand. Then he bowed to Wang Yu and said, "Sect leader, the scout has returned." The Wandering Soul group has indeed been destroyed. Although Wang Yu had long since been convinced that the information was true, his expression still turned black upon hearing this report. He waved his hand weakly as he said, "I see. Send the order to the army attacking the Black Tiger gang. They need to return to the sect as fast as they can. Disobedience is not permitted." The cultivator complied and then left. Wang Yu let out a long breath. He looked at the sky outside his room as he muttered, "Black Tiger gang. I didn't expect them to be powerful." It seems like the Myriad Demon sect would suffer greatly this time. At this moment, the mines of the Iron Blade sect were being attacked. A fleet of 82 large artifacts were currently running through the sect's territory. All Iron Blade sect disciples they came upon were killed. All mines and structures in their way were destroyed. The speed of the fleet wasn't fast. However, they didn't stop at a certain place. They were just passing through the Iron Blade sect's territory. Zhao Hai stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship. He looked in the distance and said, "We should be reaching the territory of the Withering Vine sect. We have to be careful." Did they receive the news? Zhang Feng, who stood on his side, nodded and said, "They should be aware. I just heard the Iron Blade sect's alarm bell. They should have received the information. They look afraid." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Good. If they're courageous, there's no need for them to exist." Zhang Feng felt that joining Zhao Hai's team was very satisfying. It was because they could beat others while the others couldn't do anything to them. Arrogantly moving around without caring for other people felt very good. Although they also suffered losses in attacking the Wandering Soul group, about 20 transcending tribulation experts, the cost they paid equated to the destruction of an entire sect. No matter who looks at it, they made a huge profit. If outsiders knew about their losses in the battle, they would be shocked to death. Zhang Feng knew why their losses were so few. All of it was because of Zhao Hai. The large artifacts under his control were just too powerful. It completely exceeded their imagination. Facing a fleet of large artifacts controlled by Zhao Hai was a complete nightmare. Following Zhao Hai to battles wouldn't give you too many battle achievements. This was because fights that needed to be fought before would be taken care of by Zhao Hai on his own. The large artifacts were just too powerful. You would only be on the sides to watch the fun, and you would only be able to fight when given the opportunity. But at the same time, This meant that not a lot of enemies were a threat to you. Some people might not like such an arrangement, but Zhang Feng was sure that those people didn't have the heart of battle. People who loved to fight weren't afraid of staying on the sidelines and watching the others fight. Without a worthy enemy to fight, battles don't have any meaning. What they looked forward to were good battles, not weak enemies. Chapter 1780. Sky-reaching vine. Dang, 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 dang. A melodious spell echoed in a valley. The cultivators in this valley wore yellow robes and were stunned upon hearing the bell. They knew what the spell meant. It was the early warning alarm of the sect. After being stunned, the people in the valley immediately finished what they were doing. Those who were cultivating also stopped. All of them flew out of their cave residences and then rushed towards the valley. It was a very huge valley. The entire valley covers an area of 10,000 mu 6.7 square kilometers. Constructed on both mountain walls of the valley were cave residences. Then at the bottom of these cave residences were yellow buildings. These yellow buildings looked very special. There were long vines crawling through the buildings. The vines seemed to be arranged in a special manner. Those who understood the pattern would know that the vines weren't simple. These vines were headaches among anyone who encountered them. And this valley was the Withered Vine Sect's headquarters. And just like what Zhao Hai and the others thought, the Withered Vine Sect had known that the Wandering Soul group had been extinguished. They were also aware of the attacks against the Iron Blade Sect. This was crucial information for the Withered Vine Sect. More importantly, they obtained information that the Black Tiger Gang's target was the Withered Vine Sect. Therefore, they immediately sounded their alarm. With the alarm sounded out, the entire Withered Vine Sect took action. Cultivators in the Withered Vine Sect practice a wood element cultivation method. This method has a special ability that allows control over sky-reaching vines. Therefore, when necessary, the cultivators of the headquarters could use the sky-reaching vines to deal with the enemy. When the alarm sounded, the disciples immediately took their stations. They were arranged to operate sky-reaching vines to deal with the enemy. As the Withered Vine Sect was preparing with all their strength, the Black Tiger Gang's fleet entered the sect's territory, but they were still a distance away from the headquarters. However, this wasn't important. Zhao Hai already knew about the Withered Vine Sect's situation. He was even able to get seedlings of the sky-reaching vine for the space. Naturally, the Withered Vine Sect also had its own mountain guarding formation. However, their formation was very special. It wasn't as strong as the guarding formations of other sects since they depended on the sky-reaching vines. Because of this, it became easy for Zhao Hai to sneak in several silver needles inside the sect. There were vines all over the Withered Vine Valley. Almost all of the vines in the valley grow from one root. When one vine dies, there would be new vines that would come up to replace it. But at the same time, the roots of the dead vine would stop growing, because there were too many sky-reaching vines. The Withered Vine Sect wasn't very strict in guarding the vines. In any case, in the entire great world of cultivation, only the Withered Vine Sect could grow them. Nobody could steal a sky-reaching vine. However, what the Withered Vine Sect doesn't know is that Zhao Hai's space can grow anything as long as it's a plant. Seeing that nobody was watching the vines, then there's no need for Zhao Hai to be polite. He also didn't dig the plant out. He only took out a small cutting. It was enough to grow sky-reaching vine seedlings. Naturally, Zhang Feng and the others didn't know this. He plans to dig out the root when he arrives at the valley and pretend to analyze it before dealing with the sky-reaching vines. Zhao Hai also thought about how many people he would kill in the Withered Vine Valley. For people of the Withered Vine Sect, a ruined sky-reaching vine was equal to breaking their arms. The sect loved their vines more than their disciples. Zhao Hai had a plan set up, but he didn't tell Zhang Feng and the others about it. Although he trusted them, the space was a secret that could only be known by a few people. As much as possible, Zhao Hai wouldn't reveal its existence. Zhang Feng didn't return to his treasure ship. Instead, he stayed with the Zhao Hai on the Hell King's ship. Seeing the fleet entering the territory of the Withered Vine Sect, Zhang Feng couldn't help but turn to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, be careful. We now entered the territory of the Withered Vine Sect. If they know our movements, then they might take action." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They already know. There's no need to worry. "Senior brother, I'm afraid they won't take the initiative to attack. After all, we just exterminated the Wandering Soul group. They won't be that courageous to face us." Zhang Feng nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, have you thought about how to deal with the Withering Vine sect? When we arrive, it would be difficult for us to do anything with our large artifacts." The Sky-Reaching Vines were also known as Large Artifact Hunters, and this nickname didn't come out of thin air. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll take a look when we arrive. Actually, my goal isn't the Withered Vine sect, but the Sky-Reaching Vines instead." Zhang Feng stared. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion as he asked, "The Sky-Reaching Vines? And how do you deal with them?" "I heard that in order to protect their Sky-Reaching Vines, the Withered Vine sect adjusted their defensive formation to accommodate them. Those vines cannot be dealt with fire, water, or blades. It wasn't easy to damage the vines." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know that. That's why I said that we'll see when we get there. If we can kill the Sky-Reaching Vines, then the Withered Vine sect wouldn't be able to do anything even if they cry." Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Your plan looks good. However, for as long as the Withered Vine sect existed, people have always targeted the Sky-Reaching Vines. In the end, they all failed. I think we should make another plan." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's just an idea. If we fail, then we can forget about it. In any case, as long as we attack the Withered Vine sect, they would have to command their troops outside to return." Zhang Feng nodded. As the two were talking, the fleet already penetrated deep into the Withered Vine sect's territory. Along the way, Zhao Hai and the others came upon medicinal fields and mines of the sect. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't polite and looted them all before destroying them. He came here to cause trouble to the sect. There was no need to hold back. They destroyed anything along their path all the way back to the Withered Vine Valley. Just as Zhao Hai said, the Withered Vine sect was terrified by their approach. All of the Withered Vine sect cultivators were concentrated on their headquarters, preparing to guard against Zhao Hai and the others. Before long, the Black Tiger Gang's fleet arrived in front of a mountain. The mountain looked very strange. From top to bottom, the mountain was yellow, like it was a pile of dead leaves. However, Zhao Hai knew that these weren't dead leaves, but Sky-Reaching Vines. Sky-Reaching Vines were yellow from the moment they became a seedling to a full-grown plant. But when the Sky-Reaching Vines die, they would turn black. Therefore, the mountain looked like a huge pile of leaves when it was actually a huge pile of Sky-Reaching Vines. Zhao Hai knew this, so he immediately raised the altitude of the fleet to more than 10,000 meters. Behind this mountain was the Valley of the Withered Vine sect's headquarters. The mountain wasn't tall, at only 5,000 meters long. In fact, there were no vines planted on the mountain. All of the Sky-Reaching Vines grew in the valley, but because the vines were 10,000 meters long, their entire bodies were able to cover the entire mountain. Zhang Feng was also looking at the mountain. Then he said, "Beyond this mountain is the Valley of the Withered Vine sect. They are clearly preparing for a protracted battle. They wouldn't be easy to attack." "Little Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I'm going to head down first to take a look. I want to see if I'm able to make a couple of vines take action." When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and then his expression changed as he said, "No, that's too dangerous. The valley has been controlled by the Withered Vine sect for many years. We don't know how many Sky-Reaching Vines there are. If you go down, then we won't know what will happen." "That is absolutely not a good idea." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Don't worry, I'm confident. I just want to go down and take a look." After he finished talking, he disappeared from the Hell King's ship and went down. Seeing Zhao Hai, all of the people on the Hell King's ship couldn't help but worry about him. As soon as Zhao Hai crossed the 10,000-meter line, the people from the Withered Vine sect reacted immediately. Countless yellow vines, like the tentacles of an octopus, flew up from the mountain and charged towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai immediately took out 10,000 flying swords to surround his body. The flying swords were like a school of fish as they swam around Zhao Hai, blocking the attacks of the sky-reaching vines. What surprised Zhao Hai was the strength of the sky-reaching vines. Although the flying swords weren't using too much energy nor were they reinforced with faith power, they were still very strong artifacts. Despite this, they were unable to cut the sky-reaching vines. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that the closer the vine is to the root, the tougher it would be. According to legend, mature sky-reaching vines could block attacks from nascent soul experts with its body up to the 3,000-meter height. The vine could even block attacks of transcending tribulation experts up to the 1,000-meter height. Zhao Hai dropped to around the 8,000-meter height of the vines and allowed it to wrap around his flying swords. This caused the spectators to lose sight of him. Zhang Feng was originally anxious when he saw Zhao Hai going down, but when he saw the situation, he calmed down. Then a strange smile appeared on his face as he said, "It seems like the people of the Withered Vine sect still know little about Little Hai. He might really be able to get a few vines." Zhang Feng already knew Zhao Hai for some time. He didn't believe that Zhao Hai would make any unnecessary actions. Being surrounded by sky-reaching vines wasn't something that Zhao Hai would do. He must have other plans. Chapter 1781. Heavy Sand Great Formation. As soon as Zhang Feng finished talking, there was a flash before Zhao Hai appeared in front of him. Compared to when he left, Zhao Hai now has 2 jade boxes in his hands. Both contain pieces of sky-reaching vine roots. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "I just mentioned that you wouldn't be captured. Those guys from the Withered Vine sect must be thinking that they blocked you. What do we do now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's retreat first." Then he waved his hand as the fleet slowly retreated. In a blink of an eye they disappeared from the valley's skies. Seeing Zhao Hai and the others retreating, the people of the Withered Vine sect were somewhat confused. They don't understand why they would do this. They haven't even made a full effort to attack and yet the enemy has already retreated. The Withered Vine sect thought that Zhao Hai and the others must be plotting something, so they didn't dare pursue. They just asked their disciples to guard the entrance and must not let anyone from the Black Tiger gang through. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already retreated to a safe place. The transcending tribulation experts gathered on the Hell King's ship. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai plans to do. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then he smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. Let's rest for some time first. I want to research the sky-reaching vine. When I get results, then we'll immediately act." These people didn't have any objections. Although Tai Zanshan assigned this task to Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng, Zhao Hai already gained the approval of everyone present, so at this point, the command was solely handled by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the jade boxes to his cabin. At this time, Tai Ying approached Zhang Feng and asked, "Little Feng, what's Little Hai doing? Why is he being mysterious?" Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "He wants to see if he can do something about the sky-reaching vines." Tai Ying's eyes shone as he said, "If we can find a solution against the sky-reaching vines, then we can destroy the Withering Vine sect. In the future, the Withering Vine sect would be ours for the taking." Tai Yi shook his head and said, "It's not that easy. The sky-reaching vine has existed in the great world of cultivation for a long time, and yet, people still haven't found any ways to deal with them. Trying to find a way to destroy the sky-reaching vines is hard." Tai Ying smiled and said, "That's other people. I trust Little Hai. That kid can turn the impossible into possible." Hearing Tai Ying, everyone's eyes lit up. They agreed with Tai Ying's point of view. Zhao Hai had always done the impossible. Take the underground base for example. Who would have imagined that such a formidable base could be built in a short time? It would be impossible for other people to do it, but Zhao Hai did. Zhao Hai has done a lot of things like this, so it wasn't surprising if Zhao Hai could create another miracle this time. In fact, Zhao Hai already obtained a sky-reaching vine before this. Moreover, the space already prepared the herbicide for the vine. It can be used at any time. Zhao Hai entered his cabin in order to hide from people's eyes and ears. He had nothing left to do. While staying in the space, he researched the situation of the other 3 sects. Only after that did Zhao Hai leave the space. From going to his cabin up to going out, 5 hours have passed. Zhang Feng and the others were currently waiting for news in the Hell King's ship. As soon as Zhao Hai went out, everyone's eyes were immediately on him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, it's time to take action." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hands and took out several huge jars. These jars had liquid inside that had the same consistency as water. Zhao Hai gestured towards the jars and said, "Everyone, take these potions. Use water element techniques to disperse this potion during battle. This potion is very potent, so there's no need to use all of them in one spot. Once it's sprinkled throughout the Withered Vine Valley, none of those sky-reaching vines would be able to survive." Zhang Feng looked at the water-like potion and then frowned as he asked, "Little Hai, are you confident in this potion?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm sure that it'll work. Everyone, take a jug each." Everyone hesitated for a moment, but because of their trust towards Zhao Hai, they soon took a jug for themselves. Seeing that everyone had taken their jars of herbicide, Zhao Hai said, "In a while, I will take everyone to the Withered Vine Valley. When I give the signal, use water attribute techniques to sprinkle the potion onto the sky-reaching vines. It doesn't matter if it was an offensive or defensive technique, the most important thing is that every inch of the valley gets covered with the potion. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone. Go return to your large artifacts and prepare to head back to the Withered Vine Valley. Remember, don't touch and drink what's in the jar. It contains deadly poison that's also effective on people." Hearing Zhao Hai, the hearts of the cultivators couldn't help but turn cold. They wanted to study the potion that Zhao Hai gave them, but upon hearing Zhao Hai, they completely lost interest. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about these matters. Therefore, they all nodded before going back to their large artifacts. Zhao Hai commanded the entire fleet to return to the Withered Vine Sect's headquarters. Seeing the approach of the fleet, the people of the Withered Vine Sect immediately controlled the sky-reaching vines. Zhao Hai took out his jade card and said, "Everyone, don't attack with the potion as soon as we engage. Use other techniques first, then begin using water techniques that they can block. This would allow us to spread the potion without them suspecting anything. Remember to use long-ranged attacks. We need to coat the entire valley with the potion." Begin. With Zhao Hai's order, the Transcending Tribulation experts began to use all kinds of techniques to attack the Withered Vine Valley. In an instant, the entire valley was filled with all kinds of spells. The Black Tiger Gang's offensive confused the people of the Withered Vine Sect. Transcending Tribulation experts rarely used spells because of their limited power. Spells on the Transcending Tribulation stage were no use at all against people of the same level. But now, Zhao Hai and the others were going all out using spells. Although spells weren't strong, they were still used by Transcending Tribulation experts. Transcending Tribulation experts couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, the sky-reaching vines still needed to defend against the spells. The spells varied greatly across all attributes. Water attribute spells were also mixed in. The Withered Vine Sect cultivators didn't care about these spells as they were completely crushing them. And as the herbicide began being dispersed, it began to rain down on the Withered Vine Valley. However, the rain didn't attract the attention of the Withered Vine Sect. This was a normal phenomenon when water attribute spells were used, so they didn't care. Although the herbicide has some effects on people, Zhao Hai already considered this. Therefore, the effect of the poison would act slower on people. The attack lasted for several hours. For Transcending Tribulation experts, spells required a very small amount of energy. They could continue attacking for days without being tired. In fact, their consumption of spiritual chi when using spells were offsetted by their natural absorption of energy. After attacking for about 4 hours, Zhao Hai could see that the entire valley had been soaked in the rain. The herbicide would take effect soon. Therefore, the fleet slowly retreated. When they arrived at a safe place, Zhang Feng and the others gathered on the Hell King's ship once more. They all looked at Zhao Hai eagerly. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, within 5 days, the Withered Vine Valley will be worthy of its name. Let's go and scare the rest. After we deal with the last 2 sects, We'll return and check the results." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're that confident?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he nodded. Then he waved his hand as the fleet flew towards the Heavy Sand Sect's direction. The Heavy Sand Sect was famous for the sand cave located in their territory. The sand cave produces a type of toxic yellow sand. The toxicity of the sand was very powerful, which made its offensive capabilities quite formidable. Almost all of the disciples of the Heavy Sand Sect use the yellow sand to create their artifacts. The Heavy Sand Sect belonged to the same type of sect as the Black Tiger Gang in the northern Divergent province. Although it had quite a number of experts, it still belonged to the medium-grade classification. It was not as strong as bigger sects. It was roughly on the same level as the Black Tiger Gang. However, this was compared to the past Black Tiger Gang. The Heavy Sand Sect could no longer compare to the current Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, the Heavy Sand Sect agreed to take action. They were envious of the Black Tiger Gang's progress. At this point, the Heavy Sand Group had also obtained information about the Wandering Soul Group's extermination. Therefore, they were prepared. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that the Heavy Sand Sect didn't bunker down in their headquarters. They actually took the initiative to rush out of their headquarters to block the path of the Black Tiger Gang fleet. Zhao Hai was currently looking at the Heavy Sand Sect's people with interest. The Heavy Sand Sect sent out 40 large artifacts. Their large artifacts didn't look any special. They resembled ships. However, they look more like the treasure ship than the Hell King's ship. Zhang Feng stood on Zhao Hai's side. He was also looking at the formation in front of him and said, "This is a special formation of the Heavy Sand Sect. I hear that it's very powerful. Once anyone enters the formation, they would feel like they were trapped in quicksand. They could only resist as they got grinded down." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like they could also use their large artifacts to set up the formation. There are 40 large artifacts present, which should be enough to use for the formation. Most importantly, the cultivators of the Heavy Sand Sect seem to be working hand in hand with the large artifacts. It created a huge formation that could deal with us." Zhang Feng looked at the Heavy Sand Sect's army. Then he nodded and said, "That seems to be the case. What do we do now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Since they arranged the formation for us, then we must receive the challenge. We'll break their formation." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a jade card and said, "Everyone, don't leave the large artifacts on your own. Prepare yourselves to send spiritual chi to the large artifacts when I notify you." After Zhao Hai said that, someone from the Heavy Sand Sect's side came forward. He stopped around 100 meters in front of the fleet. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Right Guardian of the Heavy Sand Sect, Liu Kun, has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. We already know of Mr.'s purpose in coming here. If you can break our formation, then our Heavy Sand Sect would naturally withdraw from the Black Tiger Gang. If you can't, then I would have to ask Mr. to stay and sit down for a cup of tea." Zhao Hai looked at Liu Kun, then he smiled faintly and said, "Very arrogant. You actually want to keep me here, but that depends if you have the skill. I'll give you an hour to set up your formation, then I will attack." As soon as Liu Kun heard Zhao Hai, his nose couldn't help but twitch. He was arrogant, but he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be more arrogant than him. Liu Kun coldly snorted and said, "Let's see if your strength is as fierce as your mouth." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You'll know later on." He waved his hand as the fleet slowly lined up. Then a stellar transformation great formation was made using 82 large artifacts. Zhao Hai didn't use a three-dimensional formation this time. Although three-dimensional formations are very strong, it wasn't the time for them to be revealed. Three-dimensional formations were one of Zhao Hai's aces. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal it casually. Additionally, there was no need to use three-dimensional formations against the Heavy Sand Great Formation. Compared to the Stellar Transformation's Great Formation, the Heavy Sand Formation was still very lacking. By this point, Zhao Hai already gave the command of the fleet to Megan and Lizzie. Compared to Zhao Hai, the two were geniuses in command. Moreover, This was also an opportunity for them to practice against the great world of cultivation. Megan and Lizzie didn't decline and assumed command of the fleet. As the stellar transformation Great Formation was getting set up, Liu Kun also returned to the Heavy Sand Sect's fleet. At this time, the Heavy Sand Great Formation began to rotate and suck up all of the Earth attribute chi in the surroundings. Before long, the formation was covered in a yellow radiance. Chapter 1782. Formation Battle. The Heavy Sand Great Formation became more and more yellow as it continued to absorb Earth attribute spiritual chi. It became so bright that the formation itself was becoming harder to see. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but rub his chin as he said, "Wonderful." So the formation would be full in half an hour, attacking the enemy at its peak. Interesting. Zhang Feng stood on Zhao Hai's side. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but look at the Heavy Sand Great Formation as he said, "Little Hai, are you really confident?" The Heavy Sand Great Formation is very famous for its strength. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, I will break their formation today. I want to see if they would withdraw once I destroy the formation. If they don't, then we will exterminate them as revenge for attacking our sect." Zhang Feng no longer said anything. If Zhao Hai said this in the past, then Zhang Feng might think that he was being arrogant. But now, he doesn't think so. Zhao Hai has already shown how strong he was. Half an hour flew past and Zhao Hai's formation had already been set up. Under Megan and Lizzie's command, the fleet began to slowly revolve. In the eyes of the spectators, the Black Tiger Gang's fleet slowly disappeared and was replaced by a sea of stars. Among the stars were planets and meteorites. Each body had its own orbit. It looked like a giant star map. The star map slowly pressed towards the Heavy Sand Great Formation. The Heavy Sand Great Formation wasn't only used for defense, it also has offensive capabilities. Under Liu Kun's command, the formation also pressed towards Zhao Hai's formation. Looking at a distance, the two sides looked like a clash between a starry sky and a huge desert. The two sides slowly decreased their distance. The scene looked majestic. However, those who understood knew that this scene was filled with an ocean's amount of killing intent. Before long, the sea of stars and the desert clashed. Unlike the loud clash between large artifacts, the collision between the two formations was silent. There was a hiss on their collision area, but there were no loud explosions. As the two formations continued to intersect, the sizzles turned into crackles. Then it turned into popping sounds akin to gunshots. As the formations got closer, explosions began to appear before becoming loud rumbling sounds. This was a formation battle. Formations were basically a system of conduits that ran energy throughout its structure. A formation battle was essentially a contest of energy between two formations. This was different to clashes between artifacts. Artifacts were solid and whole while the energy within a formation was scattered. It was akin to an army of individual soldiers being directed by their commander. Because of this, formation battles started out very slow as each part of the formations were their own battles. Then it slowly condensed into a battle between the formations themselves. The energy of the stellar transformation Great Formation was slowly suppressing the energy of the Heavy Sand Great Formation. More and more of the desert got swallowed by the starry sky. After 2 hours, the desert had lost a third of its original size. At this time, a loud explosion was heard as the desert suddenly vanished. The large artifacts and the cultivators of the Heavy Sand Sect appeared in the air. But this time, the look of the Heavy Sand Sect wasn't good. Of their original 40 large artifacts, they now had about 20. As for their cultivators, they were now a third of their original numbers. At this time, Zhao Hai also stopped his stellar transformation's Great Formation. As he stood on the Hell King's ship, he looked at the people of the Heavy Sand Sect as he coldly snorted and said, "Liu Kun, I hope that you honor our agreement. If you don't, then don't blame me for being polite. I will make sure that the people you sent to the Black Tiger Gang will never be able to return." Then he waved his hand as the fleet left the area. Liu Kun's face was pale as he looked at the Black Tiger Gang's fleet. He didn't really think that this would be the result. The Heavy Sand Sect was proud of their Heavy Sand Great Formation. He didn't expect it to be broken. However, Liu Kun also knew that they couldn't pursue the fleet. This time, The Black Tiger Gang sent a powerful offensive group. Their message was very obvious. They want the four sects to retreat. Even if they don't want to, as long as they couldn't deal with the fleet, then they would have no choice. Liu Kun knew that Zhao Hai didn't retreat because he was afraid of the Heavy Sand Sect. Zhao Hai didn't want to form a deep enmity with the sect at this time. This also gave the Heavy Sand Sect some face. If the sect continues to attack the Black Tiger Gang, then Zhao Hai would certainly come back and retaliate. When he thought of this, Liu Kun couldn't help but let out a long breath. He looked at Zhao Hai and the others with a complex expression. The Heavy Sand Sect had always been equal to the Black Tiger Gang when it comes to strength, but Liu Kun knew that the Heavy Sand Sect could no longer contend against the Black Tiger Gang. He sighed and issued the order for retreat. Zhao Hai and the others slowly flew towards the Great Strength Sect. Zhang Feng turned back to Liu Kun before looking at Zhao Hai. Little Hai, do you think they will retreat? Zhao Hai sneered. It would be good for them if they retreat. If they don't, then they can't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said, later when we have the opportunity, we'll make them aware how fierce we can be. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I believe that day wouldn't be far. First, senior brother, send word to the gang leader. Ask him how the sect is doing. Zhang Feng nodded and then took out a jade sword message. After putting his message in, he released it. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, we're heading towards the Great Strength Sect. They're a sect that favors demon cultivators. They're aggressive and forceful. Moreover, they're very strong. Most importantly, those fellows are very stubborn. It wouldn't be easy to make them retreat. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, they should have received news about our arrival. We'll return to the Black Tiger Gang's territory and stop outside their border. Then you and I will go to them and act polite first. If they still refuse, only then will we use force. Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng's eyes shone. Then he nodded and said, all right, then I'll accompany you for a walk. We'll break through the Dragon Pond and Tiger's Den of the Great Strength Sect. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, first senior brother, you're overestimating them. HMPH, let's see how they accept our demands. If they can talk and negotiate, then that would be good. But if they don't, unlucky for them. Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhao Hai and saw that Zhao Hai had become domineering. Actually, Zhao Hai had always been domineering. He just hid it well because his strength was lacking. If he didn't hide his arrogance, then he would have been killed a long time ago. But now, Zhao Hai has the strength to trade blows with Immortal experts, and as long as he uses Fire God City, the Immortal experts would suffer. Therefore, he now has the qualifications to be arrogant. There was also another point that affected Zhao Hai's temperament, and that was the combination of his good and evil sides. Good begets gentleness while bad begets arrogance. Zhao Hai had always been gentle, but with his evil side mixed in, he was unconsciously a bit more domineering. Zhao Hai didn't discover his change in character, and it was very difficult to detect. But even if he found out, it wouldn't have any effect. He had always been low-key before. It was also time for him to be high profile. Under Zhao Hai's command, the fleet changed direction and returned to the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. Not long after they returned, they changed directions once more and went towards the Great Strength Sect's domain. After a day of flight, the fleet arrived at the border between the Black Tiger Gang and the Great Strength Sect. There was a border monument on both sides, one belonging to the Black Tiger Gang while the other belonged to the Great Strength Sect. Zhao Hai stopped the fleet and then gathered all of the Transcending Tribulation experts to the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, everyone, we're going to face the Great Strength Sect this time. I think everyone is aware of what type of people they are. If we go in aggressively, then they will fight us to the end, which would be unfavorable for us. This time, Senior Brother Zhang and I will be using my ship to go to the Great Strength Sect. Without my order, you cannot step over their border. I will have a good talk with them. If the conversation turns sour, then you will come and join up with me and First Senior Brother. Don't worry about driving the ships, I'll leave it to the undead. Remember, don't cross the border unless I send a word. Senior Brother Tai Ying, I'll leave this place to you. Once we go over, You will be in charge here. Chapter 1783, Great Strength Palace. Hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Ying couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he quickly replied, "That can't happen. It's too dangerous for the two of you. Make me go instead." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We will win them over with our reputation. Us going there is a show of sincerity. Moreover, the Great Strength Sect wouldn't be able to hold us. We can leave whenever we want. Senior brother Tai, we need you to remain here." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Ying nodded. In the end, Zhao Hai already made his strength known. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was a spatial ability user. Even if the Great Strength Sect wanted to capture him, he could still escape. Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "Our Black Tiger gang is currently in a crisis, so I hope everyone listens to my orders. If someone disobeys, then I won't let you off." When the Transcending Tribulation experts heard Zhao Hai, their hearts immediately turned cold. They knew clearly that Zhao Hai wasn't joking. They also experienced Zhao Hai's methods. Although Zhao Hai has always been attacking the enemy, they believed that Zhao Hai would certainly make a move on them if he was given a reason to. Zhao Hai cupped his fist to Tai Ying and the others and said, "Everyone, take care." Tai Ying and the others also cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng before leaving the Hell King's ship. After that, the Hell King's ship began moving into the Great Strength Sect's territory. Zhang Feng stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship and looked at the distant scenery. Then he said, "The Great Strength Sect had always been arrogant in the Northern Divergent Province. I'm afraid our negotiations won't go as smoothly as you think." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "It's not that I'm afraid of fighting them, I just don't want to get into more fights than necessary. In about a year, the heavenly demons will invade the great realm of cultivation. We need time to prepare in order to better deal with the invasion. If it wasn't for this, why would I need to be polite towards the Great Strength Sect?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Even if you don't think much about the Great Strength Sect, we still need to be careful and prepare." Zhao Hai nodded, "We're not afraid of them. We can choose not to fight, but if we fight them, then we need to give them a hard time. They need to know that there are people that they cannot afford to messy with." Zhang Feng gave a nod and no longer said anything. At this time, the Hell King's ship was well into the Great Strength Sect's territory. However, they still haven't seen people from the Great Strength Sect. Zhao Hai's expression didn't look great. This was because he sent silver needles to the Great Strength Sect while he was fighting the Heavy Sand Sect. However, he has no way of entering their headquarters. The sect already activated their Guardian formation. Moreover, the experts of the sect were posing as if they were ready to fight desperately. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. The Wandering Soul Group has been extinguished because they had enmity with the Black Tiger Gang. If Zhao Hai cripples the Great Strength Sect, then the Myriad Demon Sect would no longer sit still. Although it was the Great Strength Sect that attacked the Black Tiger Gang first, super sects couldn't be reasoned with. The shadow of the Myriad Demon Sect could clearly be seen behind the attack of the 5 sects. The Black Tiger Gang has an excuse to eliminate the Wandering Soul Group, but if he eliminated the Great Strength Sect as well, then that would give the Myriad Demon Sect a reason to attack. Therefore, Zhao Hai needs to be careful in his actions. The actions of the Great Strength Sect made Zhao Hai feel a bad premonition. It would be a hassle if the Great Strength Sect truly wanted to fight them to the end. As he flew to the center of the Great Strength Sect's domain, Zhao Hai was thinking about how to deal with this situation. It wouldn't be worth it if he pushed the Great Strength Sect too far, but he should at least let them experience pain. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He finally thought of a way to deal with the Great Strength Sect. He could make them feel pain while not giving the Myriad Demon Sect an excuse to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. It was an active defense. Defensive stances were usually passive positions, but there was also something called an active defense that uses provocation. This was the method Zhao Hai thought of to deal with the Great Strength Sect. He would first deal with the group sent by the Great Strength Sect to attack the Black Tiger Gang. This would make the Great Strength Sect feel pain. If the Great Strength Sect didn't learn their lesson, then they would certainly send another group to attack. As long as they keep sending troops, Zhao Hai would deal with them all. Zhao Hai wanted to see how many people the Great Strength Sect could afford to send. More importantly, the Myriad Demon Sect wouldn't be able to find any excuse to meddle. This was because this was a defensive action of the Black Tiger Gang. They were just dealing with the invaders in their territory. If the Myriad Demon Sect inserts themselves, then they would be in the wrong. When the time comes, the entire Northern Divergent Province would put pressure on the Myriad Demon Sect. The Myriad Demon Sect was the king of the Northern Divergent Province for a long time. However, they had been unable to completely control the sects under them. This meant that these smaller sects had always been wary of the Myriad Demon Sect. If the Myriad Demon Sect meddles in the Black Tiger Gang's affairs, the other sects would definitely have a reaction. When the time comes, the Myriad Demon Sect would be isolated in the province. For this reason, the Myriad Demon Sect couldn't just invade the Black Tiger Gang without reason. They were afraid that they would be isolated. If that happens, then they would be greatly affected. They have no enmity with the Black Tiger Gang, and yet they would offend the entire Northern Divergent Provinces. It was not a cost-effective move. Zhao Hai destroyed the Wandering Soul Group and then attacked the Iron Blade Sect, Withered Vine Sect, and the Heavy Sand Sect in order to demonstrate the Black Tiger Gang's strength. This was also within the tolerable range of the Myriad Demon Sect. But if Zhao Hai eliminated the Great Strength Sect, then the Myriad Demon Sect would definitely act. Therefore, Zhao Hai had to think about a roundabout way to take action. Upon finally deciding what to do, Zhao Hai immediately controlled the Hell King's ship to fly at full power. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, what happened? You look happy." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I am. If the Great Strength Sect decided to not give us face, I have a way to deal with them." Zhang Feng asked, "Deal with them?" "We cannot just command Brother Tai Ying and the others to attack the Great Strength Sect." "What's your plan?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This time, we're going to change our approach. We're no longer attacking the Great Strength Sect. We'll turn around and capture all of the cultivators sent by the Great Strength Sect to attack the Black Tiger Gang. We can't let them return to their sect. As for the other sects, let's give them a lesson, but we shouldn't be too ruthless." As the two spoke, a Jade Sword message flew in and stopped in front of Zhang Feng. Upon receiving the Jade Sword message and reading its contents, Zhang Feng revealed a happy expression as he said, "Little Hai, the Iron Blade Sect and the Heavy Sand Sect have retreated. The only armies that remained are those from the Withered Vine Sect and the Great Strength Sect." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Soon, they will think that it's too late to retreat." After a day or two, the Withered Vine Sect's army would have to retreat. If they don't retreat, then I'm afraid they will declare a full-on war against us. Zhang Feng was surprised. He asked, "What do you mean? Does it have something to do with the sky-reaching vines?" Zhao Hai gave a smile as he said, "Right, the sky-reaching vines. I heard that once the vines die, their remains could be used by the Withered Vine Sect to create a special pill. The income of the Withered Vine Sect would increase because all of their sky-reaching vines would die." Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "Even if they all die, they can still transplant some from the Myriad Demon Sect. The sky-reaching vine is the lifeblood of the Withered Vine Sect. They will not give up on it." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "You underestimate my potion. When I made it, I made sure that its effects would last 3 years. Even if they transplant more vines into the valley, they would not be able to survive." Zhang Feng's eyes shone. 3 years? Then that's enough time. I'm afraid 3 years later, the Withered Vine Sect would have no time to plant the vines. Without the protection of the sky-reaching vines, the Withered Vine Sect would not be able to stop the heavenly demons. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, a mountain appeared in front of them. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the mountain seemed to be given life by someone. The two sides of the mountain were carved into 2 muscular arms. Then where the head was supposed to be was a gigantic palace. This was the biggest stone palace that Zhao Hai had seen. The palace was several hundred meters high, but Zhao Hai was certain that the mountain wasn't completely solid. In other words, The mountain had a huge space inside. There were 18 pillars in front of the palace. From afar, the palace looked like a head that was wearing a headpiece with a visor. Zhang Feng looked at the stone palace and said, "The Great Strength Palace." According to legend, it was started by the first-generation sect master of the Great Strength sect. It's a symbolic building for the sect. At the same time, through building the palace, low-level cultivators of the sect could exercise. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng. Seeing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "The Great Strength sect is a purely body cultivation sect. Their standards on their disciples' body are very high. Constructing the Great Strength Palace required carrying heavy stones. Mining the mountain also required great strength. The first sect master of the Great Strength sect plans to use it to increase the bodily strength of the sect's disciples." Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, the method of the Great Strength sect was very good. They could train their disciples while also leaving behind a symbolic building for the sect. The palace could increase the disciples' attachment to the sect. Chapter 1784, Entering the Great Strength Sect. At this time, a large artifact flew out of the Great Strength Palace to welcome Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai immediately stopped the Hell King's ship. Since he was planning to act with courtesy first, he would have to be polite to the other side. Before long, the large artifact stopped in front of Zhao Hai. The large artifact was quite special. It had 4 wheels and a conical body that was suspended by chains. It looked like an ancient siege equipment, the battering ram. Zhang Feng looked at the large artifact and said, "This is the large artifact of the Great Strength sect. The Great Strength battering ram. It looks unwieldy but it's very strong. Moreover, the conical part could separate and become a projectile." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the door of the Great Strength battering ram opened as 4 people walked out. Seeing the figures of these people, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because they looked very strong. Each of them were 3 meters tall and were very muscular. They looked like avatars of strength. They were bald and their body shone with bronze-like radiance. They didn't wear normal cultivator robes but instead a vest. They also wore sturdy leather boots. The 4 people from the Great Strength sect flew towards the Hell King's ship. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng before saying, "Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to our Great Strength sect?" Zhang Feng knew that these people were feigning ignorance. They knew very well why Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng were here. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. He discovered that Zhao Hai's temperament has changed once more. He returned to his mild-mannered state. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "I am Zhao Hai from the Black Tiger Gang. This is my senior brother Zhang Feng. We're here to seek an audience with the Great Strength sect master on behalf of the Black Tiger Gang. I hope you can accommodate our request." The 4 people from the Great Strength sect didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so polite. They couldn't help but stare for a moment. Then they looked at each other before one of them said, "You two, please wait a moment. We're going to ask for instructions from the sect master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Naturally." The 4 people cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before leaving. Once the 4 returned to the Great Strength battering ram, Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, did you see their strength?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course, haha. They're at the core formation stage. This sect is interesting." Zhang Feng sneered and said, "It's clear that they know who we are, but they only sent 4 core formation cultivators to meet us. They aren't giving us face." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Let's see how they proceed from here on. However, problems might arise since we've been out for so long." Now, the Heavy Sand sect and the Iron Blade sect have retreated, leaving the Withered Vine sect and the Great Strength sect. It's impossible for the 2 to do anything to the Black Tiger Gang, so we don't have to worry. We're now waiting for the response of the Withered Vine sect. Let's see if they retreat or wage war against us. If they don't retreat, then we'll clean them up. If they retreat, then the Great Strength sect would be left. Zhang Feng thought about what Zhao Hai said and nodded. The Iron Blade sect and the Heavy Sand sect have retreated. With 2 sects left, the Black Tiger Gang no longer needs to worry about defending. Moreover, in a few days, the sky-reaching vines of the Withered Vine Sect would die. Only then would they know the response of the Withered Vine Sect. Before long, the 4 cultivators of the Great Strength Sect flew out of the Great Strength battering ram. Then they cupped their fists to Zhao Hai, saying, "The gang master has invited Mr. Zhao Hai and Mr. Zhang Feng. Please come with us. However, you cannot bring your large artifact." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Then he waved his hand and received the Hell King's ship. The 4 cultivators didn't expect Zhao Hai to comply. They stared for a moment but didn't say anything. Since the other party willingly received their large artifact, there was no longer any need to block them. The 4 cultivators turned around and invited Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng to follow them. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng also moved and entered the Great Strength battering ram. The inside of the Great Strength battering ram was made entirely out of metal. Moreover, the space wasn't small. The 4 cultivators of the Great Strength Sect didn't intend to lead Zhao Hai around the ship. They directly led the 2 to the guest room and asked them to sit down. After Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng sat down, the 4 cultivators stood in the room to accompany them. Actually, they weren't accompanying them but monitoring them instead. But Zhao Hai didn't care. He turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, you said that the Iron Blade Sect and the Heavy Sand Sect had retreated?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng immediately knew where he was heading towards, so he smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, they retreated as quickly as they attacked. They're currently heading towards their sects. Of the 5 sects that attacked, only 2 remain." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The 5 armies are no more than tools of other people. If they can use this method to deal with us today, they could surely use it to deal with other people." Our Black Tiger gang destroyed the Roaring Flame Sect because of a prior grudge. Now that the Roaring Flame Sect has been destroyed, the territory they left behind caused the Black Tiger gang to become stronger. Some people can't agree to this. They don't want their position in the Northern Divergent Province to be touched. If we lost, those who swallow our territory would certainly increase in strength. Then it would be their turn to be unfortunate. The people from the Great Strength Sect knew very well what Zhao Hai was talking about. At first, they were disdainful towards what Zhao Hai said, but at the end, they couldn't help but listen. This was because Zhao Hai was right. This time, the actions of the 5 sects had the traces of the Myriad Demon Sect behind it. This was almost an open secret in the Northern Divergent Province. Does the Black Tiger Gang have any enmity with the Myriad Demon Sect? The Black Tiger Gang doesn't have the guts to offend the Myriad Demon Sect. The Myriad Demon Sect targeted the Black Tiger Gang simply because they gained the territory of the Roaring Flame Sect. To be honest, no sect disliked expansion. Moreover, the Black Tiger Gang was able to expand with their own strength. There was nothing wrong with what the Black Tiger Gang did. However, the Myriad Demon Sect didn't want to see the strength of the Black Tiger Gang increasing. Therefore, they resorted to this method of having 5 sects attack the Black Tiger Gang. But if the 5 sects succeed in eliminating the Black Tiger Gang, then they would be able to divide their conquered territory. Soon after, their strengths would certainly increase. Additionally, the 5 sects have already become 4 since the Black Tiger Gang already wiped out the Wandering Soul Group. If the Black Tiger Gang was gone, then the 4 sects would be able to gain a lot of resources and territory. After all, the territory they would gain includes the territory of the Black Tiger Gang, the Roaring Flame Sect, and also the Wandering Soul Group. Dividing this territory would mean that the 4 sects would gain a huge land. This would cause their development to increase and their strength would follow after. However, would the Myriad Demon Sect just allow these 4 sects to enjoy the banquet? It was already certain that the 4 sects would be suppressed by the Myriad Demon Sect, and when the time comes, they might suffer the same fate as the Black Tiger Gang. Although the Great Strength Sect wasn't a top-grade sect, that doesn't mean that they are stupid. In fact, there were no stupid cultivators. Moreover, cultivators would only need a brain to understand Zhao Hai's words and understand that he was correct. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 cultivators and knew that they would relay his words to the sect master. He intentionally said those words out loud so that they could hear it. Then he added, The Iron Blade sect and the Heavy Sand group have been repelled. Their strength has also suffered losses. However, their losses are far less compared to the Withered Vine sect. After a couple of days, I believe the Withered Vine sect would feel the pain. Zhang Feng laughed and said, "You've dug the roots of the Withered Vine sect. Those sky-reaching vines are the sect's most valuable treasures. Once all those vines die off, the Withered Vine sect wouldn't forgive you." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Won't forgive me? So what if they won't forgive me?" In the great world of cultivation, strength is everything. With the sky-reaching vines dead, the Withered Vine sect would have no defenses. Don't forget, all sects have enemies. As long as the death of the sky-reaching vines are made known, we don't even need to make a move. Someone would certainly take action. Let's see how the Withered Vine sect plans to move against me. They would be too busy defending themselves. Hearing Zhao Hai, the cultivators of the Great Strength sect couldn't help but stare. They looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. The Withered Vine sect is famous in the northern Divergent province because of their sky-reaching vines. Now, Zhao Hai was talking about killing the sky-reaching vines. No wonder they were in disbelief. They were aware how many people tried to kill the sky-reaching vines. It must be known that although the vines were picky about their environment, their vitality wasn't low. The vines weren't afraid of water and fire. It wasn't easy to kill. One of the Great Strength sect's cultivators couldn't help but ask, "Mister, are you saying the truth? Did you really manage to kill the sky-reaching vines of the Withered Vines sect?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Wait 2 days and information will come. I can guarantee that the Withered Vine Valley wouldn't have any living sky-reaching vines." The cultivators of the Great Strength sect looked at each other and saw the astonishment in their eyes. If what Zhao Hai said was right, then they would have to recalculate their estimation of Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai didn't care about the cultivators of the Great Strength sect. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "If the Withered Vine sect discover that we're responsible for the death of the sky-reaching vines, it's possible that they would go all out against us. However, we already sent a reminder to the gang. I believe the Withered Vine sect wouldn't be able to do anything. They're fangless tigers. We don't have to be afraid of them." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "The Withered Vine sect isn't anything special in the beginning. They are no more than dogs of the Myriad Demon sect. They had been at ease all this time. It was just about time for them to learn a lesson." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and no longer spoke. He knew that these words were empty and didn't have meaning. But these words were just enough for the Great Strength sect to think about their own situation. Before long, the Great Strength battering ram entered the Great Strength Palace. Upon landing inside the palace, the 4 cultivators from the Great Strength sect invited Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng down. Then one of them said, "Misters, please follow me. The sect master is currently busy, so you'll have to wait for a while." Zhao Hai smiled as he nodded and said, "All right." The sect master is so busy, but he still complied to meet us. I am grateful. Please express my thanks. After that, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng followed behind the Great Strength sect cultivator. They were heading towards a cave residence on the side of the mountain. After they arrived at the cave residence, one of the cultivators would remain. Then one of them said, "They will be waiting outside. If misters have anything you need, just call them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We've troubled you." The cultivator cupped his fist before giving the person outside a glance. Looking at the person's departing back, Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Now we'll see what path the Great Strength sect chooses." Zhang Feng replied, "Let's hope that they're not blind." Amidst his smile, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed a cold light. Naturally, he thought the same as Zhang Feng. But he had more in his mind. He definitely won't forgive the sects who attacked the Black Tiger gang. But this wasn't the time for him to collect debts. As Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng rested, the 3 cultivators of the Great Strength sect entered deeper into the Great Strength Palace. The place where Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng were was no more than the back room of the Great Strength Palace. They wouldn't know what happens inside the palace because the walls were covered with a layer of material that isolates spiritual force. Even an immortal expert couldn't scan through it. If Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng could see inside the palace, they would no doubt be shocked. The inside of the palace was a huge space. In the middle of the palace was a huge statue. The statue had a golden head. There were hammers in each of the statue's hands and it had an enraged expression. In front of the statue was a person who was 2.5 meters tall. However, unlike the rest of the Great Strength Sect disciples, the man was very thin to the point where his skin had stuck to his bones. He looked ghastly. Chapter 1785. After the crisis, 3 cultivators were standing respectfully behind the thin figure. Without turning towards the 3, the thin man said, "Tell me your interaction with Zhao Hai." There must be no words left out. The Great Strength Sect cultivators immediately told their entire interaction with Zhao Hai. Every word that Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng spoke or retold, the thin figure calmly listened. After the 3 cultivators were done reporting, he replied, "Did Zhao Hai really say that? He's confident that the sky-reaching vines would die in a few days?" The core formation cultivator who asked Zhao Hai before nodded and said, "Yes, Sect Master." He said that 2 days later, the sky-reaching vines of the Withered Vine sect would die out. The thin man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Zhao Hai wouldn't say nonsense during these times. Immediately send an order to our army to temporarily stop the attacks on the Black Tiger Gang. Wait until information about the sky-reaching vines arrives. If the sky-reaching vines dies, we will withdraw. If the sky-reaching vines survived, then we will attack the Black Tiger Gang once more. Also, monitor Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng. Make sure that they don't leave in the next 2 days. Whether or not the sky-reaching vines dies in 2 days, I will go and see them." The cultivators in the hall immediately transmitted the orders. The thin man waved his hand, ordering the 3 disciples who received Zhao Hai to go back. The thin man was the sect master of the Great Strength Sect, Xiangbo. His thin figure was due to his cultivation. One shouldn't think that the cultivators of the Great Strength Sect would become as buff as a bull the higher their cultivation becomes. In fact, once the cultivation of a disciple of the Great Strength Sect reaches its peak, they would begin to turn skinny to the point where they would be skin and bones. However, their strength would be much stronger. This was because their strength would be condensed into their bones and muscles. In the next 2 days, Zhao Hai and Zhang Fei continued to stay inside the cave residence. Although they were being monitored by the people outside, the 2 didn't care. Zhao Hai understood the Great Strength Sect's concerns. They were currently waiting for news. Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. Zhao Hai even prepared for the fleet's transport through the space. This way, they would be able to act at any time. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Then information that would shake the entire great world of cultivation began to spread. The sky-reaching vines of the Withered Vine sect has completely died out. None survived. Nobody believed the news the first time they heard it. For so many years, people had been looking for ways to deal with the sky-reaching vines. However, none of them succeeded. But now, someone finally did. No wonder it shocked so many people. Follow-up information soon spread saying that the death of the sky-reaching vines was caused by the Black Tiger Gang. Because the Withered Vine sect attacked the Black Tiger Gang, the sect sent Zhao Hai, the #1 talent of their younger generation. Then using a supreme treasure, he was able to kill the sky-reaching vines. There's no mistake. The people of the great world of cultivation now believed that Zhao Hai was the top expert of the Black Tiger Gang's younger generation. These words naturally wanted to put a wedge into Zhao Hai's relationships. However, these people didn't expect that the young ones of the Black Tiger Gang wholeheartedly agreed to it. The Black Tiger Gang had a lot of talented young masters. Among them were Zhang Feng, Tai Ying, Tai Yi, and even core disciples like Si Qi and Long. Each one of them held great strength and have reached the transcending tribulation stage. However, these young masters knew that they were still far from fighting immortal experts. On the other hand, Zhao Hai could fight 2 immortal experts on his own. Moreover, he was able to kill both of them. These young masters knew that they couldn't compare to that kind of strength. Although Zhao Hai used a powerful artifact given to him by the Supreme Elder during the fight, one shouldn't forget that Zhao Hai fought Elder Zhu to a standstill before that. This showed Zhang Feng and the others how strong Zhao Hai really was. Moreover, Not anyone can use such powerful artifacts. In order to wield a powerful artifact, one needs to have enough strength to use it. Therefore, Zhang Feng and the others were jealous of Zhao Hai. Upon confirming the news that the sky-reaching vines of the Withered Vine sect has died, several sects immediately got ready to cause trouble to the Withered Vine sect. Just like Zhao Hai said, the Withered Vine sect has cultivated a lot of enemies throughout its existence. In the past, these people had no way of causing substantial damage to the Withered Vine sect, but now that the sky-reaching vines have died, the Withered Vine sect no longer has the powerful defense that they were very proud of. The people who had a grudge against the Withered Vine sect naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. The Withered Vine sect was also aware of its predicament. After discovering the death of their sky-reaching vines, they didn't dare to fight the Black Tiger Gang. They immediately withdrew their troops and focused on defending their territory. The Great Strength sect also received the news. Of the 5 sects, the Wandering Soul group has been extinguished while the Heavy Sand sect, Iron Blade sect, and the Withered Vine sect have retreated. This marked the end of the alliance. If the Great Strength sect still attacked the Black Tiger Gang, then they would no doubt suffer miserably. Therefore, they also withdrew their army. At the same time, Xiangbo immediately met with Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng. Their meeting had a happy atmosphere. Xiangbo didn't talk about the army he dispatched to attack the Black Tiger Gang, while Zhao Hai also didn't say anything about the attack. Both sides talked amiably. Soon after the meeting, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng left the Great Strength sect. By this point, the crisis of the Black Tiger Gang has been lifted. The Black Tiger Gang didn't suffer major losses in the battle against the 5 sects. On the contrary, it could be said that they benefited a lot by gaining the territory of the Wandering Soul group. Now, the sects around the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't dare stretch their claws towards the sect's territory. This was because they were now aware that the strength of the Black Tiger Gang was beyond their means. After obtaining the territory of the Roaring Flame sect and the Wandering Soul group, the Black Tiger Gang's domain could be considered among the top 10 in the Northern Divergent Province. Naturally, they were still quite behind compared to the top 10 sects of the province. But in terms of territory, the sect could indeed be placed in the top 10. Nobody from the Northern Divergent Province expected this. Even the people of the Great World of Cultivation didn't think that instead of being crippled by the myriad demon sect's suppression, the Black Tiger Gang actually became more powerful. Naturally, with the end of the war, the name of a person spread throughout the entire realm, and this person was Zhao Hai. With himself and a fleet of large artifacts, he was able to destroy a sect that has existed for tens of thousands of years and had once dominated the great world of cultivation. He even fought single-handedly against 2 immortal experts and killed them. He also killed the sky-reaching vines of the Withered Vine sect while causing havoc to the 4 sects. If such a person didn't become famous, then who would? Because of this event, Zhao Hai's name was spread to the entire realm. He was also beginning to be considered as one of the top young experts of the great realm of cultivation. Young cultivators with glorious battle accomplishments would be part of this list. Although Zhao Hai was in the list, his ranking was outside the top 10. All of the top 10 were core disciples of long-established sects. Naturally, people would think that Zhao Hai was inferior compared to the disciples of these super sects. Although Zhao Hai defeated 2 immortal stage experts, people attributed it to his powerful artifact. It has nothing to do with Zhao Hai's cultivation. Nevertheless, Zhao Hai having such a position was good for the Black Tiger Gang. This elevated the position of the sect in the hearts of other cultivators. Of course, Zhao Hai doesn't care about these things. After returning to the Black Tiger Gang, he helped the sect handle tasks that had been left behind by the attack. Now, the status of the Zhao Hai and the Black Tiger Gang has become completely different. He was now seen as a true core disciple. Naturally, his influence on the sect has increased. The Black Tiger Gang was currently dealing with the newly acquired territory of the Wandering Soul group. The monument that Zhao Hai erected back then was very effective. No sect dared to take a bite of the territory. After all, the Black Tiger Gang just repelled the attack of 5 sects. This showed their formidable strength. Currently, The Black Tiger Gang was having a problem they had never met before. They don't have enough people to manage their territory. That's right. The Black Tiger Gang suffered some losses in the war, especially to their low-level cultivators. The sect lost a lot of low-level cultivators. Because of this, they cannot digest the territory of the Wandering Soul Group in a short time. Obtaining a new territory was naturally a happy event. However, the lack of personnel to manage the land caused the Black Tiger Gang to be in an awkward position. Other sects would have headaches because their territory was too small that it hindered their development. They have people but not enough land. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger Gang was having the opposite problem. They now have a large territory but they don't have enough people. In the past, the Black Tiger Gang hated the fact that their territory was small, but now that their territory has expanded, they suddenly felt their forces becoming thin. This caused the high-level figures of the sect to suffer a headache. Moreover, Tai Zanshan and the others were aware that a year later, the heavenly demons would invade. If the Black Tiger Gang's attention was diverted by constructing infrastructure during that time, then the sect would no doubt suffer heavy losses. If they lacked people who could fight, then it would be impossible for the sect to defend against the heavenly demons. Chapter 1786. Opening the Gate. In Tai Zanshan's study room were all of the high-level and influential members of the Black Tiger Gang. These people were here for one thing, and that was the security of the Wandering Soul Group's domain. The Black Tiger Gang was certain that they didn't have the ability to take control over the Wandering Soul Group's territory. What should they do? Leave it behind? That would be a pity. Tai Zanshan had a bitter smile on his face as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this is your fault." "What should we do?" The people present laughed. They knew that Tai Zanshan was cracking a joke, so they didn't take it too seriously. They just looked towards Zhao Hai with a smile. They wanted to know the thoughts of the Black Tiger Gang's miracle kid. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader, I think we shouldn't give up on the Wandering Soul Group's territory. We can build a base there. When the heavenly demons invade, we'll have two horns to use against them. We would be more secure." Tai Zanshan nodded and said, "That would be a good idea if we didn't lack people. If we take people away from the headquarters and the Inferno Valley, we would be stretched extremely thin, which would be even more dangerous." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Gang leader, you forgot. Our Black Tiger Gang can open our gates to the outside." Opening a gate wasn't only possible for top core disciples. Sects could do it as well. When a sect opens its gates, they would be targeting the nearby cities to invite rogue cultivators to join the sect. Then the sect would slowly cultivate them and make them into disciples of the sect. Rogue cultivators appreciate sects that open their gates to them. Rogue cultivators longed to join a sect. This was because the majority of the realm's resources were controlled by the sects. It was only up to chance for a cultivator to get powerful cultivation methods or useful materials. A lot of rogue cultivators remain as low-level cultivators their entire lives, and some of them would die searching for fortuitous encounters. And in the great world of cultivation, there was a commodity that attracted rogue cultivators the most, and this commodity was faith power. Faith power was gained through praying disciples. It was impossible for rogue cultivators to obtain enough faith power. Although praying disciples were sold in the great world of cultivation, the price they were sold at would make any rogue cultivators poor. Without enough faith power, it was very difficult for a rogue cultivator to become a powerful expert. A lot of rogue cultivators wouldn't acquire faith power in their entire lives. Because they couldn't obtain faith power, rogue cultivators couldn't condense Dao Avatars, and because they don't have Dao Avatars, they would lose immediately if they fought against a sect disciple. Sects provide their inner disciples with a constant source of faith power. Rogue cultivators have always been envious of this, so whichever sect opened their gates, rogue cultivators would immediately flood in. Naturally, sects rarely opened their gates. If there were any openings, then it would be from small sects looking to supplement their strength with new blood. Although small sects were known to have a hard time providing resources to their disciples, rogue cultivators would still flood in whenever one opened its gates. Sects like the Black Tiger Gang have no need to open their gates in order to get disciples. Almost all of the disciples of the sect came from their internal population. There simply was no need for the sect to recruit from outside. Because of this, the fact that they could open their gates evaded Tai Zanshan's mind. Hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan and the others couldn't help but stare. Then Tai Zanshan patted his head as he laughed and said, "Open the gates. Of course we can open our gates. I forgot about that. Ha ha ha." Little Hai, good idea. What the Black Tiger Gang didn't lack at this time was resources. They had already gotten rid of useless materials and exchanged them for useful things. They also gained the Roaring Flame Sect and the Wandering Soul Group's resources that were accumulated over several years. The Black Tiger Gang was rich in resources. What they lacked were people to use it. As for faith power, the Black Tiger Gang has no lack of it. The supplies of the Roaring Flame Sect and the Wandering Soul Group were also acquired. Moreover, there were still the praying disciples of the two sects. Therefore, the sect had a lot of cultivation resources. It can be said that the Black Tiger Gang has all the reasons to open their gates. As long as they open their gates, their strength would immediately skyrocket. Everyone who heard Zhao Hai's proposal immediately knew that it was the right action. Seeing everyone's expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader, we have all the conditions to open our gates. We can recruit disciples and train them over the year. This way, when the heavenly demons invade, we would have enough manpower to resist." Tai Zanshan nodded and said, "Right. Once we take in new disciples, our strength would increase." "Alright, release information that the Black Tiger Gang is planning to open its gates. 10 days later, we would select disciples to enter the sect. We're going to accept 50,000 disciples." Those present nodded. 50,000 disciples wasn't a small number. Even powerful sects wouldn't have the resources to accept 50,000 disciples at the same time. This time, the Black Tiger Gang would shake the great world of cultivation once more. And as expected, the announcement caused a stir in the great world of cultivation. In an instant, more than 50,000 rogue cultivators began to go to major cities to enter the recruitment. Everyone knew that the expansion of the Black Tiger Gang was inevitable. In the great world of cultivation, there was an unwritten rule where a gate opening could not be prevented by other sects. Even the 9 super sects would abide by this rule. This way, small sects would be able to survive. The Myriad Demon sect wouldn't be able to stop the Black Tiger Gang's recruitment. If the Myriad Demon sect decides to make a move, smaller sects would become wary. When the time comes, everyone would side with the Black Tiger Gang. Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you should participate in the recruitment. You and Little Thing would go to Bright Yang City." "Right. I'll have to ask you to create another base in the Wandering Soul Group's territory. Otherwise, once we get the disciples, they would have no place to live." Zhao Hai complied and said, "Alright. However, I have seen the Wandering Soul Group's territory. We cannot build a large base there. It's unlike the Inferno Valley where there's a source of energy. There's a large amount of yin energy in the Exhausted Sun Valley. If we use the yin chi, we would only be able to build a base enough for 100,000 people. Anything bigger than that would compromise the defenses of the base." Tai Zanshan nodded and said, "A base for 100,000 people is enough. Have you selected the location of the base?" Zhao Hai replied, "I was thinking about the Exhausted Sun Valley itself. It's not suitable for normal cultivators to cultivate there because of the thick yin energy. However, once the base is built and the formations are set up, the yin energy wouldn't be as heavy. Ordinary cultivators would be able to stay there." Tai Zanshan nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll hand this to you. However, don't forget that you need to go to Bright Yang City and recruit people along with Little Thing. It's fine if you don't get a lot of people. 500 is enough. It would be good if you get some with good potential." Zhao Hai nodded. After that, Tai Zanshan discussed more details about the gate opening. Once the discussions were over, everyone retreated. Only Hu Liangchen and Tai Zanshan remained. Seeing that everyone had left, Tai Zanshan looked at Hu Liangchen and said, "Old Hu, what do you think about Little Hai?" Hu Liangchen looked at Tai Zanshan and then smiled faintly as he said, "Gang leader, Are you considering Zhao Hai as your successor? Isn't it too early? Tai Zanshan didn't hide his thoughts from Hu Liangchen. He sighed and said, I can't help but think about it. Little Hai said that the Supreme Elder is in seclusion and couldn't come out. Hearing that, I knew that the Supreme Elder isn't doing very well. I'm afraid that the time would come where the sect doesn't have a Supreme Expert. I'm thinking about letting go of my position so that I could focus on tackling the Immortal stage. Hu Liangchen knew that Tai Zanshan had the strength and talent to reach the Immortal stage. But since Tai Zanshan has been busy managing the sect's matters, he wasn't able to focus on his cultivation. With the incoming invasion of the heavenly demons, it would be good if Tai Zanshan manages to reach the Immortal stage. Thinking of this, Hu Liangchen nodded and said, you should tackle the Immortal stage. However, having Little Hai take over control over the Black Tiger wouldn't be easy. Little Hai is strong, but it seems like he doesn't have the patience to handle management tasks. Additionally, with how strong Little Hai is, he might be able to attack the Immortal stage soon. If you hand the sect over to him, then it might delay his cultivation. Tai Zanshan gave a serious nod as he said, I haven't thought about that. Now that I think of it, if Little Hai can cultivate in peace, then he might reach the peak of the Transcending Tribulation stage. If he does, his strength would be a great benefit to the Black Tiger Gang. But who should I hand the Black Tiger Gang to? Hu Liangchen knit his brows and said, why don't you hand it over to Little Feng? Although his strength is also good, he wouldn't attack the Immortal stage for some time. Moreover, Little Feng's management abilities are very good. His reputation in the sect is quite good as well. I reckon it wouldn't be a problem for him to manage the Black Tiger Gang. Chapter 1787, Mountains of Corpses and Seas of Blood. After listening to Hu Liangchen, Tai Zanshan sighed as he smiled bitterly and said, I'm not afraid that he's unqualified. I'm afraid of people comparing him to Little Hai. Little Feng is formidable, but compared to Little Hai, his accomplishments are evidently dimmer. But we can only ask Little Feng to come over and take charge of the gang's matters. We cannot delay Little Hai's cultivation. As long as Little Hai's cultivation increases, the Black Tiger Gang's foundation would be more stable. Hu Liangchen smiled bitterly as well. Before Zhao Hai rose to the spotlight, the younger generation of the Black Tiger Gang looked very good. But after Zhao Hai came, these younger generations looked lacking in comparison. Not to mention Tai Zanshan, even the person titled the Wise Man of the Black Tiger Gang thought the same. Zhao Hai didn't know what the two were talking about. After leaving Tai Zanshan's study, he said goodbye to Zhang Feng before entering the space. Then he had Kair command the bugs to construct a base for 100,000 people in the Wandering Soul Group's territory. Zhao Hai discovered that although the exhausted Sun Valley was inferior to the original place of the Wandering Soul Group, it was still a very good location. The valley had a deep pool of yin energy. Moreover, this deep pool was different from other energy pools. Yin pools were a collection of condensed yin qi. The pool would be surrounded by a rich amount of yin qi, enough to be poisonous towards ordinary cultivators. However, for those who practice the Ghost Dao, this yin pool was an absolute treasure. Yin qi was often called evil qi. Evil qi held formidable properties. If it was used against ordinary cultivators, not only could it corrode spiritual qi, it would also corrode the target's soul. With how concentrated the yin qi in the exhausted Sun Valley was, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to survive there for a long time. If they stayed, it wouldn't be long before they would turn to ghosts, or even a zombie. People who practice the Ghost Dao would have methods to utilize yin qi to elevate their cultivation. At the same time, yin qi would allow their attacks to be more powerful. Zhao Hai was curious about these yin pools. He wanted to know if there was anything special about it and why it had such a rich amount of yin qi. Therefore, Zhao Hai had Kair take charge in building the base while he used the Hell King's ship to enter the yin pool. The yin pool wasn't big. It only has about 100 meters in diameter. The water was very murky. It was impossible to see what was inside, and because of the thick yin qi that the pool was emitting, it was impossible to scan it using spiritual force. If Zhao Hai wanted to know what's inside the pool, then he could only go himself. When the Hell King's ship entered the yin pool, Zhao Hai immediately felt the temperature of the ship dropping. Zhao Hai knew that this was the result of the invasion of Yanqi. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He made the Hell King's ship's shield stronger, which caused the temperature inside to return to normal. However, Zhao Hai still can't see the surroundings. At most, he could see 100 meters ahead of him, which was very rare for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also knew that it was impossible for him to use silver needles. Silver needles use spiritual force to scan the surroundings. If spiritual force was isolated, then the silver needles were practically useless, and this was what Zhao Hai was puzzled about. How far the silver needles could see had a lot to do with his strength. It must be known that Zhao Hai's strength was not far from the immortal stage. But even in this case, he was still unable to clearly see inside the Yin pool. Zhao Hai had the Hell King's ship dive further down the pool. He really wanted to see the bottom of the pool. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that the Wandering Soul group would know something about the pool, so when he saw the strangeness of the pool, he immediately asked the people of the Wandering Soul group. However, they also didn't know what's going on. They sent people down the pool in the past, but those people either didn't go far or didn't come back. The yin qi in the pool was just too dense. Even the ghost Dao practitioners of the Wandering Soul group couldn't withstand it. Because of this, Zhao Hai became even more curious about the yin pool, and now that he has the opportunity, Zhao Hai used the Hell King's ship to head down. When Zhao Hai reached a deep enough level of the pool, he took some samples for the space to analyze. Before long, the space issued a prompt. Water polluted with yin qi detected. The amount of yin qi present is very high. It will be beneficial for the undead. Recreating water inside the hell space. Zhao Hai nodded. The prompt was within his expectations. Then he continued diving towards the bottom of the pool. The space had all kinds of water inside it already, so he didn't mind if there was one more. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the Wandering Soul group wouldn't enter the pool after spending thousands of years in this place and also having an immortal expert. But upon knowing that the Wandering Soul group also didn't know what's at the bottom, Zhao Hai knew that the pool was dangerous. There should be something at the bottom. Therefore, Zhao Hai was more careful as he delved down. Although Zhao Hai was prepared, he didn't think that the pool would be so deep. It has been an hour since Zhao Hai began diving down. Despite the depth he went through, Zhao Hai still couldn't see the bottom. This surprised him. Zhao Hai knew clearly that although he was carefully diving down, his speed of descent wasn't slow. He was going down at the same speed he normally flew. Despite this, Zhao Hai had yet to get to the bottom. As Zhao Hai got deeper, the water in the pool became darker, and by this point, the water turned pure black. Zhao Hai frowned. He doesn't know what kind of scenario could produce such a rich and dense yin qi. At this time, Zhao Hai felt a wave of yin qi in front of him, which was more intense than what he detected before. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment before he lit up with joy. At the same time, he commanded the Hell King's ship to slow down. Before long, Zhao Hai felt a sudden emptiness in front of him. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Then he found that the water around him had disappeared. It was as if he had come upon a subspace. This caused Zhao Hai to knit his brows. He couldn't help but recall the moment he discovered Fire God City underneath Inferno Valley. He didn't think that he would come upon another subspace. Zhao Hai took a broad view of his surrounding before his scalp tingled with numbness. This was because he saw a large number of corpses inside. The corpses came in all kinds of grotesque forms. There were corpses covered in armor as though they were once soldiers. Some were dressed with commoner clothes and looked like farmers. There were some who were dressed in silk like rich and noble figures. All of these corpses were piled up. Moreover, each one of them were in a grotesque state. It was as if they were all thrown from a great height. The entire place was full of yin winds. The yin qi was extremely dense. Zhao Hai couldn't tell how large the subspace was. However, he was certain that the subspace was huge. The scene in front of him was already as large as Fire God City's subspace, and there were several piles of corpses further in the distance. Zhao Hai had a lot of undead. Moreover, he treated the undead as their own race. He doesn't regard them as mere animated corpses. Because of this, he wasn't disturbed by seeing them inside the space. However, The corpses in front of Zhao Hai caused his scalp to tingle. The scene was a literal mountain of corpses and sea of blood. In addition to the pile of corpses, there was also a huge pool of blood below. The blood was so viscous that Zhao Hai couldn't tell how deep it was. With how many corpses there were, it was natural that there would be yin qi. In fact, the yin qi was so thick that it condensed into clouds that floated on top of the subspace. Another thing that struck Zhao Hai as strange was the lack of undead in this subspace. It must be known that a place with rich yin qi would certainly produce undead. As long as a corpse still had a fragment of their soul, once they entered this subspace, then they would no doubt become undead. However, there were no undead beings in this place. This both worried and puzzled Zhao Hai. He saw that there was nothing wrong with the corpses, so the lack of undead caused him to be confused. At this time, Zhao Hai felt something falling down. He looked up and saw a corpse falling from above. Zhao Hai stared and then waved his hand. The corpse floated to his side. Zhao Hai looked at the corpse and saw that it was a man. He could see at a glance that this man held a high position. This was because he was wearing robes with sovereign colors. There were also beasts embroidered on the robes. By the style of the robes and the embroidery, it was clear that the corpse didn't come from the great world of cultivation. The corpse was still fresh because the bloodstains were still warm. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that he couldn't feel even a trace of soul inside the body. It was as if this person was born without a soul. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He could feel that the soul of this corpse had been absorbed. Absorbing souls was the practice of ghost cultivators. However, most ghost cultivators won't use this method for cultivation. This was because this method was harmful. Every soul had its own unique imprint. If a soul was absorbed, the cultivator would need to spend a lot of time to refine and remove the imprint of the soul. Because of this, the time spent cultivating would be longer, which made this practice rare even among ghost cultivators. Zhao Hai frowned. Then he threw the corpse aside before raising his head to look at the place where it fell from. Then he slowly flew upwards. When he arrived at the place where the corpse appeared, the Hell King's ship just passed through without obstruction. Zhao Hai was relieved. He really wanted to know where the corpse came from. But not long after that, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that he had bumped into something. Then he turned his head and looked at the bow of the Hell King's ship. The tip of the Hell King's ship did indeed disappear in front of him. However, when it reached the body of the ship, it suddenly stopped. Zhao Hai paused for a moment before pulling the Hell King's ship back. Like a sword being unsheathed, the Hell King's ship's tip began to come out. Zhao Hai moved the Hell King's ship forward again, and then it stopped once more. Zhao Hai stared at the invisible wall in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder, why couldn't the Hell King's ship pass through while the corpse could fall? Zhao Hai looked around trying to find an answer, but after looking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. He waved his hand and took out a flying sword. Then he sent the sword towards the wall. The sword wasn't obstructed. At the same time, Zhao Hai looked at the image captured by the flying sword. Shown on the screen was a long tunnel. The tunnel's length was hard to measure. The end of the tunnel could only be seen as a needle-tip-sized light. Zhao Hai knew that the corpse was thrown down from above. This meant that the tunnel could only fit one corpse. With how small the exit was, it was clear that the tunnel was very long. However, Zhao Hai didn't let the flying sword fly out. This was because he still hadn't figured out what was on the other side. Most importantly, Zhao Hai discovered something else. The tunnel that the flying sword was in had no spiritual chi inside. Chapter 1788, Continent of the Hidden Mist. Spiritual chi fills the heavens and the earth. Everything has spiritual chi. Spiritual chi wouldn't vanish nor reduce. This was because there was spiritual chi everywhere. But now, Zhao Hai discovered a place that doesn't have spiritual chi. It wasn't a poor quality spiritual chi. It was a complete lack of spiritual chi. After the flying sword entered the tunnel, its yin yang lightning pond immediately shut down because there's no spiritual chi. In the end, the flying sword could only be supplied by the space. Zhao Hai frowned. He didn't think that there would be a place where there was no spiritual chi. It was too bizarre. Zhao Hai could see that there was still soil and stones in the tunnel. Normally, such a place would have a rich spiritual chi with the earth attribute. But there was nothing. which puzzled Zhao Hai. Another thing that confused Zhao Hai was that both the Hell King's ship and the flying sword can go through, while he himself couldn't. Although Zhao Hai could easily enter the tunnel if he used the space, he didn't do so. He stood there thinking quietly, trying to figure out what was going on. After thinking about it for some time, Zhao Hai suddenly had a flash of intuition. He thought about the biggest difference between him and the Hell King's ship and flying sword, and that was the soul. Zhao Hai has a soul while the Hell King's ship and the flying sword didn't. At the same time, the corpse that just fell had no soul left. This meant that the invisible wall in front of him was blocking anything that had a soul. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai summoned an undead. When the undead walked towards the wall, it was similarly blocked. The undead also carry a soul in the form of a soul fire. Therefore, it's understandable that it also couldn't go through. Zhao Hai cycled through soulless things and sure enough they could go through the invisible wall. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. He entered the space and commanded the flying sword to go towards the exit. The flying sword flew for half an hour before reaching the end of the tunnel. The mouth of the tunnel was actually very huge. Its diameter was about 1 kilometer. An opening 1 kilometer wide was reduced to a pin-sized light below. This showed how long the tunnel was. Zhao Hai didn't immediately make liquid silver fly out of the opening. Instead, he reduced the flying sword size to a needle before flying out. Zhao Hai was stunned at the scenery outside the tunnel. The tunnel was at the base of a mountain. In front of the exit was a huge building. The building looked like a temple, an enormous temple. Zhao Hai controlled the silver needle to fly towards the building. After a while, Zhao Hai saw the enormity of the temple. It was indeed very large. The entire building was about 10,000 mu or more tilde 7 square kilometers. Not only was the building enormous, it was also built beautifully. Zhao Hai was somewhat stunned by its magnificence. Describing that it had a golden radiance wouldn't be an overstatement. Zhao Hai's body appeared outside the large temple. Upon coming out, Zhao Hai immediately felt pressure. This wasn't pressure from the heavens and the earth. Instead, it was pressure stemming from the lack of spiritual chi. If Zhao Hai wanted to move around, then he would need to use the spiritual chi of the space. Zhao Hai looked all around him and saw the beautiful scenery. The mountain he came out of was also very luxurious. From its appearance, it should be rich in spiritual chi, but there was none, which made it very strange. Zhao Hai was now more curious. He wanted to know what was going on with this place, but soon enough, Zhao Hai stopped thinking about the problem. This was because he could feel the aura of a cultivator inside the temple. Moreover, there was spiritual chi. This caused Zhao Hai to be more curious. How did they cultivate if there was no spiritual chi in the surroundings? As the temple got closer and closer, Zhao Hai's expression became more and more puzzled. He was now certain that the person inside the temple was a cultivator, and from their aura, they possessed extremely thick yin chi. The yin chi also had the smell of blood, and with the corpses he saw earlier on, Zhao Hai immediately understood where this cultivator got their spiritual chi. This person murdered and absorbed the spiritual chi of other people. The corpses in the space earlier were proof of their practice. However, Zhao Hai also felt that the cultivator inside the temple wasn't very strong. According to the Great World of Cultivation's classification, they were merely at the spirit-forming stage. Compared to Zhao Hai, this person was nothing. Most importantly, Zhao Hai could feel that these people didn't have any faith power in their bodies. They were like rogue cultivators. It was still unsure if they had Dao Avatars or not. Zhao Hai didn't immediately think of killing these people. He wanted to understand this place more. Therefore, Zhao Hai returned to the space while also releasing a large number of silver needles to fly around the world. Contrary to what Zhao Hai expected, the world wasn't as big as he imagined. It was one huge ocean with a piece of land. The area of the land was huge, much bigger than China. It was as large as the Asian continent. It also had a large population that was too difficult to count. Surprisingly, such a huge continent only had one country. This country was called Yunlai Country. The temple that Zhao Hai saw in the beginning was the Yunlai Country's protector temple. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't stupid enough to assume the country's situation, So he killed 2 wicked people from the temple and then turned them into undead. Only then did he understand what was going on. Originally, this place was called the Hidden Fog Continent. This place wasn't a planet but a continent instead. The end of the realm was blocked by white fog that had the same property as the invisible wall. Nobody was able to go in or out of the fog. The Hidden Fog Continent originally had several nations, but several hundred years ago, when the Yunlai country suddenly gained a protector mage, everything changed. Yunlai country's protector mage was extremely powerful. It was said that he has the ability to move mountains. Under his help, Yunlai country was able to unify the entire continent and become its sole ruler. And under the Yunlai country's special decree, the protector mage was allowed to construct the protector temple. Naturally, this wasn't a tale of people living a good life after the Yunlai country unified the entire continent. On the contrary, Yunlai country caused everyone's days to become a living hell. The country used ruthless methods to rule the continent. Of course, people tried to rebel. However, their resistance was useless. This was because none of the continent's people could defeat the country's protector mage. All those who rebelled were uprooted. This caused the people of the continent to be unable to lift their heads. As soon as Zhao Hai heard this, he understood what was going on. Although he didn't know why a cultivator appeared in this place, he was certain that this cultivator practiced the ghost Dao. Upon finding that there wasn't any spiritual chi in this place, he resorted to absorbing the souls of other people to cultivate. Being able to reach the spirit-forming stage just by absorbing souls meant that he had taken a colossal amount of lives. And since there was no spiritual chi in the continent, the people were unable to become stronger. This meant that they would never be the opponent of the ghost cultivator. Because of this, Yunlai country was able to quickly unify the continent. Zhao Hai was currently looking at the map of the continent. He stared at it for a long time without saying anything. As Laura stood beside Zhao Hai, she turned her head and asked, "Brother Hai, what are you thinking about?" Zhao Hai replied, "I want to take control of this place. I'll turn it into a religious continent that could provide us with faith power." These days, Zhao Hai discovered that although the continent wasn't big, it was quite populous. Moreover, people in the continent could also produce faith power. This gave Zhao Hai the idea to turn this place into a source of faith power. Laura thought about it for a moment and said, "Brother Hai, you mean to clean up the evil cultivator, overthrow the Yunlai country, and then create a religious country on the continent?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Correct. It would be better if we had control over the continent. And since you cannot use the faith power of the space, we can have this place provide you with faith power." After fighting multiple battles as well as his recent position, Zhao Hai had long known about the method to collect faith power and store it into portions just like other people in the great world of cultivation. Zhao Hai's current problem regarding the space's faith power was the fact that it always sticks to him. Every faith power made by the space's inhabitants would only go to Zhao Hai. Therefore, even if Zhao Hai had methods to collect faith power, he still wouldn't be able to use them. This meant that Laura and the others didn't have a constant source of faith power. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to find a place that could produce faith power. In Zhao Hai's mind, the Hidden Fog Continent was the most appropriate. The Hidden Fog Continent had a lot of people. Moreover, it currently doesn't have any religious institutions. As long as Zhao Hai helped the continent deal with the Yunlai country and destroy the protector mage, then he would be able to proselytize the people of the continent. Then he could use the methods he acquired to collect faith power. This would be the faith power supply of Laura and the others. Chapter 1789. Attacking the Hidden Fog Continent. Naturally, there's another reason why Zhao Hai settled on the Hidden Fog Continent, and this was the fact that there was no spiritual chi in the continent. With no spiritual chi, the people of the continent wouldn't be able to cultivate. Therefore, even if there were rebels, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The lack of spiritual chi meant that Zhao Hai no longer needed to worry about security. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to get the continent for himself. As soon as she heard Zhao Hai, Laura immediately understood. Naturally, she wouldn't disagree. Before long, the women began to prepare to deal with the Yunlai country. Dealing with Yunlai country was very simple. The undead are enough to conquer the country, although the continent has no spiritual chi, causing the undead to be unable to use powerful techniques. One shouldn't forget that the undead still had cannons and the rifles. These weapons didn't need spiritual chi to express their might. The lack of spiritual chi was even more of a disadvantage to the people of the Hidden Fog continent. With no spiritual chi, their combat level was very low. Zhao Hai only needed to send an army of 10,000 undead and he could deal with the entire continent. As for what happens after he deals with the Yunlai country, that was simpler. Zhao Hai can give them a good life, but they would need to provide him with faith power. Zhao Hai didn't think that there was something wrong with what he was going to do. If he wasn't here, the people of the continent would continue to be ruled by the Yunlai country and live like dogs and pigs. Under Zhao Hai's control, they would be happier. The only thing they would have to give back was faith, and he wouldn't even go as far as make them into praying disciples. After formulating the battle plan, Zhao Hai left the operation to Laura and the others. To be honest, the fighting strength of the Hidden Fog continent was nothing to Zhao Hai. As for the Protector Mage, Zhao Hai didn't even worry about him. He immediately killed the ghost cultivator of the Yunlai country, and once the Protector Mage was dead, the undead began their attack on the Yunlai country, and just as expected, the Yunlai country wasn't a match against the undead. The undead army was one-sidedly slaughtering the troops of the country. While attacking the Yunlai country, Zhao Hai also conducted propaganda throughout the continent. Naturally, it was religious propaganda. He was treating himself as a deity and the undead were the troops he sent to save the continent from evil. Zhao Hai had seen too much religious propaganda in his life. Although he was still learning and experimenting, he didn't expect that the effects were very good. The people of the continent had been oppressed for so long. They had been treated as pigs for slaughter. Such people need faith. If they didn't have faith, then they wouldn't have any hope to latch onto. Zhao Hai's propaganda just came in time, and with the undead's overwhelming strength, the desperate people of the Hidden Fog continent immediately regarded Zhao Hai as a deity that would save them. They quickly became followers of Zhao Hai. By the time that happened, Zhao Hai was no longer in the mood to care about the Hidden Fog continent. He also didn't clean up the mountains of corpses. The space below the Yin pool was already the best tomb the corpses could have. Nobody would disturb them, so Zhao Hai didn't touch the place. The most important thing Zhao Hai needed to do right now was to build the base. At the same time, he needs to prepare for the Sect's gate opening. 8 days had already passed since Zhao Hai arrived at the Wandering Soul Group's territory. The construction of the base was almost done. Zhao Hai already gathered information about Bright Yang City. The city was quite famous in the northern Divergent province. It was a major city controlled by rogue cultivators. The alliance that controlled the city was called the Heavenly Yang Union. It was said that the alliance had a lot of experts. It was even rumored that an immortal stage elder was commanding the alliance. Because of this, Bright Yang City became one of the distribution centers of the northern Divergent province. However, Bright Yang City wasn't far from the Myriad Demon Sect. Additionally, the relationship between the two was quite good. It seems like Tai Zanshan sent Zhao Hai to the city in consideration for the newly recruited disciples' safety. As Zhao Hai was looking into the city's information, he received a Jade Sword message from Zhang Feng. It said that he was going to arrive at the base soon. Moreover, he had some disciples of the Black Tiger Gang with him. These would be the cultivators who would be stationed in the new base. Zhao Hai didn't stop them. The base was mostly finished. A base for 100,000 people might seem big, but with the bug race taking action, building it was very easy. After all, digging was much easier than building above ground. Only the miscellaneous tasks were left to be finished in the base. The defensive formation was complete and was powered by the exhausted Sun Valley, specifically the Yin Pool. Although Zhao Hai knew what was inside the Yin Pool, he didn't give up on using it. If the Yin energy was left unused, the Yin Qi wouldn't be released and the corpses in that place would keep their appearance. Through using the Yin Qi, the energy in the pool would be reduced. When the time comes, the corpses would decompose and return to the soil. After receiving Zhang Feng's message, Zhao Hai made some simple preparations. Not long after, the transmission formation of the base flashed before Zhang Feng appeared along with a group of cultivators from the Black Tiger Gang. Although the base wasn't completely finished, its basic functions were complete. There wasn't a trace of yin qi in the base. The inhabitants would only feel that the spiritual energy inside was quite rich. After walking out of the transmission formation, Zhang Feng immediately saw Zhao Hai standing in front of him. He laughed and then patted Zhao Hai's shoulder before saying, "Good, you work fast as usual. You've made a very decent base in only a few days." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's just enough for people to live in. If we want to build a proper base, it would take some time." "Senior brother, let's have some drinks." "Everyone, please follow the undead first." "Rest assured, I will also deliver some spirit wine to you." The others naturally wouldn't say anything. They smiled at Zhao Hai as they expressed their gratitude. These people knew clearly what status Zhao Hai now had in the Black Tiger Gang. After several events, Zhao Hai's position in the sect shot up like a rocket. By this point, he held the same influence as Zhang Feng. Those present here wouldn't dare offend him. Zhao Hai took Zhang Feng to his temporary residence and then took out a jar of spirit wine. He gave Zhang Feng a glass and he also had a glass for himself. After the two took a sip of their wine, Zhao Hai said, "In 2 days, we'll go to Bright Yang City. It would be better if we're careful." Zhang Feng stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Careful? Do you think the Myriad Demon sect would do something to our recruitment? That would offend all of the small sects." "They shouldn't be that stupid," Zhao Hai replied. "They naturally wouldn't dare do anything in the open, but in the dark? We're not sure. We need to pay attention to the people we recruit. I'm afraid the Myriad Demon sect would try to do something. Moreover, they have a very good relationship with Bright Yang City. We have to be on guard." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "What you said is reasonable. The Myriad Demon sect ate several losses from us. With their style, they certainly wouldn't let us off." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right. But whatever they do doesn't matter. I just want to see what moves they're going to show us. I'll finish everything here in the next 2 days. Then we'll hand the base over to senior brother Tai Ying before we head towards Bright Yang City." Zhang Feng nodded. Then he said, "Also, the situation in the Inferno Valley was very good. Everyone's spirits are very high. All of them are preparing with all their strength." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's better. We don't have much time left. The heavenly demons aren't the same as cultivators. Those guys are disciplined and don't know fear. We need all the preparation we need." Zhang Feng nodded. Then he sighed and said, "The invasion of the heavenly demons will be a catastrophe for the great world of cultivation. After this, the power of the realm would be reshuffled. But this is also good. The 9 super sects have been ruling the realm for too long. It was time for them to be dethroned." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No matter what happens, the 9 super sects would be at the front lines against the heavenly demons. But we can't idle. We need to take this opportunity to develop ourselves and make sure that the Myriad Demon sect wouldn't be able to do anything to us." Zhang Feng nodded. To be honest, Zhang Feng's hatred towards the Myriad Demon sect was more serious compared to Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai belonged to the Black Tiger Gang, Zhang Feng grew up in it. Therefore, Zhang Feng's feelings towards the sect were much deeper. The suppression of the Myriad Demon sect caused the Black Tiger Gang to suffer. It was natural for Zhang Feng to hate the Myriad Demon sect for this. Zhao Hai chatted with Zhang Feng for a while before he brought Zhang Feng to his room. Then he entered the space to look at the situation in the Hidden Fog continent. Everything was now normal on the continent. The Yunlai country's strength couldn't compare to Zhao Hai's undead. Additionally, with their protector mage being killed by Zhao Hai, the country soon lost the will to resist. Majority of the Yunlai country's soldiers immediately surrendered. This saved Laura and the others a lot of time. Meanwhile, the lives of the people of the continent immediately improved. The big taxes they needed to pay before were now gone. As long as they pay a small amount of money, they would be fine. There were no longer any officials that would oppress them. The stewards of the new church were now taking charge of the cities, and with the successful religious conversion, the population became easy to control. Chapter 1790, entering Bright Yang City. Although the army of Undead has yet to completely control the entire Hidden Fog continent, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. Moreover, Yunlai country was never a threat to begin with. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was happy because the conquered territories were beginning to provide him with faith power. Moreover, it was a rich amount. Zhao Hai placed the Hidden Fog continent's matters on the side as he shifted his attention to Bright Yang City. 2 days ago, Zhao Hai had Silver Needles infiltrate the city to know the basic situation. The reason Zhao Hai was able to enter quite easily was due to Tai Zanshan. 2 days ago, Tai Zanshan sent out an advance party to prepare for the recruitment. This way, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng would be able to begin as soon as they arrive. Hearing that they could enter the Black Tiger Gang, the rogue cultivators were ecstatic. One couldn't blame them. For rogue cultivators, entering the Black Tiger Gang was essentially reaching the heavens with a single jump. This was an excellent opportunity to all rogue cultivators. They wouldn't let this opportunity go. Similarly, the gate opening was also important for the Black Tiger Gang. The disciples that they would recruit this time weren't small. Moreover, they wanted to recruit people with potential. Once these people joined the Black Tiger Gang, they would be given resources to grow as soon as possible. This would be good for the overall strength of the gang. Zhao Hai's Silver Needles already spread themselves out in Bright Yang City. Now, except particularly guarded places, the entire city was mapped by the space. However, because the city was an important hub, there were countless amounts of cultivators coming and going into the city. This made it very hard to see anything wrong. But Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He believed that with his present strength, even if the myriad demon sect makes a move, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that there's a transmission formation in Bright Yang City. There was no need for Zhao Hai to worry that someone would intercept them along the way. Over the 2 days, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng facilitated the transfer of people to the base. They helped the cultivators to get familiar with it. Although a base for 100,000 people wasn't big, it wasn't small either. The Black Tiger Gang's cultivators would occupy it in the future, so it was needed for them to understand the base as much as possible. 2 days later, when Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng were about to leave for Bright Yang City, Tai Zanshan finally sent someone to take control of the base. However, the person he sent was a surprise. Tai Zanshan actually sent Hu Liangzhen. Hu Liangzhen's position in the Black Tiger Gang was very high. After all, the Hu clan was the biggest and most powerful clan in the sect. If it weren't for the sudden crisis of the Black Tiger Gang, Tai Zanshan and Hu Liangzhen would still be fighting each other. Although Hu Liangzhen and Tai Zanshan have been working together very well since they reconciled, Hu Liangzhen has been keeping a lower profile. He also helped Tai Zanshan with all he had. This caused Zhao Hai to admire him. Tai Zanshan was now becoming more and more reliant towards Hu Liangzhen. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't expect Tai Zanshan to send Hu Liangzhen to the base. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng hastily stepped forward and cupped their fists before saying, "Marshal Uncle Hu, why did you come? This place hasn't been finished yet. Moreover, the conditions here aren't very good. There's no need for you to be here." Hu Liangzhen smiled faintly and said, "I was asked by the gang leader to come. This is also an important base for the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, I have to come over and take a look. I want to see if you've been slacking around." Fortunately, you weren't. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "I wouldn't dare." "Marshal Uncle Hu, please come inside. Let's not stand here and talk." Hu Liangzhen nodded before going with Zhao Hai to the cave residence. After the 3 people sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Hu Liangzhen and said, "Marshal Uncle Hu, we've already briefed everyone about the base. They should be able to make the base function. And with you here, none of those fellows would dare do anything out of line." Hu Liangzhen nodded. Then he said, "Actually, I'm mainly here to tell you about the situation in Bright Yang City." The gang leader sent a few people ahead of time to check the city. They said that the city's attitude towards the Black Tiger Gang is neither hot nor cold, which isn't good. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng frowned. Looking at the two, Hu Liangzhen continued, "As you might have already known, Bright Yang City is very close to the Myriad Demon Sect. This is the reason why they're treating us this way. The Myriad Demon Sect has all the reasons to disrupt our gate opening. So when you arrive at Bright Yang City, you need to be careful. Something unexpected might happen. Zhao Hai nodded. He now has some understanding of the Myriad Demon Sect's power. The Myriad Demon Sect was worthy of being the top sect of the Northern Divergent Province. Not to mention the sect itself. The Myriad Demon Sect also has a lot of sects working under it. These forces were intertwined with each other, making it very difficult to go against the Myriad Demon Sect. Zhao Hai also gained a faint idea of Bright Yang City's matters. Every year, there would be rogue cultivators in the city that would enter the Myriad Demon Sect and become disciples. From this, it can be seen that the relationship of the city and the Myriad Demon Sect was very good. And now that the Black Tiger Gang wants to recruit disciples in the city, it would be impossible for the Myriad Demon Sect to ignore it. But Zhao Hai still doesn't know how the Myriad Demon Sect and Bright Yang City plan to deal with them. Seeing Zhao Hai frown, Hu Liangjun added, "Little Hai, you have to be careful." However, there's no need to worry too much. If they decide to make a move, there's no need to be polite to them. We aren't afraid of waging war against the Myriad Demon Sect. Zhao Hai nodded. Now that the Black Tiger Gang has completely moved into the Inferno Valley base, even if the Myriad Demon Sect attacks with all their strength, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be afraid. But to be honest, Zhao Hai doesn't want to fight the Myriad Demon Sect right now. The Heavenly Demons were coming, and infighting at this time would only make it easier for the Heavenly Demons. This wasn't something Zhao Hai wanted to see. Seeing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng knew what he was thinking about. Zhang Feng replied, "Little Hai, in the great world of cultivation, strength isn't the only important thing. We need courage as well. If the Myriad Demon Sect moves against us, then we shouldn't be polite. After all, the eyes of the Northern Divergent Province are now aimed in our direction." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at Hu Liangjun and said, "Martial Uncle Hu, did the gang leader say anything about the Withered Vine sect?" Because Zhao Hai killed all of their sky-reaching vines, the Withered Vine sect were currently doing their best to defend. They even asked the Myriad Demon Sect to help. The Myriad Demon Sect sent some experts to help with the defense along with some sky-reaching vine seedlings. But upon planting, the seedlings immediately died. This made the Withered Vine sect gnash their teeth in hatred towards Zhao Hai. Compared to the Iron Blade sect, Heavy Sand sect, and the Great Strength sect, the Withered Vine sect suffered the most losses. Zhao Hai was really afraid that Tai Zanshan would attack the Withered Vine sect. This wasn't the time to make a move. Hearing Zhao Hai, Hu Liangjun couldn't help but shake his head as he sighed and said, what else could he say? This isn't the time to attack the Withered Vine sect. If we attack now, the Iron Blade sect, Great Strength sect, and the Heavy Sand sect would help the Withered Vine sect. Moreover, the Myriad Demon Sect wouldn't just allow the Withered Vine Sect to be destroyed. In the end, we could only endure. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I was really afraid that the sect would attack the Withered Vine Sect. If that happens, the Northern Divergent Province might go into chaos. Martial Uncle Hu, don't worry about Bright Yang City, I'll deal with it. At the worst, we'll get into a fight against the Myriad Demon Sect. I can take care of that. Hu Liangjun shook his head and said, there won't be a battle, and the Myriad Demon Sect wouldn't wage war with us at this time. The Northern Divergent Province is currently paying attention to us. If the Myriad Demon Sect dared to make a move, then they would need to have a good excuse. Otherwise, all of the small and medium-grade sects of the realm would support the Black Tiger Gang. The Myriad Demon Sect had been too domineering in the Northern Divergent Province. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if the small and medium-grade sects want to ally with us, then they can. However, we need to hold the position of alliance leader. Perhaps we'll find a good use of the position once the invasion of the Heavenly Demons arrives. Hu Liangjun nodded. That's exactly what the gang leader thinks. In fact, negotiations have begun for some time now. With our current momentum, it shouldn't be hard for us to hold the position of alliance leader. Zhao Hai nodded and asked other questions regarding the sect. After that, he and Zhang Feng left Huliangjin to take a rest, then the two returned to their own residences. The next morning, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng walked out of their residences, and with Huliangjin seeing them off, they used the transmission formation to return to the Black Tiger Gang. Then they used a transmission formation once more to enter Bright Yang City. Bright Yang City was solidly built with thick walls. The entire fortified city occupied a very large area. On its 50-meter tall walls were patrols going back and forth. The weakest of these patrols were at the spirit refining stage. These patrols weren't only there to defend the city. These patrols were also in charge of maintaining the security of the city. Although most of the shops were owned by major sects, the majority of the cultivators in the city were rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators might not dare fight the major sects, but they would no doubt fight other rogue cultivators. Therefore, the patrols were needed to quell these fights. Otherwise, the city would be chaotic. The patrol troops of Bright Yang City don't necessarily have high levels of cultivation. However, these cultivators were members of the Heavenly Yang Alliance. In Bright Yang City, nobody dared to offend the people of the Alliance. Naturally, the Heavenly Yang Alliance also wouldn't wantonly offend other people. Rogue cultivator alliances knew when to advance and retreat. They wouldn't cause anything that might threaten their existence. Because Bright Yang City was very big, it had dozens of transmission formation plazas. Besides the ordinary transmission formation plazas, the city also had more than 20 transmission formations specifically for large artifacts. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng appeared in the transmission formation for large artifacts while riding the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai used the Hell King's ship to appear in the city in order to show other people that they have a large artifact. They weren't people that could be messed with. Upon coming out of the transmission formation, Zhao Hai immediately saw Bright Yang City not far from him. He waved his hand and controlled the Hell King's ship to fly forward. Any cultivator can fly above the city, but violence is not permitted. Therefore, there wasn't any problem with Zhao Hai using his large artifact to enter the city. At this moment, flown on the Hell King's ship's flagpole was the Black Tiger Gang's flag. This was to show Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng's status. The people that Tai Zanshan sent early had already booked a square for the sect to recruit people. However, the Heavenly Yang Alliance didn't allow the Black Tiger Gang to use the square for free. In other words, the Black Tiger Gang was renting the land they were going to use. In Bright Yang City, there were several squares like these. All of them were provided for sects to use. These squares were very big. There was even a spot for large artifacts to park. The team that Tai Zanshan sent in advance comprised 5 Transcending Tribulation experts, 10 Nascent Soul experts, and 50 core formation experts. Their purpose for entering Bright Yang City was to prepare for the gate opening and to get information about the city. After all, Bright Yang City wasn't far from the Myriad Demon Sect. The square that the Black Tiger Gang rented also had a flagpole that flew the Black Tiger Gang's flag. The Hell King's ship flew over but didn't land. Like a dark cloud, it casted a huge shadow on the square. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng looked at the area below, dumbfounded. This was because the square was packed with people. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly as he said, "It seems like we won't have any problems looking for people to recruit." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng also bitterly smiled. He didn't know what to say. Chapter 1791, Demon Blade. Zhao Hai. Just as Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng arrived, someone flew up from below and stopped in front of the Hell King's ship. They then cupped their fists and said, "I have seen Senior Brother Zhang Feng and Senior Brother Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled faintly as he returned the greeting. "So it's you, Lu Li. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be lazy?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng and the other cultivator laughed. The cultivator was indeed named Lu Li. Lu Li smiled and said, "I didn't expect Senior Brother Zhao Hai to know me. It seems like my laziness is very well known." Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng smiled. Actually, Li wasn't lazy. He was a cultivation madman. He hardly went out. The sect couldn't say anything to such a madman. However, his conduct of not going out could be seen as similar to a lazy person's. Because of this, people called him lazy. Zhao Hai's words to Lu Li meant that he has a good relationship with him. Therefore, Lu Li wasn't offended. After joking around, Zhao Hai looked down and said, "How's the preparations?" "With so many people present, it wouldn't be a problem for us to choose a couple hundred people." Lu Li nodded and said, "Everything is ready." According to the instructions of the sect, the trial will be conducted at the 9 Revolutions cave outside the city. The participants need to be at least at the late spirit forming stage and not more than 200 years of age. All the participants will enter the 9 Revolutions cave and the first 500 to come out would be chosen. From the 500 first place to the 800th place would be qualified to be serving disciples, and as long as they reach the core formation stage, they would become inner disciples. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What's Bright Yang City's reaction to this?" When he heard Zhao Hai, Lu Li's expression sank as he replied, "The situation isn't doing very well." When we announced that we would be recruiting disciples, Bright Yang City suddenly sent 1,000 cultivators to the Myriad Demon Sect. I heard that these 1,000 people are the most talented cultivators in the city. They're very strong and had great potential. Zhao Hai didn't mind it as he smiled faintly and said, "The Myriad Demon Sect doesn't have the bearing of a super sect. They only know how to play little tricks. They won't amount to much eventually. There's no need to care about them. Let's head down." After he said that, Zhao Hai proceeded to fly down. There was a newly elevated platform in the middle of the square. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng landed on this platform. The two didn't speak. Zhang Feng just gave Lu Li a nod. Lu Li gave a nod back before turning to the rogue cultivators and said, "Everyone, our Black Tiger Gang has decided to open its gates. We will be recruiting 800 disciples from Bright Yang City. 500 of which would be outer disciples while 300 would be serving disciples. You need to be at least at the late spirit forming stage to participate. You also need to be less than 200 years old. If someone deceives the Black Tiger Gang by concealing your age, don't blame us for being ruthless. Those who want to register, please come forward and receive your identity token. Those who receive their identity token will gather here tomorrow to participate in the trial." As he said that, Lu Li gestured towards the row of tables by the elevated platform. Sitting opposite the tables were the other disciples who came with Lu Li to Bright Yang City. They would be responsible for giving out the identity tokens. The cultivators below the platform quickly approached the tables. It didn't take a long time before long lines formed in front of the tables. The cultivators in the crowd looked at the 3 people on the platform with envy in their eyes. One of them asked the person beside him, "Boss, do you know who those 3 people are?" The person who was asked proudly replied, "You asked the right person. I know those people." There's no need to talk about the first one who just talked. He's a core disciple of the Black Tiger Gang, but he isn't famous. As for the 2 who came down from the large artifact, those people are amazing. One of them is Zhang Feng, one of the top 10 core disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. The other person is more incredible. He is Demon Blade Zhao Hai. He is the only person specially approved by the Black Tiger Gang to open his own base besides the top 10 core disciples. Demon Blade Zhao Hai? Is he the one who could fight against Immortal experts? That's him? Boss, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm absolutely not mistaken. He is Demon Blade Zhao Hai. According to what people said, when the Black Tiger Gang was attacked by the 5 sects, Zhao Hai brought a team to cause trouble to the 5 sects. It was even said that he killed an Immortal expert. He also killed the Withered Vine sect's sky-reaching vines. I have a friend who joined a medium-grade sect. I ran into him several days ago and acquired this information. And from the picture I saw, that man should be Zhao Hai. So he's Zhao Hai. I didn't expect to see him here. It seems like the Black Tiger Gang attached great importance to this gate opening. All kinds of discussions lingered all over the place. From time to time, people gazed at Zhao Hai with the look of worship. Idols also existed in the great world of cultivation, and Zhao Hai was without a doubt an idol worth worshipping. His path has been legendary. He was originally a battle slave from the lower realms. His origin was much lower compared to these rogue cultivators. However, the rogue cultivators didn't look down on his origins. It didn't matter if they became battle slaves or serving disciples. All of these rogue cultivators wanted to join a sect, but they not only need to wait for an opportunity, they also have to win against others. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the gazes. He stood with Zhang Feng on the platform and looked at the cultivators below. The rogue cultivators had excited and hopeful looks on their faces as they received their identity tokens. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a bit sour in his heart. At the very least, there were more than 10,000 people present, and more may be coming soon. But among these people, only 800 would be received. 800 over 10,000 was a very small number. Rogue cultivators who wouldn't fit the cut would return to their former lives and wait until they die of old age. These were the sorrows of a rogue cultivator. However, Zhao Hai has no intentions to help them. The world is ruthless. Since they entered this path, no matter where it ends, they had to traverse it themselves. Whether they end up in a garden or at a cemetery, they would have to bear it. Seeing Zhao Hai's downcast expression, Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, "Little Hai, why are you frowning?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I was just reminded by how ruthless the heavens are. All cultivators are working for a distant goal, but there are only few who could achieve it and reach the end." Zhang Feng didn't expect Zhao Hai to be sighing over this. He immediately said, "Little Hai, entering the path of cultivation means resisting the heavens until the day we die. If we fight against the heavens, then why would the heavens be merciful towards us?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng's anxious expression and knew what he was worried about. So he smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother is right. It's just a passing thought. There's no need to worry." Zhang Feng felt relieved. He knew that a cultivator couldn't lose their ambition. If Zhao Hai was worried about this situation, then his Dao heart might be affected and form a heart's demon. This could only do harm to Zhao Hai. But what Zhang Feng didn't know was that Zhao Hai already condensed his heart's demon into a Dao avatar. Anything that can stir up the heart's demon would only make Zhao Hai stronger. Seeing Zhang Feng relaxed, Zhao Hai said, "First senior brother, when did I gain the nickname Demon Blade? Why didn't I know about this?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. "It came up not long ago. It was when you fought Elder Zhu and the Immortal expert of the Wandering Soul group. I don't know where it began, but people began to talk about your swordsmanship. Moreover, your Dao avatar used a black blade. Therefore, people began to call you Demon Blade." Zhao Hai shook his head as he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be famous enough to earn the name of Demon Blade. As more and more identity tokens were given, the people in the square slowly decreased. Those who obtained identity tokens immediately used their savings to buy useful materials for tomorrow's trial. Those who don't have enough spirit stones to buy artifacts went back to their rooms and used what they have in order to cultivate and be in their best condition for tomorrow. Although handing over the identity tokens went very fast, it still took a full day to hand everything out. By the end count, there were more than 150,000 people who received identity tokens, and it was very close to reaching 160,000. Close to 160,000 people were fighting for 800 slots. Out of 200, one would succeed. Hearing this number, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't expect this many people to sign up for the recruitment. It was more than double what they expected. It seems like these rogue cultivators were really crazy about joining sects. Zhang Feng was frowning. He turned to Lu Li and said, "Lu Li, can all of these people fit inside the 9 Revolutions cave?" Lu Li replied, "Senior brother, there's nothing to worry about." Although the 9 Revolutions cave is named such, the insides are all connected by one huge network. Not to mention 160,000, even several hundreds of thousands of people could fit inside. Some people estimated that it could accommodate 1 million people. And people have yet to see the full extent of the cave. There are still parts that haven't been explored. There are people who went in and haven't come out. Therefore, not a lot of people dared to go deep into the cave. Hearing this, Zhao Hai became interested. So he asked, "Why is it named 9 Revolutions Cave? What is its origin?" Chapter 1792, 9 Revolutions Cave. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Lu Li couldn't help but stare. Then he said, Nobody knows how and when the Nine Revolutions cave formed. Nobody knows what's in it either. I only know that people can't go deep into the cave or they won't return. There are only some places in the cave that people could go to. There are snake-like beasts inside the cave. People in Bright Yang City are very familiar with these beasts since they're present inside the cave and also the surroundings. The gallbladders, skin, and bones of these snakes could be sold for money. Zhao Hai nodded. He was now curious about the Nine Revolutions cave. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Zhang Feng quickly said, "Little Hai, don't be too reckless. We still don't understand the Nine Revolutions cave. It would be detrimental to the sect if something happens to you." Upon hearing Zhang Feng, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, senior brother doesn't need to worry. I won't do anything stupid." Zhang Feng was relieved. He nodded and said, "We still need to be present for tomorrow's trial." Zhao Hai nodded. "Not a problem, but I think it won't go as peacefully as we think." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "I didn't say that everything's going to be perfect, but we do indeed have to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. "I felt several eyes paying attention to us. We still don't know what they want." Zhang Feng sneered. "No matter what they want to do, if they dared to disturb our recruitment, we will clean them up." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. However, a cold light flashed past his eyes. The gate opening is very important to the Black Tiger gang. If someone caused trouble, he wouldn't be polite. The next morning, Zhao Hai appeared on the bow of the Hell King's ship. He found that the square was already full of people. These were the cultivators who received their identity tokens. They were all waiting for Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai waved his hand and nodded towards Lu Li. Before long, Lu Li organized people to head out of the city. Zhao Hai used the Hell King's ship and flew behind the group. While he was flying, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation around him. As he said the day before, there were people staring at them. Today he wanted to see if there would also be people staring at him, and as expected, there were people paying attention to his movements. Moreover, it seems like there were more people compared to yesterday. The day before, there were 7 people, but now there were more than 10. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't react to it and continued following Lu Li and the others out of Bright Yang City. The group didn't stop outside the city and directly flew towards the Nine Revolutions cave. The Nine Revolutions cave was located on a mountain outside the city. Upon entering the mouth of the cave, the path would go down while also splitting into multiple small and large branches like a labyrinth. Every year, there would be cultivators who go into the cave and not come out. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the entrance of the cave. After inspecting the identity tokens of the rogue cultivators, Lu Li and the others allowed the cultivators to enter the cave. Once all of the cultivators had entered, Lu Li and the others went to the Hell King's ship and then they flew towards the cave's exit. Nobody knew the size of the Nine Revolutions cave. However, there was only one way out of the cave. The exit was behind the mountain. The opening wasn't big, but it was very easy to spot. Upon arriving at the Nine Revolutions cave's exit, Zhao Hai turned to Lu Li and said, "How long would it take for them to come?" Lu Li forced a smile and said, "I'm not sure. Even experienced explorers of the cave wouldn't be able to come out in a short time. There are snakes all around the cave. A safe path that you came upon in the past might be a snake's pit in the next. And once your route changes, everything will change." I heard that there are multiple people who weren't able to come out of the cave every year. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then we can only wait patiently." After he said that, Zhao Hai swept the distant mountain with his gaze. He could feel the aura of transcending tribulation experts from that direction. These people followed them from Bright Yang City. However, Zhao Hai was still unsure what these people wanted to do. Although Zhao Hai felt a bit of hostility from these people, there was no killing intent. This caused him to be more confused. He guessed that these people were from the Heavenly Yang Alliance. However, the Black Tiger gang was just here to open their gates. There was no need for monitoring. What was their goal coming here? Although Zhao Hai felt that these people were here with bad intentions, he couldn't make a move on them. If he did, then he wouldn't be giving the Heavenly Yang Alliance any face. When the time comes, trouble would begin to brew. So in the end, Zhao Hai could only wait for them to make their move. Time has passed and the day is over. Despite a day passing, nobody has walked out of the 9 Revolutions cave. However, Zhao Hai and the others weren't worried. They stayed in the Hell King's ship as they waited. But as Zhang Feng and the others were idly waiting, Zhao Hai already sent Silver Needles to enter the cave. He wanted to see what the inside was like. When the Silver Needles entered the 9 Revolutions cave, Zhao Hai immediately understood why cultivators weren't able to come out in a short time. The inside of the cave was very big. Moreover, the paths curved and intersected in random directions. Moreover, from time to time, there would be snakes blocking the way. The rogue cultivators would need to be cautious whenever they go through a passage. This directly affected their speed. Additionally, the rogue cultivators also needed to guard against other cultivators, not just the snakes. For rogue cultivators, the Black Tiger Gang's gate opening was a life-changing opportunity. Therefore, the rogue cultivators began to reduce the competition by hunting people along the way. By this point, Zhao Hai was more knowledgeable about the 9 Revolutions cave than the rogue cultivators. He was also beginning to explore the deeper parts of the cave. These were the places that rogue cultivators wouldn't dare venture to. As Zhao Hai went deeper and deeper into the cave, the snakes he encountered increased. Moreover, Zhao Hai could feel that the snakes he met were getting stronger and stronger. These snakes were much stronger than those found on the outskirts of the cave. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the 9 Revolutions cave. The cave looked artificial, as if it was dug out by someone and not man-made. But who would dig such a hole? It was impossible for this structure to be dug out by the snakes alone. The deeper the Silver Needles went, the more curious Zhao Hai became. This was because the size of the cave exceeded his expectations. The area covered by the cave system went beyond the mountain where its entrance was located. Not only that, the cave system even extended to below Bright Yang City. This was a surprise even for Zhao Hai. As Zhao Hai's needles went down the cave, the wetter the ground became and the stronger the snakes were. The snakes the needles met now had thick and long bodies. One could see that each one of them were formidable beasts. Zhao Hai could even feel several nascent soul snakes further up the path. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. His understanding of the 9 Revolutions cave became more blurry as time went on. Was the cave just a huge snake pit? It shouldn't be that simple, right? 3 days passed in a blink of an eye and Zhao Hai has yet to find the end of the 9 Revolutions cave. This surprised him. The 9 Revolutions cave's map in the space already reached a depth of 10,000 meters. The scale of the cave system was truly large. The cave system was much larger than the 100,000 people base in the exhausted Sun Valley. Even the base in the Inferno Valley couldn't compare to the cave system. Although the base in the Inferno Valley was similarly enormous, it wasn't as large as the 9 Revolutions cave. Such a huge cave complex was very confusing. The more he uncovered the 9 Revolutions cave, the more anxiety Zhao Hai felt. This was because the cave complex was just too big. Its scale caused people to feel helpless. At this time, Lu Li's voice was heard. Finally, someone is coming out. Zhao Hai recovered and shook his head. He had been in a trance lately as he explored the 9 Revolutions cave. He almost forgot his purpose for coming here. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and looked at the exit of the 9 Revolutions cave. The cultivator who came out seemed to be in his 30s. He wore a worn-out cultivator robe. His expression was calm but he had a strong murderous aura around him. It could be seen that he had fought his way to the exit. Lu Li stood up and went up to the cultivator and said, "You're the first one. Please come with me to the ship." Hearing that he was the first one to come out, the cultivator stared for a moment before his face lit up with happiness. He nodded and then flew with Lu Li towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng stood up. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Head inside to have your information recorded. Then some people will lead you to your room." The cultivator nodded. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before entering the ship. Lu Li let out a long breath as he smiled bitterly and said, "Just as I was thinking that nobody would come out, someone finally came." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There are more than 100,000 participants and we only need 800. Now that one had come out, more will follow soon." As if confirming Zhao Hai's words, cultivators began coming out of the cave's exit. These people were all wounded. One could see how lively it must have been inside the cave. Chapter 1793. 5 Brothers. Before long, 800 disciples had exited the cave. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't leave. They waited outside until all of the cultivators came out of the 9 Revolutions sect. 7 days passed and people were no longer coming out of the 9 Revolutions cave. Zhao Hai calculated that there were about 130,000 cultivators who survived the trial. This means that 30,000 people died in the cave. Seeing that there were already 800 people before them, those who came out of the cave didn't cause any trouble. This might be because they were already expecting it. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators who were leaving. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Everyone, this time our Black Tiger gang could only accept 800 people. There's nothing I can do about it. However, please keep your identity tokens. Later, if my Black Tiger gang opens its gates once more, we will look for you first. And if you have any difficulties, you can present your tokens to the Black Tiger gang. As long as we can help, our Black Tiger gang will give you face." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and bathed the cultivators with white light. Then they discovered that their wounds had been healed. After healing everyone's wounds, Zhao Hai added, "Remember, don't lose the jade tokens. In the future, if you no longer meet the requirements of the sect but you have talented descendants, you can pass the jade token to them and we will give priority to their application." Zhao Hai's words caused the cultivators to explode in excitement. They didn't expect to get something good despite failing. Some of these cultivators were in clans who were rogue cultivators for several generations. Despite this, none of them were able to enter a sect. Even small sects wouldn't glance at them. Zhao Hai's words caused the value of the jade tokens to change. If these rogue cultivators have descendants that were talented, then they would be able to enter the Black Tiger gang. In an instant, the rogue cultivators felt intimacy towards the Black Tiger gang. Moreover, they treated the jade tokens as a family heirloom. This jade token was the key to their bright future, and the future of their clans. Zhao Hai looked at the rogue cultivators and said, "Because we cannot accept too many people, allow me to express my apologies. Please go back to your homes. If you experience any troubles, go to the Wandering Soul Group's territory and show the jade token. Tell them that you're looking for me. I will definitely offer my help." "Alright, this Zhao Hai will be leaving first." After he said that, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the cultivators. When the rogue cultivators saw Zhao Hai's action, they immediately felt a warm current flowing through their hearts. It must be said that rogue cultivators were the most ignored people in the great world of cultivation. None of the sects looked at them. Even serving disciples of sects have a higher status than them. Sometimes, they would kill sect disciples and rob their belongings, but this wouldn't increase their status in any way. Outer disciples and serving disciples held their noses high when talking with rogue cultivators. Nobody was polite to them. If it were other sects, they would have long left after acquiring their disciples. They also wouldn't promise to help them in the future. Before this, no sect disciple ever said such a thing. Moreover, what was Zhao Hai's status? He was a top disciple of the Black Tiger gang. He was even able to fight against the almighty Immortal experts, gaining him the nickname of Demon Blade. His fame resounded in the entire northern Divergent province. But now, Zhao Hai was being polite to the rogue cultivators. He even went as far as cupping his fist towards them. This caused the rogue cultivators to feel like they had drunk hot soup on a snowy winter night. Most importantly, Zhao Hai said that if they were to come into trouble, then they would use his name to ask for help. This flattered every rogue cultivator present. Although some of them thought that it was impossible for Zhao Hai himself to provide help, Zhao Hai using his own name was already giving them face. People from the other sects wouldn't dare say such things. So seeing Zhao Hai cupping his fist and giving them a salute, the rogue cultivators returned the salute and said, "Farewell, Mr." Zhao Hai gave them all a nod before he controlled the Hell King's ship to fly towards Bright Yang City. The rogue cultivators kept their salute until Zhao Hai was no longer in sight. This showed how moved they were. As they were leaving, Zhang Feng went to Zhao Hai's side and then asked, "Little Hai, What are you planning? I'm a bit confused. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, First, senior brother, don't forget that a great tribulation will come in a year's time. These rogue cultivators have no backing. When the realm goes into chaos, they would certainly look for a place to hide or a group to join. Who do they depend on? Now, with their jade tokens, the first they would think about would be the Black Tiger Gang. This would allow the sect to recruit more people while circumventing our situation with the Myriad Demon sect. There are more than 100,000 rogue cultivators, and how many of them have families? Ha ha ha. When the time comes, the power of those rogue cultivators couldn't be ignored. Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng nodded in understanding. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, All right, that's a good plan. In the future, the Black Tiger Gang would no longer be short of manpower. Zhao Hai chuckled. That's right. Haha. The Myriad Demon sect can't do this, but we can. When the heavenly demons arrive, those people would think of the Black Tiger Gang. This is an unexpected advantage. At this time, the Hell King's ship arrived at Bright Yang City's large artifact transmission formation that was located outside the city. Now that their affairs in Bright Yang City were over, it was time to return to the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang was now preparing for the war with all its strength. The sect was very busy. Additionally, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng were in charge of certain tasks in the sect, so the sooner they return, the better. Upon arriving at the transmission formation for large artifacts, there was a large group of people. Zhao Hai frowned. He had an ominous feeling. He turned to Lu Li and said, Lu Li, go and see what's going on. Find out why there are so many people here. Lu Li complied. Then he moved out. Before long, Lu Li arrived with an ugly expression as he reported, Senior brother, they said they don't know. 3 days ago, the transmission formations couldn't be used. All of the transmission formations for large artifacts aren't functional. People have been asking why, but there was no news at present. Hearing Lu Li, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He looked at Lu Li and said, Cannot be used? What a coincidence. Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, you mean? Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, It's obviously for us. While we're doing the trial, several people were paying attention to us. I didn't care at first because those guys didn't do anything, but now, it seems like this is their move. Zhang Feng stared, he frowned and said, The Myriad Demon sect? Zhao Hai nodded. Then he smiled and said, Senior brother, open the transmission formation of the ship and send everyone back to the sect. I'll stay behind. I want to see how the Myriad Demon sect plans to deal with me. Zhang Feng didn't say anything upon hearing Zhao Hai. He knew Zhao Hai's ability, so he nodded and said, All right, be careful. After going inside, Zhang Feng looked at Lu Li and said, Lu Li, today I'll let you know the biggest secret of our Black Tiger Gang's large artifacts. Lu Li already had clues from what he heard, so with a look of excitement, he said, Could our large artifacts use transmission formations? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, Correct. Our large artifacts can be equipped with transmission formations. This is a product of Little Hai's research. Now all of the sect's large artifacts have transmission formations inside them. With this, we can go back to the sect and to other large artifacts as often as we want. Alright, organize everyone. We'll send you all to the Black Tiger Gang first. Lu Li nodded and then left with an excited expression on his face. Zhang Feng just looked at Lu Li with a smile on his face. He walked to the lounge area and waited for Lu Li and the others to arrive. This was where the transmission formation was located. After a while, the newly joined disciples were brought to the lounge by Lu Li in batches. Zhang Feng sent them all away using the transmission formation. He also sent Lu Li and the other disciples back. He was the only one that remained. When he went back to the deck of the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai was looking at him with a smile on his face. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. I'll stay here with you. Zhao Hai patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder and said, All right. We'll both see who the Myriad Demon sect would send this time. After he said that, Zhao Hai controlled the Hell King's ship to go forward. Zhao Hai carefully paid attention to the surroundings. The ship continued to fly for 1 hour. Then after they passed through a mountainous region, a massive sword chi suddenly cut towards the Hell King's ship. The sword chi was 10 meters long with a body that was golden yellow. Although it looked like an ordinary sword chi, its aura was extraordinary. It was also very fast. If Zhao Hai wasn't alert, then he wouldn't have been able to avoid it. After evading the sword chi, Zhao Hai stopped and stood on the ship's bow before shouting, "Who is it? Come out. Reveal yourself." To dare attack the Black Tiger gang. It seems like you don't want to live anymore. Zhao Hai's current reaction looked as if he wasn't waiting for an attack. He just wanted to fool these people into revealing themselves. Ha ha ha. Demon Blade Zhao Hai, you're quite famous, but from what I can see, you're mediocre. Along with the laugh, several people appeared. There were 5 people all wearing green robes. They all had one big eye and 2 smaller eyes. They looked comical. However, after seeing these 5 people, Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed. This was because these 5 weren't weak. Every single one of them were at the Immortal stage. 5 Immortal experts. 5 Immortal experts weren't cabbages. Zhao Hai suddenly realized that he has underestimated the strength of the Myriad Demon Sect. Being able to send 5 Immortal experts meant that they were much stronger than what Zhao Hai imagined. Although thoughts were running through Zhao Hai's mind, he still said, "I have seen the seniors. May I know why all of you are here? I don't recall offending any of you before." Hearing Zhao Hai, the 5 Immortal experts laughed. Then one of them said, "You didn't offend us, but you offended our people. Therefore, we brothers were sent to deal with you." "Kid, you really have bad luck. You should remember that there are people that you cannot offend." Zhao Hai looked at the 5 Immortal experts and said, "I don't know who I offended. Can you enlighten me?" The 5 Immortal experts weren't stupid. One of them said, "Kid, you're too naive. Do you really think we'll allow you to go away? You shouldn't be too reliant on having a spatial ability." After he said that, 5 huge flags of varying colors flew out. Zhao Hai suddenly felt the energy fluctuations around him. The surrounding space seems to be frozen. Zhao Hai now knew why these 5 people were so confident. They actually carried a formation that could freeze the surrounding space. It seems like they prepared well for this attack. However, what these 5 people didn't know was that Zhao Hai's ability was different compared to others. Other people might get trapped in this formation, but Zhao Hai would not. However, Zhao Hai had no intentions of using the space to hide nor bring Zhang Feng back to the Black Tiger gang. What he needed this time was manpower, and these 5 Immortal experts just suited his needs. If turned these 5 into undead, then his overall strength would increase. To Zhao Hai, this encounter was pure benefit with no downsides. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and then planned to release his Dao Avatar to meet the 5 Immortal experts. But just as he was about to move, he was suddenly made aware that he couldn't get involved. Chapter 1794, Full Strength. 5 green and 5 black shadows were currently exchanging blows in the air. At first glance, it would seem like there were 10 people battling, but Zhang Feng knew that there were only 6. One of them was Zhao Hai while the 5 others were the Immortal experts of the Myriad Demon Sect. Zhao Hai might not know who these Immortal experts were, but Zhang Feng did. These 5 were very famous in the Myriad Demon Sect. They were known as the 5 Discolored Venerables. They were nearly 10,000 years old beasts. Their main body was a chameleon. The innate ability of the 5 chameleons were sneak attacks. Because of their original body, they have a racial talent that allowed them to become undetectable. Therefore, before becoming Immortal experts, they were famous assassins. Even in the core formation stage, they could hide against most Immortal experts. This became more true when they reached the nascent soul stage. Nobody knew how many died under the hands of these 5 Immortal experts. Their stealth was especially hated among the other Immortal experts. The actions of the 5 Discolored Venerables startled Zhang Feng. He didn't think that the Myriad Demon Sect would send these 5 experts to deal with Zhao Hai. Moreover, he didn't expect that these 5 Immortal experts would suddenly attack. This wasn't their fighting style. But what surprised Zhang Feng even more was Zhao Hai. After rushing off the ship, he turned into 5 and faced the 5 Immortal experts on his own. Zhang Feng didn't know that this was all because of Zhao Hai's movement technique. Zhao Hai's movement technique combined the Cosmos technique, cloning technique, and the Stellar Transformation's Great Formation. It was a top-notch movement technique that wasn't afraid of fighting against a group, not to mention 5. Even if there were 50 or 100, Zhao Hai could still deal with them. Zhao Hai was now using his movement technique to constantly change his position to fight the 5 immortal experts together, and it didn't seem like he was falling behind. The 5 discolored venerables couldn't help but regret their approach. To be honest, they looked down on Zhao Hai. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was just a transcending tribulation expert. He was nothing special. They didn't know why the sect sent the 5 of them to deal with him. It was a nuisance. It was because of this that the 5 immortal experts didn't bother using their usual stealth attack to deal with Zhao Hai. When he appeared, the 5 immediately appeared to attack him head-on. However, Zhao Hai soon fell behind. This was something that can't be helped. Although his cultivation method was special, his cultivation was still below the immortal stage. He may be able to block immortal experts for a short time and even escape, but it was impossible for him to fight these powerful experts for an extended period of time. Zhang Feng could only stand on the side and blankly stare. This was because the battle between Zhao Hai and the 5 discolored venerables had reached a high point. He couldn't get involved at all. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a huge city which crashed down on the 5 immortal experts. Naturally, the 5 immortal experts were guarded against Zhao Hai's actions. They immediately moved and raised their heads before shooting their tongues towards the city. A loud explosion was heard before Fire God City was turned upside down. The bodies of the 5 discolored venerables shook, but they weren't injured. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's face paled for a moment before going back to normal. The 5 immortal experts looked at Zhao Hai, then one of them laughed loudly and said, "Zhao Hai, you really underestimate us. We already know of your methods. Do you really think that we wouldn't be ready? With your strength, you aren't able to hold on against us. We just wanted to see your artifact. The sect already told us that we'll get everything once we kill you. All of your treasures will become ours." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "If you want to get my treasures, then you'll need to have the strength to do it." After their brief conversation, Zhao Hai's attacks increased. He also released Fire God City from time to time. But what surprised Zhang Feng was that Zhao Hai didn't release the metal beasts that could block against immortal experts. Before long, Zhao Hai was at a disadvantage once more. Although he was now using Fire God City, the immortal experts became more and more comfortable dealing with it. At this moment, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released Fire God City once more. But this time, Fire God City became small and then crashed towards one of the immortal experts. Because Fire God City has decreased in size, it also became a smaller target. The 5 immortal experts didn't think that Zhao Hai would still have this move. They thought that Fire God City had a consistent size. The complexion of the targeted immortal expert changed. Then he roared before transforming into a huge chameleon. Then he shot his long tongue towards the incoming Fire God City. But at this moment, 12 metal beasts appeared around him. As soon as they appeared, the 12 metal beasts threw themselves towards the immortal expert. The giant chameleon didn't expect Zhao Hai's sudden move. He was stunned for a moment. The 12 metal beasts didn't give him the chance to react as they immediately attacked the chameleon. All of a sudden, a severe pain attacked the giant chameleon. Its tail was also being pulled by the 12 metal beasts. At this moment, an explosion was heard. The smaller Fire God City hit the chameleon's head, which immediately smashed it to pieces. Its body twitched for a few times before its forelimbs turned limp. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. He waved his hand and sent the corpse into the space to be turned into undead. Meanwhile, the 4 other immortal experts were enraged upon seeing one of them being killed. All of them roared as they charged at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sneered before waving his hand. Then 3 figures appeared in front of him. One of the 3 was fat, one was thin, and the other was wearing green robes. All of the 3 had the aura of immortal experts. The moment they appeared, They immediately threw themselves towards the 4 enemies. The 12 metal beasts also charged over along with Zhao Hai. All of a sudden, the 4 discolored venerables were blocked from all sides. Zhang Feng was terrified when he saw all that happened. He knew all 3 people that Zhao Hai released. 2 of them were the fat and thin immortal experts of the Wandering Soul group. Meanwhile, the last person was the recently killed chameleon immortal expert. All of them had been turned into undead by Zhao Hai. What surprised Zhang Feng was the fact that the strength of these undead wasn't weaker than when they were alive. How was this possible? How could the undead that Zhao Hai released retain their strength? Wasn't this too overpowered? If all of Zhao Hai's undead kept their strength after dying, then wasn't that too formidable? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's spirit was shaken. He felt a chill in the air as his spine straightened. His scalp was also tingling with numbness. Zhang Feng now knew that he had vastly underestimated Zhao Hai. No wonder Zhao Hai wasn't willing to talk much about his undead. No wonder he was able to create miracle after miracle. All of his previous actions were backed with real strength. Just as he was thinking about this, Zhang Feng heard another scream. He turned his head and found that the immortal expert being besieged by Zhao Hai and the metal beasts had been smashed to death by Fire God City. Zhao Hai waved his hand to retrieve the corpse and released it as an undead. With full strength, the newly created undead charged towards the remaining 3. Zhao Hai pressed harder, causing the 3 immortal experts to be at a disadvantage. Zhang Feng can only stand on the Hell King's ship as he stared at what was happening in front of him. What he saw today was the most absurd thing he experienced in his entire life. He felt like he wasn't in control of his body. With his increased undead as well as the overwhelming strength of Fire God City, it didn't take long before the rest of the 5 discolored venerables were killed. Zhao Hai received all of their corpses to be turned into undead. After the battle, Zhao Hai stored everything before flashing back to the Hell King's ship. Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai with a blank look. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Startled, Zhang Feng nodded. Then he said, "Little Hai, what's going on? Why are your undead as strong as they were alive?" With this, don't you now have 7 undead immortal experts? That's 7 powerful experts in the immortal stage. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Correct. My undead can retain their strength after being resurrected. However, this is only something I gained recently. Ever since I crossed my tribulation in the heavenly demon realm, I discovered that my undead are stronger than before. My undead are refined in a more special way compared to others. I was surprised that after reaching the transcending tribulation stage, my undead were able to recover the strength they had when they were still alive." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he seemed to be telling the truth. He couldn't help but sigh as he said, "You're really a lucky kid to be able to obtain such an ability. But this is also good for the Black Tiger Gang." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Right, it's very good for the sect. However, senior brother, I'll have to ask you to keep what you saw a secret. Otherwise, the entire Black Tiger Gang would be in great trouble." Chapter 1795, Strange Situation. Zhang Feng, who was happy, couldn't help but be a little stunned when he heard Zhao Hai. Then he quickly understood what Zhao Hai meant, so he involuntarily nodded. He knew clearly why Zhao Hai was right. If others were to know Zhao Hai's ability, they would definitely spare nothing to kill him, especially the Myriad Demon Sect. The Myriad Demon Sect's repeated suppression was a public secret in the Northern Divergent Province. The Myriad Demon Sect also knew that the Black Tiger knew. Although they were confident in their strength, the Myriad Demon Sect wouldn't take initiative to attack the Black Tiger Gang. This would only make the entire Northern Divergent Province turn on them. But if the Black Tiger Gang attacks the Myriad Demon Sect, then nobody would be able to blame the Myriad Demon Sect. Therefore, the Myriad Demon Sect used other people to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. They repeatedly provoked the Black Tiger Gang with the final intention of killing them off. And if Zhao Hai's ability was revealed at this time, this meant that as long as Zhao Hai was alive, he would become stronger and stronger, and if given the opportunity, Zhao Hai would surpass the strength of the entire Myriad Demon Sect. Zhao Hai's history of retaliation was known in the entire northern Divergent province. Almost all sects that offended the Black Tiger Gang have suffered great losses. If Zhao Hai became more powerful, the losses they would suffer would be unimaginable. When the time comes, the Myriad Demon Sect would spare no effort to destroy Zhao Hai. Not only the Myriad Demon Sect, but the other super sects would also participate in the purge. Zhao Hai's ability was too heaven-defying. If Zhao Hai can't be killed, then he would become a threat to their position in the realm. If the 9 super sects really dealt with the Black Tiger Gang in order to get rid of Zhao Hai, then the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to do anything. When the time comes, they will be helpless. This thought passed quickly through Zhang Feng's mind. He let out a long breath and said, "All right, I understand. No matter who it is, I won't say anything, even to the gang leader. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thanks, first senior brother. Let's head back. I believe nobody will come and attack us." What happened this time should be enough for the Myriad Demon Sect to feel pain. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Good, but that isn't enough for them to pay for what they did to us." Zhao Hai laughed. Then he waved his hand and controlled the Hell King's ship to fly forward. At this moment, Zhao Hai heard Kair from the space. Zhao Hai immediately turned to Zhang Feng and said, "First senior brother, I'll go rest inside for a while. Summoning immortal level undead is quite exhausting. I have to recover." Zhang Feng nodded and said, Go take a rest. You can leave this place to me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need to watch over the ship. The undead already know the path back to the sect. You have to take a rest as well. We still don't know whether the Myriad Demon Sect would send someone to block us." Zhang Feng thought about it before he nodded. Then the two walked to their own cabins. After Zhao Hai entered his room, he immediately returned to the space. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai saw Kair outside. He couldn't help but be confused, so he asked, "What happened?" Kair smiled faintly as she pulled a breadfruit out. Then she handed it over to Zhao Hai while saying, "Young master, have a look and see if there's anything different with this breadfruit." Zhao Hai received the breadfruit with a confused expression. There's nothing different about the breadfruit. It was the exact breadfruit that the space produced. Zhao Hai had a puzzled expression as he looked at Kair and asked, "It's the same. Isn't this the breadfruit that's grown in the space?" Kair smiled and said, "Take a look again." Zhao Hai carefully inspected the breadfruit and then suddenly his complexion changed. He flipped it time and time again before he turned to Kair and said, "There's no spiritual chi? Why is there no spiritual chi in this breadfruit? What's going on?" Kair nodded and said, "Right, but the breadfruit has spiritual chi. You just didn't feel it." Zhao Hai stared. He could clearly feel that there's no spiritual chi in the breadfruit. Then an idea came to his mind. He quickly opened the breadfruit, which immediately produced pieces of bread. Zhao Hai tore some bread and then put it in his mouth. Before long, Zhao Hai understood. Besides being more delicious than before, it also had a rich amount of spiritual chi. It was richer than the ones planted in the space. Zhao Hai looked at Kair and said, "What's this? Is it a newly developed variety?" Kair shook her head and said, "These are breadfruits from the Hidden Fog continent. Now that the continent is in our hands, I transplanted mature breadfruits to improve the lives of the people there. I didn't expect that not long after being transplanted, the trees bore fruit. The fruits are different from the ones in the space. The spiritual chi is more dense, and it tastes better." Zhao Hai stared at the breadfruit in his hand and then said, "You're saying that this is grown in the Hidden Fog continent? How is that possible? There's no spiritual chi in the Hidden Fog continent. How could it grow this breadfruit?" Kair smiled and said, "What's more astonishing is that whether it is a rock or a clump of soul, the degree of spiritual chi is higher than other places. Even an ordinary tree leaf there could be used as a medicinal herb in the great world of cultivation. Although people could absorb spiritual chi by eating, they can't cultivate. It seems like the continent's inhabitants are under a kind of curse that makes it impossible for them to cultivate." Zhao Hai asked, "There's something like that? Isn't that too strange?" Kair smiled and said, It is strange, but young master, the hidden cloud continent is perfect for us. Not only can it provide us with faith power, it could also act as our medicinal garden. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, I'll leave it to you. By the way, we'll need to make faith power portions from the faith power we get there. Kair nodded. However, this didn't end. Kair added, also, young master, I discovered something about the 9 Revolutions cave. Hearing Kair, Zhao Hai's eyes shone as he said, really? Did you find the end of the cave? Kair nodded. I am sure it's the end. This is because the silver needles have reached a dead end. Zhao Hai quickly replied, let's go. I want to take a look. Kair nodded. Then they entered the villa. Zhao Hai sat down and looked at the monitor. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhao Hai's scalp tingled. It was a snake pit. An enormous snake pit. The snakes were densely intertwined and squirmed. The whole cave was very large and there were only snakes in it. The form of the snakes was strange. All of them were golden in color but they weren't long. Each snake was only a meter long and their body was as thick as a wine glass. What surprised Zhao Hai was that all of these snakes were at the immortal stage. It was too bizarre. With a serious expression, Zhao Hai said, what's going on with these golden snakes? Kair shook her head and said, I don't know, but it can be seen that these snakes are the most powerful snakes in the cave. These snakes never left a mile away from this spot. It seems like they are guarding something. Unfortunately, I can't look into it more. Zhao Hai nodded. Continue looking into it. Try to get some snakes into the space and see if something happens. It would be better if we could take these snakes, but don't force it. We can't make those snakes anxious. Kair nodded. Alright, young master can rest assured, I can take care of it. Right, in the hidden fog continent, do you have any request for what we should plant? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, just plant what you think is good, but be kind to the people there. By the way, see if you can bring the exchange system to the hidden cloud continent. Kair nodded. We're already working on it. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, I'm almost done with all the preparations. The next thing is to wait for the arrival of the heavenly demons. Laura, who was at the side, replied, it shouldn't be long. The heavenly demons are almost done with their preparations. The only thing left is to open the passage. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he frowned and said, speaking of which, the great world of cultivation is really bizarre. It has a lot of connected subspaces. It could also open passages to other realms. Laura nodded. Then she said, right, it is really strange. Moreover, I suspect that there are even more subspaces connected to the great world of cultivation. Also, Brother Hai, don't you feel that it's strange that the great world of cultivation has very few immortal experts? Look at the Black Tiger Gang. It doesn't have any experts more powerful than Hushan. It has existed for a long time, but the sect has no immortal experts. Zhao Hai also knit his brows. That is indeed odd. The heavenly demon realm has the same conditions as the great world of cultivation and yet they have vastly more immortal experts than the great world of cultivation. It seems like we'll need to look into it in the future. Chapter 1796. Transfer of Power. Tai Zanshan anxiously moved around his room. Ever since Lu Li and the others returned, Tai Zanshan knew that something happened. This was the reason why he was so anxious. Zhao Hai can't suffer an accident. He was too important for the Black Tiger Gang. With Hushan being unable to make a move, Zhao Hai was the Black Tiger Gang's ultimate weapon. If something happens to Zhao Hai, the losses for the Black Tiger Gang would be colossal. After hearing Lu Li's report, Tai Zanshan immediately sent help to Bright Yang City. Although he didn't bring large artifacts, the people he sent were the elites of the Black Tiger Gang. But in the end, they still haven't found Zhao Hai. At this time, a jade sword suddenly flew into the room. Tai Zanshan took the jade sword message and probed it using his spiritual force. Upon reading the contents, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Jade Sword message came from Zhang Feng. It tells that they had indeed been attacked, but it was repelled by Zhao Hai. Tai Zanshan immediately sent a reply to Zhang Feng. Then he sent orders to recall the people that went to Bright Yang City. Zhang Feng didn't tell Tai Zanshan about the special characteristics of Zhao Hai's undead. Since he promised Zhao Hai, he naturally wouldn't tell. More importantly, because of what he witnessed, Zhang Feng now listens to Zhao Hai. If Tai Zanshan was told about Zhao Hai's true strength, then it would certainly go out one way or another. If someone knows, then it wouldn't be long before the entire great world of cultivation knows. That situation wouldn't bring any benefit to the Black Tiger Gang or Zhao Hai, especially to the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Feng knew that if Zhao Hai's ability was made known, he would become the enemy of the entire realm. Zhao Hai might be able to hide on his subspace and be safe, but the Black Tiger Gang can't do the same. The disciples of the Black Tiger Gang weren't as powerful as Zhao Hai. Once the sect hides in the subspace, their power would be destroyed by the other sects. So for the sake of the Black Tiger Gang, Zhang Feng didn't tell Tai Zanshan. After navigating for some time, Zhao Hai stopped on a mountainous area. After receiving the Undead, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng entered a transmission formation back to the Black Tiger Gang. The people that the sect had sent out have all returned, and with Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng returning, the gate opening of the Black Tiger Gang has reached its end. This gate opening brought 100,000 or so disciples into the sect. Naturally, these 100,000 people cannot stay together. Tai Zanshan already divided them into different halls of the Black Tiger Gang. Then Tai Zanshan reshuffled the disciples of the sect, which left 70,000 people in the Inferno Valley base and then 30,000 in the Wandering Soul Group base. When they returned to the sect, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng immediately reported to Tai Zanshan before going back to the Wandering Soul Group base. Meanwhile, Hu Liangjin went back to the Inferno Valley base. Tai Zanshan was now treating Hu Liangjin as his right-hand man. Tai Zanshan simply couldn't allow Hu Liangjin to stay in the Wandering Soul Group base. When Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng returned to the Wandering Soul Group base, the entire base was fully completed. It could hold 100,000 people with no problems. Right now, there were about 70,000 people inside. 30,000 of them were new. There were 50,000 serving disciples, 15,000 outer disciples, 4,000 inner disciples, and 1,000 core disciples. Tasked with managing the base were Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng. However, the two of them didn't handle too many things in the base. The Black Tiger Gang's division of labor was very clear. Moreover, the majority of the senior positions of the sect were held by old people. Therefore, they weren't given a lot of troublesome things to do. This allocation of labor gave Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng a lot of time to practice. Days quickly passed before Tai Zanshan sent Tai Ying and the others to the Wandering Soul Group base while recalling Zhang Feng to the Inferno Valley base. Then shortly after that, Tai Zanshan announced his seclusion with Zhang Feng acting as the temporary gang leader and Hu Liangjin as the deputy leader. This announcement caused an uproar in the Black Tiger Gang. They didn't expect Tai Zanshan to close up at this time, but because of Zhang Feng's popularity, there were no problems with him being a temporary gang leader. When he heard the announcement, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he soon relaxed. It seems like the gang leader wanted to increase his cultivation and transferred his position while it was still convenient. Zhao Hai could see that Tai Zanshan was close to attacking the Immortal stage, but he didn't understand why he didn't seclude himself. Now, it seems like he was waiting for a stable time before handing his position over to Zhang Feng. Only then would he attack the Immortal stage. Zhao Hai didn't have any problems with this development. The matters of the Wandering Soul Group base were largely given to Tai Ying and the others to deal with. He just retreated in the name of cultivation. Naturally, this was only a reason for the people outside. In truth, Zhao Hai returned to the space to look at the heavenly demon realm, Hidden Fog Continent, and the 9 Revolutions Cave. At this time, Zhao Hai was most curious about the 9 Revolutions Cave. The cave was too big. Zhao Hai's large number of silver needles took more than 10 days to scout the entire cave system. The 9 Revolutions Cave looked like a huge subterranean world. However, this world was occupied by snakes instead of people. Naturally, The snakes that attracted Zhao Hai the most were the small golden snakes. Zhao Hai calculated that there were about 1,000 of these snakes. It must be known that these golden snakes were in the immortal stage. This was 1,000 immortal beasts seemingly protecting something. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai wouldn't dare deal with these small golden snakes. If he happens to annoy these snakes, then they may crawl out of the cave and cause trouble. This would be a catastrophe for the great world of cultivation. Zhao Hai knew that the realm's most important foes were the heavenly demons. In less than 1 year, the heavenly demons would invade the great world of cultivation. Zhao Hai didn't want to add any more problems to the realm. As for making a medicinal garden in the Hidden Fog continent, that plan has been proceeding very smoothly. Moreover, the exchange system has been implemented in the continent. A lot of new resources have been introduced to the continent. Naturally, the exchange centers were located in the churches. This solidified the faith of the inhabitants even more. Now that the entire Hidden Fog continent was completely under Zhao Hai's control, the amount of faith power he acquired from there has increased. However, Zhao Hai didn't use any of the harvested faith power. All of it were for Laura and the others to use. The people of the Hidden Fog continent discovered that their lives were much better than before. With the exchange center, they were able to get high-yield crops. They could also exchange their excess products for other resources. The days of the inhabitants of the continent were going very well, and with the increase of their quality of life, the people of the continent found more and more time to pray, which gave Zhao Hai even more faith power. There's also something peculiar about the inhabitants of the continent. Their lifespans were very long. It wasn't strange for someone to be several hundreds of years old. A 1,000-year-old person would only be treated as elderly. The healthier ones could live up to 2,000 years old. But in exchange, the fertility of the inhabitants was very low. Although they lived very long lives, they found it difficult to birth a child. If it were other cultivators, they would find it hard to rule the Hidden Fog continent. Besides the ghost cultivator from before, most cultivators would have a hard time in the continent due to its lack of spiritual chi. They can only eat the food in the continent to gain spiritual chi, and because they still need to digest the food, their progress of cultivation would be rough. Besides Zhao Hai, who has the space to supply him with spiritual chi, other cultivators would immediately drop in strength upon entry to the Hidden Fog continent. In the end, they would be like the people of the continent, unable to cultivate and use spells. Zhao Hai tried to solve the lack of spiritual chi in the Hidden Fog continent. However, he wasn't able to find any solutions. The Hidden Fog continent wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. If there was anything, it would be with regards to the fog surrounding the continent. But Zhao Hai couldn't go through the fog. Zhao Hai initially thought that the fog was like the previous shield which disallows the entry of beings with souls. However, the fog blocks anything. Even if Zhao Hai attacked it, there wasn't even a ripple. This caused Zhao Hai to be more curious. But no matter how curious Zhao Hai was, he couldn't do anything about the fog. In the end, he could only helplessly stare at it. Zhao Hai also knew how the ghost cultivator ended up in the Hidden Cloud continent. Since he turned the ghost cultivator into undead, he was able to ask. The ghost cultivator was killed in battle, but when he woke up, he discovered that he had reincarnated in the Hidden Fog continent. Later on, he found that there was no spiritual chi in the continent, so he had no way to cultivate. In the end, he was able to find a way to cultivate by absorbing human souls. Zhao Hai was shocked when he heard this. He didn't think that the ghost cultivator would experience what Zhao Hai only read in novels. But instead of being the main character, the ghost cultivator was killed by Zhao Hai, ending his story in a tragedy. Time continued to pass and the great world of cultivation seems to have calmed down, especially the northern divergent province. There was no news of 5 immortal elders being killed coming from the myriad demon sect. At the same time, the Black Tiger Gang no longer expanded its territory nor did they attack other sects. It seems like they had forgotten about the attack by the Iron Blade sect, Great Strength sect, Heavy Sand sect, and the Withered Vine sect. However, for some reason, The people of the northern divergent province could feel a grim atmosphere. It was as though it was the calm before the storm. They felt a suffocating feeling from the province's tranquility. But no matter what, the people of the northern divergent province knew that the Black Tiger Gang was very strong. They couldn't be provoked. Even the Hundred Flowers Valley, which was well known for being the second to the Myriad Demon Sect, wouldn't go and touch the Black Tiger Gang. However, the recent actions of the Black Tiger Gang were very strange. Although they kept contact with other sects, the disciples of the gang rarely went out of the sect, and when they do go out, they would go in groups, making it impossible to attack them. Nobody could say clearly why the Black Tiger Gang was like this, but people found that ever since the Black Tiger Gang opened its gates to accept disciples, the Heavenly Yang Alliance of Bright Yang City became guarded. It was as if they were worried that they would be attacked. Bystanders couldn't help but be imaginative. There were rumors that there was something going on between the Heavenly Yang Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang. Another odd thing was that the rogue cultivators of the Bright Yang City had a better impression of the Black Tiger Gang compared to before. These rogue cultivators talk about the Black Tiger Gang with pride as though it was their sect. Why they were like this, people didn't know, but afterwards a rumor was spread saying that the Black Tiger Gang pledged to these cultivators that they would offer their help if they came into trouble. Hearing this, others couldn't help but snort. This was merely polite speech from sects. Nobody believed those words. However, in the future, these people would find out that these weren't mere empty words. 5 months after Zhao Hai recruited disciples from Bright Yang City, a cultivator came to the Black Tiger Gang. He was wearing black cultivator robes and looked to be in his 20s. The robes were somewhat worn out. It was clear that this person wasn't doing well in life. This person was only at the spirit refining stage. He belonged to the lowest level among cultivators in the great world of cultivation. If he went to other sects, nobody would spare him a glance. But now, this cultivator appeared in the transmission formation plaza of the Black Tiger Gang. When the Black Tiger Gang's disciples saw this person, they couldn't help but stare for a moment before a slight frown appeared on their face. They were sure that this person wasn't from the Black Tiger Gang. Even serving disciples of the sect weren't this miserable. Serving disciples would be issued new robes every year. Their robes wouldn't be this worn out. Chapter 1797. Erecting a banner. Liu Wenqiang looked at the cultivators who were approaching and couldn't help but be nervous. After all, he was a rogue cultivator with no backing. He had never been to a sect before. If he wasn't desperate, he wouldn't have come to the Black Tiger Gang. Liu Wenqiang was one of the rogue cultivators who participated in the Black Tiger Gang's recruitment some time ago. With his level, he should have died in the cave. He was fortunately able to survive, albeit late for the recruitment quota. Although he survived and wasn't able to join the sect, he kept the identity token, believing in Zhao Hai's words. Actually, after the trial, a lot of rogue cultivators threw their identity tokens away. The rogue cultivators were excited and kept the identity tokens like they were treasures in the beginning. But after thinking about it, it was too good to be true. They were unimportant rogue cultivators. Sex helping them when they were in trouble only happens in their dreams. In the minds of these cultivators, Zhao Hai's words were merely an advertisement for the Black Tiger Gang. Nobody would actually use these identity tokens to seek help from the Black Tiger Gang. As for what Zhao Hai said regarding their families joining the Black Tiger Gang, a lot of rogue cultivators didn't take it to heart. In their opinion, if their family members were good enough, they can naturally join a sect, even the Myriad Demon Sect. If their talent wasn't good, then the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't want them. Upon realizing this fact, some rogue cultivators threw their identity tokens away. On the other hand, Liu Wenqiang didn't. He kept his identity token. This was because his younger brother was more talented than him. Liu Wenqiang held on to a glimmer of hope that when his younger brother grows up, he could use the identity token to join the Black Tiger Gang. Liu Wenqiang never thought of having his younger brother join the Myriad Demon Sect. This was because he had a grudge against them. Liu Wenqiang's parents were also rogue cultivators. One time, they went out to collect herbs and came upon a 10,000-year-old ginseng. However, They didn't expect that this ginseng would cause a tragedy that would end up with them losing their lives. A myriad demon sect disciple happened to see their ginseng and killed them to get it. Liu Wenqiang's parents were killed by this disciple. At that time, Liu Wenqiang was only 17 years old while his younger brother was 5. The bodies of his parents were brought with the help of the other cultivators. Liu Wenqiang also knew who killed them. Naturally, he wouldn't let his junior brother join the Myriad Demon Sect, and it was impossible for Liu Wenqiang to seek revenge from the Myriad Demon Sect. In Bright Yang City, nobody would dare offend the Myriad Demon Sect. But recently, the situation in the Northern Divergent Province has changed. Almost everyone in the province knew that the Myriad Demon Sect was suppressing the Black Tiger Gang, but they failed time and time again. Instead, the Black Tiger Gang was able to increase its strength. It seems like they weren't afraid of the Myriad Demon Sect. This gave Liu Wenqiang hope for revenge. Therefore, Liu Wenqiang wanted his younger brother to join the Black Tiger Gang. However, Liu Wenqiang didn't go to the Black Tiger Gang to have his younger brother join. It was because his younger brother was about to die. After the Black Tiger Gang's trial, although he survived, Liu Wenqiang cannot join the Black Tiger Gang. Like others who weren't able to pass, he returned to his previous life. His job was mining. After mining for 7 days, he would be given a spirit stone as a reward. Although it wasn't much, it was the safest work for rogue cultivators of his level. After digging in the mines, Liu Wenqiang also did other tasks. His last job was to help collect herbs. But after he handed the task over and returned to his home, he found out that his younger brother had been injured. Rogue cultivators like Liu Wenqiang started work when they were young, so the same was true for his younger brother. Liu Wenqiang didn't want his younger brother to do heavy work, so he had him work at a pharmacy as a clerk. This way, he would be safe from doing heavy labor while also learning how to manage herbs. In order for his younger brother to keep his job, Liu Wenqiang took all of his savings to bribe the pill master. This time, Liu Wenqiang's younger brother was injured because of his job in the pharmacy. Because he was in a hurry to fulfill his task, he accidentally bumped into a cultivator. The cultivator was an inner disciple of the Myriad Demon Sect. Offended, the disciple of the Myriad Demon Sect kicked Liu Wenqiang's younger brother, causing serious injuries. When he was rescued by his neighbors, Liu Wenqiang's younger brother was within an inch of his life. Although numerous medicines were used, it was just enough to save his younger brother from death. His injuries didn't become better, and Liu Wenqiang could only afford low-quality pills. For his younger brother, who was his last ray of hope, Liu Wenqiang decided to sell all of his belongings to use the transmission formation and go to the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang's disciple arrived in front of Liu Wenqiang and sized him up. Then he said, "Friend, where are you from? What's your business in the Black Tiger Gang?" Liu Wenqiang swallowed before he cautiously replied, "Hello, Martial brother. I'm a rogue cultivator from Bright Yang City. My name is Liu Wenqiang. I participated in the trial of your sect but I wasn't unable to succeed. However, Mr. Zhao Hai left us an identity token saying that I can come over to ask for help. I am here to ask the Black Tiger Gang to help me." The disciple of the Black Tiger Gang stared for a moment when he heard Liu Wenqiang, but he still nodded and said, "Mister, please show me your jade token." Liu Wenqiang quickly took his jade token out and handed it over to the Black Tiger Gang disciple. The Black Tiger Gang disciple inspected the jade token before he nodded and said, "It's the jade token that senior brother Zhao Hai provided. We already received word from senior brother to take everyone who has this identity token to his base. Let me lead you there." Liu Wenqiang became excited. He bowed deeply towards the Black Tiger Gang disciple and said, "Thanks a lot, Martial brother." "Thanks a lot." The Black Tiger Gang disciple waved his hand and led Liu Wenqiang towards a nearby transmission formation. After a flash of white light, the two appeared on the Wandering Soul Group base. As soon as the two appeared on the transmission formation plaza of the Wandering Soul Group base, a cultivator immediately walked over and said, "Junior brothers, what matters brought you to the Wandering Soul Group base? Let me help." Liu Wenqiang looked at the cultivator and saw a smile on his face. The other Black Tiger Gang disciple smiled faintly and said, I have seen Senior Disciple. This is Liu Wenqian, a rogue cultivator from Bright Yang City. He came over with his jade token to seek help from Senior Brother Zhao Hai. I'll add him here." The other disciple paused for a moment before he replied, "I see. You two, come with me." After he said that, he led the two into the base and inside a cave residence. He asked the two to take a seat before he left to make a report to Zhao Hai. This was also Zhao Hai's order. If there's a rogue cultivator from Bright Yang City who came to ask for help using his jade token, then Zhao Hai must be told immediately. The reason Zhao Hai wanted to do this was to erect a banner for the Black Tiger Gang. He wanted the rogue cultivators of Bright Yang City to see his sincerity. The Black Tiger Gang could have recruited more rogue cultivators, but if they did that, they would risk the Myriad Demons Realm's reaction. Therefore, they limited their recruitment to 100,000 people. Also, all of these recruits were low-level cultivators. However, Zhao Hai issued jade tokens to the rogue cultivators of Bright Yang City. This improved the Black Tiger Gang's reputation among the city's rogue cultivators. So when these rogue cultivators get into trouble, the first thing that would come into mind would be the Black Tiger Gang. This would also give them a sense of connection towards the sect. This connection might not be seen during normal times, but if the great world of cultivation faces an unprecedented tragedy, this connection would play a huge role. These people would immediately join the Black Tiger Gang and supplement the sect's strength. Although rogue cultivators weren't particularly strong, this wasn't a problem for the Black Tiger Gang. What the sect lacked wasn't cultivation resources, it was people. While researching the 9 Revolutions cave, Zhao Hai was suddenly informed by Kair that there were people looking for him. Zhao Hai immediately went out of the space and then invited the person outside his residence. The person from the transmission formation cupped his fist and said, "I have seen Senior Brother." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at the person and said, "Chen Bing, what's the matter?" Hearing Zhao Hai, the disciple's expression lit up with excitement. Then he quickly calmed his mood before saying, "Senior Brother, a rogue cultivator from Bright Yang City came. He has a jade token and is looking for you." Zhao Hai stared, then he lifted his eyebrows with interest as he smiled faintly and said, "Someone finally came. Haha, let's go, bring me to him." The disciple nodded and then led Zhao Hai towards Liu Wenqian. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the room where Liu Wenqian was waiting. Seeing 2 people, Zhao Hai was immediately attracted to one who had worn out robes. Then he turned to the other person and said, "Liu Yang, why are you here as well? You want to pretend to be a rogue cultivator from Bright Yang City?" Liu Yang laughed and replied, "Senior Brother, I wouldn't dare. Brother Liu brought a jade token to ask for help, so I took him here." Chapter 1798, Treating Personally. Liu Wenqian looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. He didn't expect that he would be in close contact with a powerful person like Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the excited face of Liu Wenqian and gave him a smile. He could understand Liu Wenqian's mood. He smiled faintly and said, "Liu Wenqian, right? You participated in the Sect's gate opening in Bright Yang City?" Liu Wenqian nodded and said, "Yes." Liu Wenqian has seen Senior. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not a senior, calling me Mr. is fine. As I told everyone, as long as you have the jade token, you will be able to ask me for help." "So what matter did you come to the Black Tiger Gang for?" Hearing that Zhao Hai was going to help him, Liu Wenqian immediately kneeled down as he teared up and said, "Mister, please save my younger brother." Zhao Hai waved his hand. Liu Wenqian felt a powerful force pushing him up. He has no choice but to stand up. Then Zhao Hai asked, "What happened to your younger brother?" Liu Wenqian wiped the tears off his face as he said, "Mister, I'm a rogue cultivator. When I was in my teens, my parents were killed by the people of the Myriad Demon Sect. My brother was still 5 years old at that time. Now he's 15. He's an apprentice at a pharmacy in Bright Yang City. But a few days ago, he accidentally bumped into an inner disciple of the Myriad Demon Sect. That inner disciple kicked my brother, causing serious internal injuries. I have used all kinds of medicines I can afford to cure him, but he's still ill. I have no other choice but to come over and ask Mister for help." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good. I happen to be free right now. Let me go with you." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up. When Zhao Hai stood up, the atmosphere inside the room suddenly stilled. He discovered that Liu Wenqiang and the others were staring at him with blank expressions. Seeing their faces, Zhao Hai understood what they were thinking. His current status was far from ordinary. He was a core disciple of the Black Tiger Gang and was also the commanding officer of one of the two bases of the Black Tiger Gang. It could be said that his status was equal to the patriarchs of the clans and was only a bit lower than Hu Liangchen. But now, with his status, he actually wanted to follow a rogue cultivator back to Bright Yang City. The people present never imagined this to happen even in their dreams. Zhao Hai didn't care about their thoughts. As he looked at everyone, he smiled faintly and said, "All right, there's no need to be surprised. I happen to want to take a stroll in Bright Yang City. Liu Wenqiang, let's go." Liu Wenqiang couldn't stop crying as he looked at Zhao Hai. For his entire life, rogue cultivators had never been treated this well. Zhao Hai even went as far as going to Bright Yang City personally. It was a great honor for Liu Wenqiang to go to Bright Yang City with such a person. It was at this time that Liu Wenqiang's heart has decisively rooted into the Black Tiger Gang. Liu Wenqiang knelt to the ground and kowtowed 3 times towards Zhao Hai before standing up. Then he followed Zhao Hai out of the room. This time, Zhao Hai didn't stop Liu Wenqiang and just smiled faintly before following him out. Before long, the two arrived at the transmission formation plaza of the Wandering Soul Group base. With a flash of white light, the two disappeared from the formation. In the next moment, the two arrived at Bright Yang City's transmission formation. Just as they walked out, a cultivator approached them. Seeing Zhao Hai and then Liu Wenqiang, the cultivator was confused, but he still politely said, "You two, using the transmission formation costs 1 spirit stone each." Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just threw 2 spirit stones towards the person before leaving with Liu Wenqiang. The man looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. He couldn't see Zhao Hai's strength. The man was at the core formation stage but he couldn't see Zhao Hai's level, which puzzled him. But seeing Zhao Hai willingly handing spirit stones over, the man no longer cared. In his opinion, Zhao Hai shouldn't be that strong. He was just acting mysteriously using an aura concealing method. This was the reason why the person couldn't see Zhao Hai's strength. The man knew that there were only 2 situations when a person's strength couldn't be seen. First was when they practiced concealing methods to hide their strength, and the second was when their strength was much greater in comparison. If it was the first case, then this meant that the person was weak, so he could only obediently hand over the spirit stones. As for the second type, they only needed to show their strength and they didn't need to pay for using the transmission formation. Liu Wenqiang looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai gave that man 2 spirit stones. As the two were walking forward, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Are you puzzled why I gave him spirit stones?" Liu Wenqiang stared. Then he was startled. He thought that Zhao Hai was blaming him for being impolite, so he quickly said, "Mister, it's nothing. I'm just a bit confused, that's all." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's because they aren't worth my time. In my eyes, that person is merely an ant. Moreover, 2 spirit stones are nothing to me at all. For 2 spirit stones, I managed to hide my presence here from the Myriad Demon Sect. The Myriad Demon Sect tried to kill me multiple times. I don't want them to know that I'm in Bright Yang City." Liu Wenqiang stared, then he said, "Mr. Can rest assured, I will keep your presence here a secret." Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "It's fine, just let it be. The reason I don't want the Myriad Demon Sect to find out that I'm here isn't because I'm afraid of them. I just don't want to be in conflict right now." Wenqiang, remember, in a year or so, there will be a major event that will affect the entire great world of cultivation. If you want, you can go to the Black Tiger Gang and look for me. Liu Wenqiang was puzzled by Zhao Hai's words, but he didn't ask for more details as he bowed and said, "Mister, I will remember." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "You can tell other rogue cultivators about what I said. If something really happens, you can bring them to the Black Tiger Gang. There's no need for you to know what would happen. When the time comes, you'll know." Liu Wenqiang nodded. At this time, the two had left the transmission formation plaza. Zhao Hai looked around him and said, Lead me to your brother. Liu Wenqian complied and immediately flew towards a certain direction. Before long, the two went outside the city and towards a group of stone houses. The houses were clearly old and were in disrepair. Seeing the houses and its surroundings, Zhao Hai knew that this was the slum of Bright Yang City. Liu Wenqian led Zhao Hai to his home before embarrassingly saying, "Mister, this is where we live." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Why didn't you live in the city? Are there fees to live inside?" Liu Wenqian nodded and said, "Yes, we need to pay if we want to stay in the city. Since the spiritual qi inside the city is more dense, almost all houses are under the control of the Heavenly Yang Alliance. You'll have to pay rent every month if you want to live inside. Therefore, we can only live here. This place is called the Carp Pond, meaning everyone here is a carp. All of us hope that one day we can turn into dragons and fly out of this place." Zhao Hai nodded and then the two descended into a courtyard. In the courtyard were several cultivators. The levels of these cultivators were low. Moreover, one could see that they were no longer young. All of them were grouped up as they talked in whispers. At this time, the group noticed Liu Wenqian's arrival. The oldest one among them looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance before turning to Liu Wenqian and saying, "Wenqian, where did you go? Little Yi is getting worse." "And who is this?" Liu Wenqian replied, "Master Hao, this is the person I asked to save little Yi." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, my brother is named Liu Wenyi. These people are my father's and grandfather's good friends." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he smiled at the people present and said, "Hello everyone, I'll go and see little Yi." After speaking, Zhao Hai walked inside. Liu Wenqian quickly followed him inside. As soon as they entered the room, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't really think that there would be such a rundown house in the great world of cultivation. The house only had 2 rooms. Each room was separated by a thin layer of straw. Inside one of the rooms was a child around 14 to 15 years old. He was lying down and was heavily breathing. He seems to be gasping for breath. Zhao Hai didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, white light covered the child's body. Once the light entered the child's body, the child's breathing began to calm down. Zhao Hai went beside the child and grabbed his wrist and scanned his body using his spiritual qi. Before long, Zhao Hai's face showed an astonished expression. He couldn't help but close his eyes and carefully analyze the child's spiritual qi. When he took his spiritual qi back, Zhao Hai's eyes were shining. Liu Wenqian looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Mister, how is little Yi?" Zhao Hai turned to Liu Wenqian and then smiled faintly as he said, "There's no more problems. Little Yi is going to be fine. He will wake up in a while. Come with me outside. I have some words to tell you." After he said that, Zhao Hai walked outside. Liu Wenqian hastily followed Zhao Hai outside. Hao Yi and the others were also present outside. However, Zhao Hai didn't care and just nodded at the others before looking at Liu Wenqian and saying, "Wenqian, little Yi isn't an ordinary person. His body contains a rich amount of metal element spiritual qi. If I didn't guess wrong, he should have a metal element ability that has yet to awaken. If you agree, I can take him back and help him become a disciple. What do you think?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Liu Wenqian's expression lit up. He couldn't help but bow as he said, "I'll have to depend on Mister. On behalf of little Yi, I accept." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, a child's voice was heard from inside, Big brother, where are you?" Chapter 1799, Metal Element Ability. Hearing his younger brother, Liu Wenqian immediately answered, "Wenyi, I'm here. Don't be afraid." Then he bowed towards Zhao Hai before running towards his room. At this time, Hao Yi and the others went over and gave Zhao Hai a nod before going to the room. As they went to the room, they also looked at Zhao Hai with curiosity. They wanted to know who Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai didn't mind them, but he didn't crowd around the room. He continued to stand in the courtyard. He knew that Liu Wenqian was currently speaking with his younger brother. Before long, Liu Wenqian brought Liu Wenyi out of the room. Looking at Liu Wenyi's body, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head. Liu Wenyi was very thin and clearly malnourished. However, his eyes were bright, clearly indicating talent. Although he was 15 years old, He had the height of a 12 or 13-year-old child. Liu Wenyang pulled Liu Wenyi over before the two knelt down and knocked their heads 3 times towards Zhao Hai. Then Liu Wenqiang said, "Mister, thank you for saving little Yi. We brothers won't forget your benevolence. This Wenqiang will also thank you for receiving Wenyi into your sect." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. Get up quickly. I also saw Wenyi's ability and I believe that it would awaken soon." "Alright, Wenqiang, I have a lot to do and I can't stay here for long. I'll be taking little Yi with me first, but you can visit him at any time. I could bring you with me right now, but remember what I told you. 1 year. In 1 year, come look for me, and bring as many people as you can." Liu Wenqiang immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Although he didn't know what would happen in 1 year, it shouldn't be something trivial given how much Zhao Hai mentioned it. And by listening to Zhao Hai's tone, this event might threaten their lives. Liu Wenqiang quickly nodded and said, "Rest assured, mister, I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Liu Wenyi as he smiled and said, "You're called Liu Wenyi? Do you want to take revenge for your parents? Do you want your elder brother to enjoy a better life?" Liu Wenyi knew that Zhao Hai was the person who saved his life. Although he was young, his virtues were far more mature for his age due to his living condition. Therefore, upon hearing Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "Mister, I want to take revenge. I want my brother to live a better life." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If you do, then follow me." Liu Wenyi turned towards Liu Wenqiang. There was a trace of reluctance in Liu Wenqiang's eyes, but it was soon replaced with relief as he looked at Liu Wenyi and said, "Wenyi, go with mister. I'll visit you when I have time." Liu Wenyi nodded. Then he went to Zhao Hai's side as he cupped his fist and said, "Mister, thank you for giving me a chance." Zhao Hai patted the kid's head and said, "Alright, there's no need to be too polite. In the future, you two brothers will reunite. But right now, I need your big brother for something." Liu Wenyi was sensible, so he nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at Liu Wenqiang and threw a spatial bag over before saying, "The spirit stones inside should be enough for you to use for 1 year. There's also an artifact inside. Don't forget." 1 year later. After he said that, Zhao Hai flew away bringing Liu Wenyi with him. Before long, the two vanished from sight. When Zhao Hai left, Hao Yi immediately went to Liu Wenqiang and asked, "Wenqiang, who was that? Where is he bringing little Yi?" Liu Wenqiang didn't tell Hao Yi and the others that he was going to the Black Tiger gang to ask for help. This was because he knew that Hao Yi and the others would definitely stop him. Therefore, Hao Yi and the others had no idea who Zhao Hai was. Upon hearing Hao Yi, Liu Wenqiang couldn't help but smile. He looked at everyone and said, "Master Hao, let's go inside first." Then he went inside the room. Hao Yi and the others also weren't polite and followed behind Liu Wenqiang. After inviting everyone to sit down, Liu Wenqiang said, "Master Hao, that person is the Black Tiger Gang's demon blade Zhao Hai. I went to the Black Tiger Gang to ask him for help using the jade token he gave back then. I didn't expect Mr. to come here personally." Hao Yi and the others had just sat down, but after hearing Liu Wenqiang, they immediately stood up in shock. Hao Yi looked at Liu Wenqiang and said, "Did you just say that person was Mr. Zhao Hai, Demon Blade Zhao Hai, the Black Tiger Gang's Zhao Hai?" Liu Wenqiang nodded. "Correct. That was the Black Tiger Gang's Mr. Zhao Hai. He's the person who came here last time for the gate opening. At that time, Mr. told us to keep our identity tokens. If we experience any problems, we can look for him in the Black Tiger Gang." A lot of people didn't believe it and threw their jade tokens, but I kept my jade token. Actually, I was planning to use it for Wenyi to join the Black Tiger Gang when he grows up. I didn't think that Wenyi would be injured this time. With no other choice, I decided to go to the Black Tiger Gang and ask for help. Hao Yi and the others were silent for some time. They were all staring at Liu Wenqiang. After some time, Hao Yi responded, "Mr. Zhao Hai just took Wenyi with him. Will Wenyi be joining the Black Tiger Gang?" Hearing Hao Yi's question, Liu Wenqiang's face glowed even more. He nodded and said, "Mr. said that little Yi has an innate ability and he wants him to join the Black Tiger Gang. I didn't expect that he would take him immediately." At this time, Someone jumped up and rushed out without saying a word. Liu Wenqiang looked at the person and just smiled without saying anything. He knew why this person was anxious. The person's young brother also participated in the recruitment of the Black Tiger Gang and survived. Some time ago, Liu Wenqiang heard that the person's younger brother threw his jade token away. If it couldn't be recovered, then it would be a huge pity. Hao Yi and the rest were also aware of this matter, so they didn't say anything when the person left. Hao Yi turned back to Liu Wenqiang and said, "Wenqiang, if you went to ask for help from the Black Tiger Gang, why did Mr. Zhao Hai come over himself?" Liu Wenqiang thought about what happened and couldn't help but grin. Then he said, "Master Hao, I also don't know. The people of the Black Tiger Gang were very polite to me." After explaining my purpose for coming, the disciple at the transmission formation immediately led me to see Mr. Zhao Hai. Then Mr. met me personally. Upon hearing about little Yi's matter, Mr. said that he doesn't have anything to do, so he came with me. Recalling it now, it seems like everything that happened was a dream. Another cultivator had a confused expression as he asked, "Wenqiang, before Mr. left, he said something about 1 year later. What's that about?" Hearing this, Liu Wenqiang's expression turned serious as he said, "Mr. told me that a major event would happen in the great world of cultivation roughly a year from now. It's possible that this event would shake the entire realm. He said that if we rogue cultivators have no place to go, then we should go to the Black Tiger Gang and look for him." As soon as they heard Liu Wenqiang, Hao Yi and the others couldn't help but stare. Then Hao Yi said, "What event did Mr. mean? Do you know?" Liu Wenqiang shook his head and said, "Mr. didn't say anything. However, it shouldn't be a minor matter. You should have seen Mr. He looked serious when mentioning this event. Moreover, this major event might threaten our lives." Hao Yi frowned. Then he asked, "What does Mr. mean? Does he want all of us to go to the Black Tiger Gang? Will the Black Tiger Gang accept us?" Liu Wenqiang looked outside before he lowered his voice and said, "Master Hao, you should know about the relationship between the Black Tiger Gang and the Myriad Demon Sect. This time, the Black Tiger Gang only recruited 100,000 or so disciples to not be too conspicuous. If they recruited more, do you think the Myriad Demon Sect would agree?" In order to avoid suspicion, the Black Tiger Gang recruited a fraction of what they really needed. A year later, when that major event happens, the Myriad Demon Sect would be too busy protecting itself. They would have no time to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. When that time comes, even if the Black Tiger Gang absorbs a lot of people, nothing will happen. Hao Yi hesitated for a moment before he said, "But if the Black Tiger Gang absorbs too many people, won't they risk running out of space?" Liu Wenqiang smiled and said, "Master Hao, did you forget? The Black Tiger just destroyed the Roaring Flame Sect and the Wandering Soul Group. There's enough space for the sect to expand. Moreover, from what I heard, the Black Tiger Gang didn't leave behind a lot of survivors from the two sects. Now that the territory of the two sects is under the control of the Black Tiger Gang, how could they run out of space? I think what they lack are people." When he heard Liu Wenqiang, Hao Yi nodded and said, "That makes sense. Although I don't know the real situation, I think what you said is quite probable. The attack on the Black Tiger Gang by the 5 sects has been planned by the Myriad Demon Sect. The Black Tiger Gang should have lost a lot of people. It wouldn't be wrong for them to recruit. But what event would cause the entire realm to change? This makes me worried. Could it be that the Black Tiger Gang is going to attack the Myriad Demon Sect?" Liu Wenqiang shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like that would happen. Although the Black Tiger Gang is rapidly expanding, their strength is still below the Myriad Demon Sect. And even if the Black Tiger Gang attacks the Myriad Demon Sect, this event would only cause waves in the northern divergent province. At most, only ripples would be felt by the other provinces." Mr. said that the major event would affect the entire great world of cultivation. Hao Yi nodded. "In any case, we can't go wrong if we prepare. I think we should begin getting in touch with people close to us. Let's also spread the news about Wenyi's recovery. This way, those who still have their identity tokens wouldn't throw it away." If what Mr. Zhao Hai said was true, once the major event happens, the first thing those people would think about would be the Black Tiger Gang. Liu Wenqiang nodded and said, Let's do that. Hao Yi smiled and then said, you have to be careful. I think you shouldn't show yourself in the next few days. Although Bright Yang City is under the protection of the Heavenly Yang Alliance, they are still the dogs of the Myriad Demon Sect. Once we begin spreading the news, those bastards from the Heavenly Yang Alliance would certainly cause trouble. Liu Wenqiang nodded. Those fellows from the Heavenly Yang Alliance aren't good. I'll make sure to be careful. Hao Yi gave a nod, then he looked at Liu Wenqiang and said, you're really lucky. Now that Mr. gave you a task, you have to perform it well. Later when we join the Black Tiger Gang, Mr. definitely wouldn't allow you to suffer any losses. Liu Wenqiang nodded. He felt pleased. He didn't think that he would be involved in such a huge matter. He still feels that he was having a dream. Hao Yi patted Liu Wenqiang's shoulder and said, Wenqiang, cherish this opportunity. Little Yi has joined the Black Tiger Gang. You shouldn't forget this benevolence. In my long years of life, I haven't seen someone as polite to rogue cultivators as Mr. Zhao Hai. Don't disappoint Mr.'s expectations. Liu Wenqiang gave a nod. Hao Yi stood up and said, since we've made a decision, let's begin with our plan. Wenqiang, be careful. After he said that, Hao Yi and the others left. Liu Wenqiang went with them until the exit before returning to his room. Rogue cultivators led the lifestyle of a rogue cultivator. They have their own ways of surviving. Rogue cultivators also have their own circle of influence and connections, and those circles are carrying towards each other. A large group of poor people would generally help each other. It was unlike a bunch of rich people where they always plot against each other. Ever since he was little, Liu Wenqiang was a rogue cultivator. Naturally, he belonged to the circle of rogue cultivators, with families and friends close to each other. Passing information to the rogue cultivator population was very easy. The next day, information began to spread in the carp pond. It said that because of his dying younger brother, Liu Wenqiang took his jade token and asked the Black Tiger Gang for help. In the end, the Black Tiger Gang helped and healed his younger brother, and because of his younger brother's innate ability, he was also taken as a disciple, becoming a member of the Black Tiger Gang. When this information came out, the carp pond went into an uproar. People didn't believe it in the beginning, but as more and more proof surfaced, people became aware that it was true. Before long, the news spread throughout the entire Bright Yang City. All cultivators who participated in the gate opening of the Black Tiger Gang became restless. Those who kept their jade tokens were ecstatic. As for those who threw their jade tokens away, they immediately went and looked for their token. Whether the news was true or not, the mere fact that it spread gave them hope. Chapter 1800. Third base. Zhao Hai brought Liu Wenyi back to the Black Tiger Gang. Then both of them went to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was now acting as the gang leader, so if there's anything, he was the person to look for. Zhang Feng was currently processing the Sect's affairs in Tai Zanshan's study. Hearing that Zhao Hai was looking for him, he quickly invited him in. But before long, Zhang Feng stared. This was because Zhao Hai brought a child with him. Zhao Hai smiled at Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, I have something I need from you." Zhang Feng laughed and said, "Why are you being so polite? Just say it." "And who is this kid?" Zhao Hai walked in and then said, "Just now, a cultivator from Bright Yang City came looking for me. His name is Liu Wenqiang. He said that his younger brother has been injured. It's this kid. His name is Liu Wenyi. Since I happen to be free, I went over to take a look. I didn't expect to see someone with talent. While I was treating this kid, I noticed that he has a rich amount of metal element chi. However, he has yet to awaken his ability. Once he does, he will be a metal element ability user. So I brought him back." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at Liu Wenyi. Zhao Hai also looked at Liu Wenyi and said, "Wenyi, this is the gang leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Zhang Feng. Later on, call him Martial Uncle." "Senior brother, how should we take care of this kid?" Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What? I thought you'd take him in as a disciple?" Zhao Hai stared, then he shook his head and said, "How could I take him in? My ability is different from him. Doesn't our Black Tiger Gang have metal element ability users? It would be better if this kind learns from them. He would only be delayed if he's with me." Zhang Feng thought before he patted his head and said, I forgot. Alright, the Sea Clan has a metal element ability user. This child could learn from him. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Liu Wenyi and said, Wenyi, your martial uncle will arrange for you to have a master. You need to study hard. Your big brother is currently working for the Black Tiger Gang. He will come over in a year. Then the two of you will be reunited. Liu Wenyi bowed and said, Thank you very much, martial uncle. Rest assured, I will study hard. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, you go. Someone will come and fetch you shortly. Liu Wenyi nodded. At this time, Zhang Feng called over someone to take Liu Wenyi away. After Liu Wenyi left, Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and said, Senior brother, I already asked Liu Wenyi's brother, Liu Wenqian, to begin gathering people in Bright Yang City. Once the heavenly demons attack, Liu Wenqian should bring a large group of rogue cultivators to the sect. We should get ready. Zhang Feng nodded and said, This isn't a problem. Neither of our bases are full. We aren't afraid of more people coming over. But just in case, I think we should look for another place to establish a base in. What do you think? Zhao Hai thought for a moment before saying, That's not easy. A base needs a steady source of energy to function. Looking for that kind of place would be hard. Zhang Feng nodded. He could understand Zhao Hai's stance. However, he has another idea. We should get a base that would only act as a place to hide people. It is better if it could cultivate plants or have minerals to be mined. The war against the heavenly demons wouldn't end in a day or two. We have to find a place to keep safe. Zhao Hai nodded as he continued to think. Then suddenly, his eyes turned bright as he said, I think I found our location. It should be appropriate for what we need. Although it has no energy source and has thin spiritual density, its advantage lies in the fact that it won't attract any attention. We would also have natural helpers in that place. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Which place is that? Why don't I have any idea about what you're talking about? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, How could you not know? I'm talking about the Ignored Valley. Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Ignored Valley? Are you joking? Although it's a place that nobody pays attention to, what do you mean by natural helpers? Zhao Hai answered, The Ignored Valley has a large population of gold-eater mice. They could act as a good cover for us. Moreover, the gold-eater mice can provide us with some metal. Zhang Feng stared, then his eyes shone as he said, Are you sure? If that's the case, then that would be great. Alright. I'll leave it to you. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as he said, This is the first time I've seen a gang leader like you. Alright, you can't leave it to me. By the way, senior brother, find some people to send to Bright Yang City. If necessary, they could help Liu Wenqian and his people. Zhang Feng nodded. Zhao Hai stood up and then left. After Zhao Hai returned to the Wandering Soul Group base, he took care of some matters before going back to the Ignored Valley. The valley was still being watched by a large number of undead. Being Zhao Hai's base, it became a forbidden area in the Black Tiger Gang. Upon arriving at the valley, Zhao Hai immediately had the bug race coordinate with the gold-eater mice to create an extension of the underground cave system, making it a giant underground base. Naturally, Zhao Hai has no intentions of expelling the gold-eater mice. In the future, this base would be shared by the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang and the gold-eater mice, and because it's near the Ignored Valley, Zhao Hai can recycle nearby materials. Zhao Hai also plans to create a permanent underground medicinal garden. Zhao Hai took the construction of the medicinal base with importance. Nobody knows how long the invasion of the heavenly demons would last. The strength of the heavenly demon realm shouldn't be underestimated. After all, they had a terrifying amount of immortal experts. To be honest, building an underground medicinal garden wasn't easy. Firstly, plants needed light to grow. At the same time, the plants need adequate spiritual chi as well as humidity. Building an underground medicinal garden would be troublesome. Not only would he need a light source, he also needed water, proper ventilation, as well as enough spiritual chi. Fortunately, These things weren't able to stop Zhao Hai. He went on to recycle materials in the ignored valley before creating formation upon formation. All of these formations would fulfill the needs of the medicinal plants. These formations would need people to control them as well as spiritual chi to be used as power. But these formations were quite special. In addition to using spirit stones, these formations could use discarded pills and artifacts as fuel. As long as there were pills and artifacts fed into it, the formations would be able to run. This would turn waste into usable resources. The energy provided by these waste materials was very small. If it were an offensive or defensive formation, then it might not be enough. But for growing medicinal herbs, the energy was adequate. Zhao Hai was busy with these things for a period of time. Zhao Hai spent a lot of effort on the medicinal garden. Since the garden was designed by the space, the materials it needed were a lot. It was only after the combined effort of Zhao Hai, the Undead, and the bug race did the base become complete. Zhao Hai spent several months constructing the base. This was also the longest time Zhao Hai took to build a base. After assigning Zhao Hai to create a base, Zhang Feng didn't ask about it. It was as if he forgot about the base. In the past few months, there were rogue cultivators who came over to ask for help from the Black Tiger Gang using the jade tokens that Zhao Hai issued. For the more reasonable requests, the Black Tiger naturally wouldn't decline them. These accepted requests caused the Black Tiger Gang to gain a good reputation among the rogue cultivators of Bright Yang City. Liu Wenqiang also went to the Black Tiger Gang to see Liu Wenyi several times. Besides that, he spent the rest of his time in Bright Yang City, constantly pulling people over to the Black Tiger Gang's side. His progress was quite admirable. Liu Wenyi has long since worshipped an elder of the Sea Clan as his teacher. The elder was also a metal element ability user. Under his teacher's instruction, Liu Wenyi's progress was very fast, and when he awakened his ability, his progress quickened even more. Naturally, Liu Wenqiang's actions in Bright Yang City were brought to the attention of the Myriad Demon Sect. There were already Myriad Demon Sect disciples looking for Liu Wenqiang. Fortunately, Zhang Feng sent people to Bright Yang City. With these reinforcements, Liu Wenqiang wasn't found. As for the Iron Blade Sect and the others who were next to the Black Tiger Gang, all of them were very quiet. After being taught a lesson by Zhao Hai, these sects behaved. They no longer provoked the Black Tiger Gang. They knew that they cannot afford to annoy this neighbor of theirs. Meanwhile, the days of the Withered Vine sect were very sad. Zhao Hai killed their sky-reaching vines as well as the land they were planted on. Without their greatest support, the sect was constantly being attacked by the other sects. The losses they suffered were very heavy. They didn't have the time to challenge the Black Tiger Gang. The situation of the Withered Vine sect acted as a reminder for the other sects as well as informing them about the power of the Black Tiger Gang. The other sects knew that if the Withered Vine sect didn't have the support of the Myriad Demon Sect, it would have long since been destroyed by others. By this point, the Withered Vine sect was close to becoming a branch of the Myriad Demon Sect. The majority of powerhouses currently in the Withered Vine sect were disciples of the Myriad Demon Sect. Everyone in the Northern Divergent Province knew this, but all of them pretended that they didn't, especially those people who had a grudge against the Withered Vine sect. They acted as if they weren't aware that there were disciples of the Myriad Demon Sect defending the Withered Vine sect. And since the Myriad Demon Sect wouldn't dare acknowledge that they had people helping the Withered Vine sect, people seized this opportunity to make the Myriad Demon Sect suffer.